chemist in this country and was serving on various government panels. The event with
an over which was interrupted, and his first ball is over-pitched and smashed to the cover boundary by Adam Lyth, and Yorkshire 5 without loss.
Van der Hoogten in, driven nicely by Bean. He's got it past the bowler. There's a chase on, and the ball is going to win the race to the boundary. Lovely straight drive to get yourself off the mark, Finley. Van der Hoogten in, round the wicket. Bean has nicked one and gone. First wicket down. Finley Bean just offering a little push at it. Like for like by Will Luxton, who will bat at number 5 as Van der Hoogten round the wicket induces a thick outside edge for Adam Lyth. It's gone for 4 wide of the cordon. That's how thick the edge was. But for the first time in his innings so far.
Runs Gorvin and played behind just on the leg side. It's gone for 4 runs actually. Nobody near that. Gorvin in again. And that's that time driven by an increasingly confident Whiteman through the offside for another 4 successive boundaries. UB40s can't help falling in love with you.
Now then, down the ground from Sam Whiteman. Lovely shot. Callaway stretches out across to his left.
Gorvin hears in, he's really quick, and that's beautifully struck. That was a lovely offside drive from Adam Lyth, which will take him to 20, 41 for 1.
Sissy and Ada from the old Les Dawson show.
And Gorvin, oh, that's cut away by Whiteman. No stopping that through point for 4 runs. 17 for him now. Gorvin runs in again, and this time shows a straight face, but it squirts off down the leg side. It's gone for 4 runs. Maybe give him a bit more credit than just squirts off. I think he moves into Whiteman once more, and a solid drive, off drive, brings him another 4 runs. That's 3 fours on the bounce. As Hadley tries to prove me wrong, but he's turned away down through fine leg, and that is 4 runs to Whiteman. Faces Hadley again, and firm, lovely straight drive, and that's going to go for 4 just underneath our commentary box. Whiteman is a dangerous operator now, 42.
83 for 1. Crane bowls. Whiteman goes for the sweep shot and will get more runs, and this time it will run away for 4. So Crane bowls, and the big appeal for LBW is out. Whiteman has gone for 48, a fine innings on his Yorkshire debut, but he has to go the first ball of Crane's second over, and he has trapped LBW, 87 for 2. Plenty of time on day 1. Another big appeal. They like it, and so does the umpire as Wharton pushes forward, and it's second strike for Crane. And it's 89 for 3. Wharton has gone for 2.
Then waits again for Van der Hoogten. Drove through the covers, and then nobody's going to stop that. That was a confident shot, and it goes for 4 in front of the pavilion. 96 now for 3 Yorkshire. David Sales as Van der Hoogten is driven away through extra cover for 4 runs by Luxton.
As Crane bowls, and he's bowled him as he round his legs, I think. Luxton has gone for 14, 113 for 4, and Mason Crane is on fire.
Oh, Callaway's dragged this one down, and Revis has, fortunately for him, not missed it. Chris Cook having a dive to his left. Yeah, I think probably just put a line through that one, Ben.
Yeah, on BBC Sport Online and the Glamorgan website. Crane bowls and Lyth drives gently to mid-off. Maiden over to finish the morning session. Yorkshire 120 for 4. Lyth has 36. Revis has 6. We'll be back in 40 minutes.
Sweeper on the boundary on the leg side, and he's driven that, and that's beaten everybody. Lovely drive through wide mid-off for 4 runs.
Making his way in again, short, gone. Good delivery by Hadley. It had some pace about it. He banged it in short, and he's just tempted Adam Lyth to have a little bit of a nibble, and he's been caught at first slip.
Mason Crane comes in from the taff end, and a big swing of the bat which goes straight and easily makes the boundary. Crane in from the far end, and he's bowled him. Bowled him straight through top of the stumps, and Mason Crane takes his 4th wicket. He's having a golden 3rd day here for Glamorgan.
Corden here. I think they've got an opportunity. Short ball and pulled nicely by Don Bess. He's going to get 4 runs backward of square, and that's. I was just going to say that one of the things from watching him play a lot. See what he gets here. Hadley in, and this is straight, and again he's flicked it leg side. He's going to get a boundary here, is Dom. Not that far away from the diving Mason Crane, though. He didn't get over the top of it fully.
In comes Crane again. This time a reverse sweep.
Nailed it.
He gets good connection. Goes down to the boundary for 4 runs, but Crane won't mind that too much.
So Van der Hoogten then making his way in, passed on by Nigel. Long, big appeal, gone. He got nowhere really from the crease. Don Bess missed it. Makes his way in again. He's kind of got 10 to 2 feet, hasn't he? And that's looped up in the air off the bat of Van Beek, and he's gone. Second slip. Maybe he said, well, I'll have a go at the leggy. Either way, he's banged that in short, and Matthew Revis has banged that for 6 over mid-wicket and raises his bat aloft. He's the first. Hadley tries him once more with another short ball. This time Revis ducks underneath it, and he's gone. He's had a flick at it, and according to Nigel Long, he's got something on it straight through to the gloves of Cook.
Crane in again. And he's gone. Caught in the slips. Relatively easy for Colin Ingram, that one. And Tribe clips this off his legs. It's a chase, but a forlorn chase, and it's 4 runs for Asa Tribe off the mark. Code balls once more around the wicket. Tribe gets that in behind square. Byron gets that in behind square. He's gone for 4 runs.
Yeah, just turning it off his leg as I suggested. Hill bowls. Tribe works it on the leg side. He'll get runs here. He'll get 4 of them as he's managed to bisect deep square.
Standing up here. God, in a beautiful shot. Just a bit too much width and half volley length from Bencode, and he's climbed into that. Eddie Byram.
Pass in bowls. Tribe goes for this one on the leg side, and he's got it away somewhere through mid-wicket. It's a diving attempt by Van Beek, and he has not made much, if any, contact with it, but full marks for effort. One-handed and diving behind him, and then set off on a sidestepping run. It's short. Tribe is LBW, looking to pull again and getting on the offensive, and Best strikes. Glamorgan the 31 for 1.
73-4 as Hill comes in and bowls. That's flicked away down through fine leg, and it's going to beat Logan Van Beek, who's giving chase. So 4.
Comes in from the taff end again. He took a step, and this time it's driven. Is he going to be caught? Yes, he is caught at long on or mid on.
If the weather holds up. White balls here. Carlson, nicely played. He's laid his bat on that one. Got across into a good position and has guided away through third man. Returning wicketless analyses as Jack White is in. He's given too much room here to Byram, who's cut that one away.
33. Carlson reverse sweeps. He's got something on that, plenty on it, and there's no chance for the man running around from deep square leg.
Van Beek on his way to Byram, 77 for 2. Byram pulls, gets it away, and towards long leg and is caught on the ropes. And Byram has to go.
Best comes in, Carlson fends it away, straight bat, and that is the end of a day where Glamorgan have put themselves
It's good morning, Borrida, to our two-match umpires, Nigel Long and Russell Long.
Yeah, I can hear you.
And it's good morning, Borrida, as well to the Yorkshire team, led into the field by acting captain Dom Betts. And good morning, Borrida, to the two not-out batters from Glamorgan, Colin Ingram and captain Kieran Carlson. To resume the bowling this morning for Yorkshire at the Cathedral Road End, Jack White.
Very good morning and welcome to Sapphire Gardens from your BBC Sport commentary team. Jonathan Deutsch, Kenneth Davis and myself, Nick Webb, for what could be a fascinating final day here at Sapphire Gardens, with Glamorgan resuming on 111 for 3, 187 runs ahead. So the potential for a declaration, if they keep wickets in hand, may be sometime just after lunch to set up a run chase. Yorkshire, of course, will want to keep things in their own hands by bowling them out in the second innings.
Well, if they keep going at the rate they were yesterday, but lunchtime on day 5 is a possibility for the declaration.
Yeah, Glamorgan have been scoring at around about 2.5 runs and over throughout this match, and that continued to be the pattern as they built very cautiously through a long evening session yesterday. 111 for 3 off 45 overs, 2 wickets to Bass, 1 to Van Beek. Byram made 40. Carlson is on 32 and Ingram on 18, and it's White to bowl the first ball of the morning to Ingram, who is forward defending it back to the bowler. I think we will continue to see caution for the first hour or so at least.
Yeah, which may be too long. I think with Kieran Carlson out there, my take on it, and you see him play a lot more than I do, but he likes to keep the scoreboard ticking, so that'll be helpful for the hosts, even if Colin Ingram is a little bit more circumspect.
Yes, well, we know Ingram can hit it hard, but he can also drop anchor. As White bounds in, enthusiastically bowls, and Ingram square drives, but there's a sweeper on the cover point boundary, and it's just a single in front of the grandstand on that shorter side of the ground. So the weather, yet again, is sunny but chilly here at Sapphire Gardens, as listeners over the last 2 days will have heard us say, as opposed to Friday evening, it's just chilly. And we had a 5-hour delay to the start of proceedings. So Carlson on strike, just the one slip the ball in its 46th over. Man either side more or less catching on the drive, as White is in and bowls to Carlson, and works that almost through the leg side, and there's a shy at the wickets, and Ingram would have been struggling had that one hit. A fine stop at short mid wicket, and a good effort from Yorkshire.
Yeah, James Wharton it was. You've got to be very careful when you're taking him on. The man who played the ball to him is actually a similarly whippet-like fielder, totally different in build, but he's quick, James. Wouldn't be fielding there otherwise. Good pair of hands.
And the replay showed that Ingram would have been a good metre or so short of his ground. He had given up, didn't bother to put the dive in. 113 for 3 as White bowls, and Ingram steers it on the offside, and there's no run. The lead is 189. Did see Glamorgan run a few sharp singles last night, and really it was the only way they could get the scoreboard moving at all, because Yorkshire managed to dry up the boundaries. They're up to 4 men out on the ropes, 3 at the moment. It's a deep square, fine leg and deep point. As in comes White and bowls. Ingram drives into the offside, and we'll get another single down to deep point. The gully come backward point position is interesting for Ingram. He's sort of just about in a catching position, but semi-walking in, if that makes sense. 114 for 3, the lead 190.
Yeah, that's Will Luxton, who's been taking up that position. He's disappeared off down to long leg now for the right-hander.
Luxton, if you are just joining us for the first time, the official playing sub for Johnny Bairstow. As in comes White, bowls, Carlson turns it on the leg side, and there is no run. And there may be officials at the ECB at this very moment working out when the 8-day stand down starts, whether it's from the injury, the point the substitution was made, the end of the match, or what.
Well, that was clarified. I thought I mentioned that yesterday by Simon Hicks, who's the match ref here. I've just been speaking to him again before I came on air. So yesterday he was saying that it's the day after the decision is made about the substitution becomes day 1 that you're missing. So the decision with regard to Johnny Bairstow and his absence from this match was made at the end of day 2. So therefore yesterday became the first day that he was absent officially from play. So that's day 1 of 7 days, 7 full days, and then day 8 you are able to play again. And he's just clarified that, because of course my next question yesterday was, does that mean he could come back in the middle, or he or any player who's injured could come back in the middle of the following week's match if the dates drop that way? As Ingram plays forward to Don Bess, bowling at the river end, first up this morning, dot ball. And yes is the answer. So, more in a sec, because Bess makes his way in running towards our commentary position, and that's played out square on the offside by Ingram, no run. So really, you're then looking at it's that word of integrity, as Simon mentioned, really, because you can still see professional sport being professional sport, at some point somebody's going to try and play that rule to their own benefit. Best comes in, and Ingram punches back to the bowler, no run. So you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That you could have a situation arising where you've got an England international who's been playing in the previous match, has had to sit out a day or two with an injury, can come back for the last day or the last couple of days of the following week's match. Would somebody out there on the field just miraculously pull up with a hamstring injury so that they can shoehorn that player back in? Best bowls and Ingram plays into the offside no run. You'd hope not. Integrity being integrity, but
nasty,
professional sport
suspicious journalists, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, we are only suspicious because these things happen. It's not like there's not a precedent in life and in sport.
Well, there was the Harlequins Bloodgate affair, wasn't there, where they faked an injury to a player.
Yeah.
And I watched one at the stadium where a team basically played very fast and loose with the blood injuries.
We just had a dot, by the way. You missed nothing there, and the same again as Ingram pushes back to the bowler. So gently does it early doors for Colin Ingram. 114 for 3 Glamorgan, the lead now 190. But the other thing that I should mention at that point is that the injury substitution is supposedly like for like, isn't it? So that doesn't necessarily mean that if a hypothetical situation like I've just been talking about arose, that player would be allowed back into the game. It's still the match official, still the referee who...
He could be a specialist batter, but if it were an England player who was suddenly available, is that like for like when you're substituting, say, a promising youngster by an England batter?
Yeah, so that could be the fail-safe, really, to avoid...
Yes, you can't play him. He's better than the guy who started with.
Yeah.
114 for 3 as White bowls. Carlson drives with intent but doesn't get any runs because it's well stopped by a scampering Code at mid-on.
Obviously muscle injuries are much more difficult to prove or disprove than a fracture.
Indeed, we hope these things don't come to pass. 114 for 3. So Bairstow and Tom Westley of Essex, injury victims in this first round. Haven't heard any others as yet. As Carlson works that on the leg side for a single, moves to 34. 116 for 3. First milestone, I suppose, will be when the Glamorgan lead goes over 200. I suppose 250 will be the point at which it might look like a 50-50 game. So Glamorgan will obviously want to push it up towards 300, possibly just over, depending on the time left in the game. White is in the morning sunshine and bowls, and Ingram drives nicely, but Code is again the fielder, this time moving to his right at mid-off.
And notice last night Sam Whiteman, speaking to the press, had said that all 3 results are possible, and yes, of course, technically they are. At this stage, with 190 to get, if there was a complete and utter collapse, then it might swing back in Yorkshire's favour, but it would have to be of dramatic proportions, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think 250 would be about the point where you say it's a 50-50 game. As Ingram defends to cover, no run.
You'd think it would kind of be in Glamorgan's interest if they're trying to win the match, to give at least Yorkshire a bit of a theory that they might knock off a total, but they will not want to lose this first game, having got themselves in the ascendancy, and you can understand that they may be more cautious today, and therefore that would cut time out for them to be able to bowl Yorkshire out for a second time. It's just a natural way of teams batting on longer than maybe the rest of us would like for the sake of the game.
White bowls, and Decent delivery, well defended by Ingram on the leg side, fielded by Whiteman, and there's no run.
The Yorkshire had
Best,
one.
rather.
Sorry, Yorkshire had one at Northants. I remember probably about 3 years ago. I think it was Stephen Patterson's last season, and there was much ado about the fact that they carried on batting, you know, and I think they set Northants about 500 to win or something like that. And there was a lot of head scratching and criticism at the time, just because it was a road, natural, careful.
As Ingram drives that one gently to mid-off, no run, and the over, 115 for 3, the lead is 191. Yeah, I mean, this I don't think is a road, even though it's not giving an awful lot of help to the bowlers. It is spinning and occasionally keeping low, not much help for the seamers. There was a game at Northampton maybe 3 or 4 years back where Glamorgan set Northants 350-ish at 5 and over, and they galloped home. Vasconcelos got a pile of runs, so it can obviously backfire.
Yeah, and Yorkshire lost a game, first match of the season at Headingley against Leicestershire. Might have been first home match, maybe the second match of the season, again 2 or 3 years back, when they'd been in the ascendancy, and Leicestershire had a go at it and got there. Hanscom got runs, I seem to remember, as Kieran Carlson cuts one square on the offside. First ball of Don Bess's latest over, 1 run. Congrats, by the way, I should say, to the mighty Whites of Leeds United yesterday. 2-0 up, surrendered that, and then managed to get home in a penalty shootout, and they're in their first FA Cup semi-final since 1987. Here's Bess, and that's played out backward of point. James Wharton is on hand to field.
Yeah, did they finish later than us in the end?
I think they finished about 10:30. You seem to go forever. I was a lone figure in here actually listening to the BBC commentary on the match. I obviously didn't punch the air when when they got home, as Ingram is propping forward to this best delivery. So mid-off, deeper than mid-on slightly. We've got a shortish extra cover. Will Luxton, Wharton at backward point, a cover sweeper. Logan van Beek, by the looks of things, a straightish mid-wicket on the wicket ends. A man 45-ish backward of square, Jack White, and a man out just squarer than mid-wicket on the boundary, as well as Ingram plays out to the offside sweeper, Van Beek, and he returns that to the gloves of Finlay Bean, who is continuing to keep in the absence of Johnny Bairstow. Single means Ingram now on to 21. 117 for 3. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge on X, Jonathan Doidge 1 on Instagram, and jonathandoidge.bsky.social on Blue Sky, as Kieran Carlson, awkward looking shot there, as he maybe didn't quite account for the turn that came from Don Bess and dragged it into the leg side.
Yeah, do you think we'll see probably 90% spin from that far end during the course of the day?
You would have thought so. Here comes Bess again. Carlson gets out front and sweeps. Van Beek sweeping, does the fielding and keeps them to a comfortable 194 run lead then for the Glamorgan side. 118 for 3, Ingram 21 and Carlson 36. And that's now 49 overs complete in this Glamorgan second innings.
Very good morning wherever you're listening, and you can email us on glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Yorkshire listeners are equally welcome on that one. Morning to Kevin Higgins in Istanbul. Alan Metcalf suggests a nickname of Shane Crane after yesterday's performance from the Glamorgan leg spinner. Good morning to Leighton, formerly of Buryport, now on the Wirral. There's White bowls and Carlson runs it down into the gully, and There's no run. Leighton was asking about Marnus Labuschagne's potential availability this season. I haven't heard anything. At the moment he's in the Pakistan Super League, and with Australian international and domestic commitments it might be difficult to fit in for Labuschagne, who's usually played at least a couple of games for Glamorgan in the last 6 seasons. Oh, Carlson comes down the wicket and wallops White back over his head for 4 runs. Well, that's a definite show of intent from the Glamorgan captain, and it came completely out of the blue when we thought there'd be probably another 45 minutes to an hour of caution.
Yeah, that's raised the scoring rate massively to 2.47.
All right. He obviously didn't want to get entirely tied down, Kieran Carlson, and maybe if Yorkshire push another couple of fielders back, Glamorgan can milk even more singles. Carlson moves on to 40, 122 for 3. The lead is 198. Carlson standing outside his ground. I wonder if that'll induce Bean to come up to the stumps at any point. It induces Bess and White to take out the only slip and put him at silly mid-on. No. Standing next to the non-striking batter. Just about silly mid-on, I guess, as mid-on moves deeper and wider. White in, bowls. Carlson flicks it off his hip for a single. 123 for 3. Lead 199, so Yorkshire will have to score at least 200 if they wish to win this match. So, yeah, if you could use the official email, that would be gratefully appreciated, because I check it more often than my personal one. glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Nick Webb 2017 on X and Blue Sky. Kenneth Davis, which yes does have 3 Ds in a row in the middle, on X. White bowls. Ingram cuts. He's got that one past the infielder at backward point, and they keeps them down to a single. Well fielded, that man in the far distance.
It's just extravagant, that, Ken. 3 Ds in the middle. What's going on? By the way, folks, I'm not broadcasting with Ken today. His radio voice is so good that it just makes the rest of us look terrible or sound terrible.
Dilwyn Davis from Carmarthen asks, what's the news about Billy Root? Well, as far as I know, he's still available for selection, very much on the staff. Saw him at the pre-season media day. Will presumably be trying to knock on the door with runs in the second team when they get underway. As that is pushed back to the bowler by Carlson, but one of a handful of batters who will be looking to put their case in the way that Tribe did in the seconds early last season, along with the likes of Will Smale, Callum Nichols, Henry Hurl, Alex Horton, Jack Hope Bell, who is a rookie newly added to the staff. That's just on the batting side. Glamorgan have got a lot of people who've played first team cricket, as that's worked on the legs side by Carlson. No runs, so 6 off the over. 124 for 3. The lead is exactly 200, and there are 91 overs in the match remaining, less possibly 2 for the change of innings unless it comes at lunchtime.
Yeah, no obvious opportunities for Yorkshire to pick up a wicket in the first 30 deliveries of the day. Good morning to John in New York, John Cantwell, who usually is in the same B&B as me in Scarborough for the matches. I was mentioning yesterday that the sad loss of Jane Wiles, Yorkshire super trooper of a supporter during the close season, and John had met Jane and Mel at the same B&B over the last few years and passes on his condolences to Mel and says he's not going to be at Scarborough for either match this season. John, what's going on? As Bess is in, fires that one wide of Ingram, who has a little play and miss, but will be at Lord's, says John, for the one-day cup match against Middlesex the first Sunday in August, and Surrey at the Oval. Good to see you, if I managed to get there myself. Thanks for your message, John. As Bess is in, and that's dropped into the offside when where Luxton comes round to do the fielding, and there is no run. All is calm at the moment out there in the middle, including the weather. The wind has dropped off considerably, if there is any breeze at all, really, as a cut shot this time from Ingram brings Wharton into play. Backward point, round to third man to field.
Yeah, still a decidedly fresh edge to the temperatures, but at least if that chilly little breeze isn't annoying the spectators, they'll have a little more hope.
Best round the wicket. Ingram, good delivery this time from Dom. Ingram played the original line, left-handed of course, off spinner, and a little bit of grip and turn away from the outside edge. Adam Lyth, he's hoping that he'll hang on to one at first slip. He's put the two that have come his way down in the match so far. He'll not thank me for reminding you that, but that is fact. As Ingram turns that one backward of square, and Jack White is into field, and Ingram was keen. Carlson less so.
The pinging on my computer tells me that I've had a couple of emails. Work out how to turn the pinging noise off.
Final ball of the over. Not sure what was said there. Nigel Long said something. And Bess has just taken his time to give the ball a rub before this final delivery of the over, which sees Ingram pushing forward this time. And the ball splaying out to Wharton again. Completing over number 51. The lead still 200. A maiden for Don Bess, 124 for 3.
Rhys Jenkins has emailed in from Gateshead, Glamorgan supporter there. Glorious spring day. And Rhys has put off doing jobs in the yard to follow this match. Glamorgan due to play Durham at Gosforth this summer, just over the time from him. And he asks, any chance to return to Colwyn Bay in future? Well, the women's team are playing one match there this year. As far as the men's is concerned, well, there have been ongoing talks over the last year or two. But it depends on the planets aligning between Glamorgan, Colwyn Bay Cricket Club and Conway Borough Council in terms maybe of financial support and whatever local private sponsorship they might be able to get in for that match that was a 4-day visit at least up until COVID. As Code takes over from White from this Cathedral Road end, but yeah, not sure if there's anything particular on the horizon. Sam Bracken in Cardiff says he was very impressed with Ryan Hadley yesterday, with good control and a yard of pace on the other bowlers. Could be a good signing. Yeah, there's a little chat with him on the X account that we videoed last night. As Code is in to bowl Carlson down the wicket and then has to change his shot halfway and does so well to drive square the wicket on the offside for a single. So having come down the wicket to White in the last over, he then shows signs of aggression and did well to change his shot once Code saw him coming.
Yeah, I suppose it shows you, it tells you a bit about the pace of Ben and also the pace of the pitch, really, sapping life out of his delivery.
I saw a scientific study somewhere that proved it was actually impossible to play fast bowling physically. 125 for 3. Code to Ingram, who turns it off his legs down to fine leg for a single. 126 for 3. Because the time between the ball leaving the hand and arriving at the batter is theoretically less than a human brain is meant to be able to adapt. Yorkshire's over 8, by the way, is +2, which is good to report, thanks to the operations of Mr. Bess and other people not messing around with their runs. Code is not the longest of runs, bowled well in the first innings. As Carlson looks for the sweep shot or lap shot, hit on the pad, thought that might have interested umpire Warren. But not so.
No, I'll look at it again, I'm sure.
Code Bean is standing up the stumps. Video viewers get the replay.
Yeah, outside there, the line.
Yes, he's come so far across it's hit outside offward. Probably have hit middle and off, but he'd got across. Code is into bowl. Carlson drives on the bounce back to the bowler. And there is no run.
It's the Studley Royal CC combi of Ben Code bowling and Finlay Bean keeping wicket.
Well
I might get a free half pint next time I go in there now. Now I've mentioned that.
Well done to the coaching team who've produced a couple there. As Code is into bowl and Carlson turns it to mid-wicket, no run. Jason Ramsey from Peterborough, who's a Yorkshire supporter, but just enjoying the cricket. Thanks for the amazing work this week. Thank you. Enjoying listening while doing the housework at home, keeping both myself and the wife happy. Those are his words, not mine. And he asks about the Kookaburra ball, which last year helped with the proliferation of draws. Code bowls. Carlson back on his stumps. Plays it to short cover, no run. Am I right in thinking we're playing with the Duke's ball all year, this year in the county championship? Yes. No Kookaburras, if they manage to get enough Duke's balls, because there was a story pre-season that the stock of balls is only half the normal reserve level.
Yes, indeed. Might not be able to get them shipped over from wherever.
Presumably, is it India a lot of them are made? Anyway.
Don Bess is going to continue at the river end. Just having a few words with Ben Code, who of course had just bowled that previous over.
Half past, give or take. I'll give way to Kenneth, I think.
In comes Bess then. The ball to Ingram. Full Yorker length really, and he's just waited and dug that one out. Haven't seen many Yorkers from the seamers, but there's one from the off spinner. 23 off 66 now for Colin Ingram. It's been fairly deliberate. And there he is again, just pushing into the offside. Will Luxton round to field. Ben Cliff's out there at the moment, 12th Manning as well. He'll be cock-a-hoop after yesterday's Leeds United result. Big fan. There's Bess. Oh, now Ingram's got underneath this one. He's got away with it as well. He's chipped that one. Matthew Revis has he's taken half the outfield with him in tumbling to stop it. And the upshot is that they have got through for 2. I think you think of a man who applied his trade down here, that horrendous injury, Simon Jones. I always worry about players with any form of slide at any point really, but certainly when the ground is a little bit on the softer side as it is at this time of year, you just got to be careful.
Yeah, you sort of wince.
Yeah. We saw Jack White, wasn't it, I think, splayed when he did a bit of fielding earlier in the match. Very careful. Morning, Ken.
Good morning, Jonathan. Nice to be back after a couple of days on rugby duty.
Yeah, that quick flight to Italy and back.
Yes, indeed. Yeah,
minimal turbulence, though.
Minimal, very minimal. Yeah, cracking match though. 11 tries and
Best wide of the wicket then, round the wicket. And
Cardiff very unlucky not to progress, as were the Ospreys, but the mighty Dragoons. And as the saying goes, when Gwent rugby is strong, Welsh rugby is strong.
we say that regularly in Yorkshire, to be honest. Yeah.
Not that I'm from Gwent, but Mr. Webb is, of course.
Yeah, Bess just short of length, and Ingram goes back foot and cuts it. Then there's a slight fielding gaff by Ben Cliff, but it's not going to cost his team any runs. Well, nearly overthrows as well. So a single was the upshot. No wickets so far in this first half hour this morning. 111 for 3 Glamorgan were overnight, so it's been painstaking further progress. Just the 18 runs scored so far in 32 minutes of play, which adds up to, after this delivery, 8 overs. And Best bowls it now. Carlson cuts and picks up a single out to Whiteman, who's sweeping square on the offside. End of the over then, 138 for 3. The lead, 206.
Yes, we were sort of discussing early how Glamorgan would go about their business today. They don't want to be in a catch-22 situation, but they also need to leave the door slightly ajar. They need to ensure that they don't lose the game first of all. That would be on the tick sheet. That would be the first task. And probably get to lunch and see where they are. At the moment, it's a handy 206 lead. They had a 76 lead after the first innings, after we lost most of the first day, of course. Only 36 overs were bowled on Good Friday. As Code continues from the Cathedral Road end. That's dabbed, but there is a man at short third man on the 45. Sophia Gardens, although basked in sunshine, it is, I'm told, nippy out. Nick did a circuit earlier, and plenty of coats out there. There's a few more in today, I'm glad to say, on Easter Monday. Code coming in, bowls slightly short of the length, and it enables Carlson to whip that through mid-wicket for a single.
I've had a message in from Kevin Sharp. Talk about self-indulgent. Dear me. Aren't you going to wish me a happy birthday? And Matthew Wood. Happy birthday, Woody. Kev Sharp was born on the 6th of April 1959 in black and white. 67 years of age today.
Many happy returns. Code coming around to Ingram, left-hand bat, and he does dab it down, and they can take a single as it goes down to third man where White is fielding. Of course, the big blow on the first day was the injury to Captain Johnny Bairstow, who went down awkwardly behind the stumps, and he hasn't been able to take the field of play since. Code coming around to Captain Kieran Carson with wicketkeeper standing up. Has played on the onside. There is no run.
Yes, a happy birthday to Kev, who occasionally pops on and does some commentary with us. He's now involved in helping on the coaching team with the women's team for Yorkshire. 218 first-class matches for Kev, 9,962 runs. He must have just lost concentration for the other 38. Just missed out on the 10,000.
In comes Code on the full and just evades mid-on, on mid-wicket rather. The fielder is at long on. And they come through for another single. 133 for 3. The lead is now 209. Ingram, the Centurion from the first innings, picking up where he left off last year. Top scorer for Glamorgan last season, as he frequently is since his arrival in 2015. Code coming around from the Cathedral Road end, past the umpire, bowls, bangs that win in short, and that's cut. If there is a man sweeping, they'll no, just run the first one quickly, but only a single permitted there. That is the end of the over. 4 coming off it, and Glamorgan methodically moving on to 134 for 3, and that lead now is 210.
So Bess, we are assuming he's going to continue. He's just exchanging views with Matthew Revis at this moment in time. Happy birthday then to Matthew Wood as well, who's much younger than Kevin Sharp, at 49 today. Woody, who is also on the coaching staff, 136 first-class matches, just over 7,000 runs at 32.8, which, Mr. Sharp, puts Kev's average of 30.87 to shade there. 16 first-class tons for Woody, 14 for Kev. As Bess is in and bowling, and that's played out to point by Ingram for a single. Ben Cliff doing the fielding. A bit of healthy competition on their respective birthdays, Messrs Sharp and Wood. You asked for that, Kev, before you message in. Meanwhile, here's Bess over the wicket. Ooh, Carlson. That felt like it was too full to be playing what he was playing at it, from behind at least, from our natural view. And Dom's just turning and having a little word as he walked back to his mark. Carlson waits, high backlift, and this time plays the slog sweep. Out there in the distance is Logan van Beek, who will return it for the concession of 1.
The one thing with Carlson, he won't want to be bogged down, even with the cautious view early on. Likes to score quickly.
Best round the wicket. Ingram tries to drop it in the gap between short extra cover and the sweeper, but Will Luxton's round pretty quickly to do the fielding. 136 for 3. Ingram on 29. It's been carefully constructed from 74 deliveries so far. Here is Bess again. Ooh, this time just pushed it through a shade more quickly. Got past the outside edge of Ingram's bat. Still 86 overs, theoretically at least, remaining in the match. If Yorkshire can't take wickets and Glamorgan can't score runs any more quickly than this, we could be shaking hands a fair bit earlier than that. As Ingram again pushes back to Bess, and there's no run. End of the over then. 212 the lead. 55 overs into this Glamorgan second innings at 136 for 3.
And to think Glamorgan, seems an age ago, were at 1.28 for 4 on Good Friday, before Callaway and Ingram knuckled down and took them to safety. Change here. It will be George Hill. George Hill Senior is next door to us in the commentary box here at Sophia Gardens, and in comes George Hill coming in. Bowls, right arm over, that's cut, and they'll look to come back. Well, Carlson was, and thought better of it. England had no intention of coming back for the second whatsoever.
Yeah, you're right. It's Kevin, George's dad, next door. He's got the bins out. It looks like an
bird watcher,
ornithologist, doesn't he,
yeah.
from this angle?
George Hill, 1 wicket in the first Glamorgan innings. 3 apiece for Jack White and Dom Bess. In Hill comes, just straying slightly down leg, which enables Ingram to clip it square of the wicket on the onside. They take a single, 138 for 3. Ingram moves into the 30s. Carlson unbeaten on 47. Partnership into the 60s. And then now Tribe, Byram and Dixon, who's been out cheaply in both innings. Hill over the wicket, and that's cut fine, but the man on the 45. Short third man saves a boundary. Dixon obviously playing in. He hasn't been here a long time, obviously, coming from Somerset. Is regarded as a white ball specialist. However, in the absence of Sam Northeast, will be playing a lot of championship cricket this year. Hill coming in full, and that's driven firmly, and they'll take a quick single to mid-off. 140 for 3. As well as the rugby union, there was a bit of the other code, Jonathan, on the weekend. A few big games that you were keeping an eye on.
Yeah, the Rhinos quite magnificent in defeating arch rivals Bradford Bulls by 24 points to 12.
Oh, no, you'll have plenty emailing you after that. Hill coming around, that's driven firmly by Ingram, but it's straight at mid-off and there's no run. Yeah, saw that St Helens beat Wigan as well in the traditional derby.
Which was a good result for me, actually, because I tipped St Helens to win the competition in a column I do for the Independent, actually, before the season started.
Right. Hill coming around, slower ball, and it's hit through covers. There is a man sweeping, and a single is taken end of the over. So no fireworks whatsoever. We had that short, sharp burst. Well, I say short, sharp burst. It was one boundary from Carlson. He came down the wicket, but it's been slow stuff so far on the last morning of the first championship match.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time at this stage for Glamorgan to win the match. 85 overs, considering that Yorkshire batted for just 60.2 in their first innings. So as far as they're concerned, there's no rush at this moment in time, and they are building very, very steadily.
And it could be scoreboard pressure as well. Who knows? Dependent on time, of course.
So Bess at the river end. Whether the calmest it's been in the match, I think, so far, as Ingram cuts the first ball. And Wharton Fields, those who can't see the pictures, well, very much sunny skies this morning. Given the time of year, you can't complain too much, although, as Nick was saying earlier, temperatures, the feel of the thing outside is probably a few degrees cooler than the temperature on a weather chart might suggest. That was another dot ball, played back down the pitch by Colin Ingram. 140 for 3. Bess in again. Good length ball played out into the offside, where Luxton is on hand to field. He'll definitely be coming into the equation, you would think, now for Friday's match. Hampshire at Headingley. Bess in. Ingram's got underneath one, but he's got plenty on this. One bounce and 4 over long off. Struck it well. Shows his moment spot on, as it turns out. Bess just throwing one up on the half volley. And Colin Ingram tucked in and chipped it away as much as anything.
Is that the indication of speaking to Yorkshire coaching staff regarding Bairstow?
With regard to playing this next,
yeah.
Well, I know you weren't here yesterday, so I'll give you the full story as Bess is in, and that's turned into the leg side no run. So because he's substituted out of this match officially, and Luxton is now officially playing in this match and batted yesterday.
That's the rule you were talking about with Nick.
So 7-day stand down. So day 1 was yesterday.
Right.
Day 2 today, 3 Tuesday, 4 Wednesday. As that's pushed into the offside no run. 5 Thursday, day 6 Friday, day 7 Saturday. So he would be able to play from Sunday onwards, as I understand it. That completes the Bess over. 220 the lead, 144 for 3 Glamorgan in their second innings. That's just a clearance period, but you assume that with a fracture to the thumb that wouldn't happen anyway, even if somebody else did get injured and that, or concussed, and it has to be a like-for-like replacement. So there's a lot of permutations for anybody who's injured to get back in mid-match the following game, and there's the jurisdiction of the match referee as well. So
George Hill continues from the Cathedral Road end. Oh, and that's missed everything as Carlson goes for a hike on the onside.
Judgment of the match referee, I should say, not jurisdiction, but it's in his jurisdiction.
Yeah, and you knew something was wrong straight away, because quite often keepers will have that awkward sort of bounce on the half volley, but he stayed down, didn't he, for a while, Bairstow on Friday. Hill full, and that's whipped on the onside. 2 men sweeping on the cover boundary. They will come back for a quick second and will get there, although there was a dive in the end by Colin Ingram, but that is Kieran Carlson's 50, coming up to the gracious applause of the crowd here at Sophia Gardens. So first 50 of the season for the captain, Kieran Carlson, who will be hoping to push on, not coming in from 102 balls, and the lead now is Nelson 222. Hill coming in with keeper standing up, and Carlson just nurdles that into the offside, and it's an easy single as the man, short third man, comes round to field.
George just took a slight blow, looks like on maybe the right cheek or something like that from a distance when that throw came in, as Kieran Carlson was getting to his 50. So he got back behind his stumps, and the throw came in. He couldn't take it cleanly, and I think it hit him in the face. Both Ben Coates had a look at it, as the on-field doctor, as well as the umpire Russ Warren.
Hill coming around. That's, well, it tried an attempted pull by Ingram, but taken by the keeper. Finley Bean. $147 for 3. Still sunshine here in the Welsh capital. George Hill coming around, bowls, and that's just played firmly down to mid-off, and there's no run. Ingram on 35. Carlson probably didn't score as many in the T20 as he would have liked last year, but was in the runs in this format. Hill, and that's struck firmly, but only to short cover off the bat of Ingram, and there's no run.
Carlson's 50 came off
Yeah, 1,020 runs last year, the highest score of 113. And that was the end of the over. 147 for 3. The lead is 2-2-3. Yeah, we've just seen the replay there of the smack that George Hill did take. It just ricocheted as that throw came back in, as Carlson took a second run.
Yeah, I'm sure the Yorkshire lad was saying, use your hands in future, lad. Graham Smith, good morning to you. He says, talk of Leeds in the FA Cup brings back memories of Leeds v Chelsea final 1970 when Chelsea won a replay. My mother's family, staunch Chelsea
a
supporters.
replay at Wembley, that's a thing of yesteryear.
Well, actually, that wasn't a replay at Wembley, that was a replay at Old Trafford.
Was it?
Yeah.
Right, because they used to play on Thursdays, didn't they, the replays, if memory serves me right. I remember Manchester United, Crystal Palace one. I think that was 1990. I think had Alex Ferguson not...
Yeah, here's Bess. Carlson tries a reverse sweep but doesn't make contact.
A trophy that season, he might have gone as folklore had it.
I think
there was I think there was a Man United Brighton replay as well in the 80s.
There was. Here is Bess. That's flicked away in front of square on the leg side
possibly
by Carlson. 1 run. 83, yeah, because of course there was famously the Gordon Smith miss, wasn't there, at Wembley for Brighton, which probably would have won it. And they went to the replay and Manchester United won 4-0. And that was a spate of replays, wasn't it? Because Man City and Spurs had replayed in 81 when Ricardo Villa scored that
wonder
great goal. And the following year there was a replay, wasn't there, between Spurs and QPR, I think. In comes Bess again, that's slanted across. Ingram, who misses out. Hi Jonathan, says Tom Gibson. I'm taking advantage of YT whilst away in Morera, Spain, enjoying the sun and cricket. Feel Yorkshire whilst bowling well and keeping the runs down. Besides, White don't seem very threatening in the wicket taking. Is it too early to say? Ingram sweeping, fine, and the chase was a good one by Jack White. They've got back for 2. I think it's probably too early to say, and I think with a bit of grass on the pitch it would have been interesting, but there's not much of that really for the first match of the season. And Tom says, also hope our Australian overseas signing will be as good as we all hope for in the wicket taking department. Jai Richardson yet to of course make his debut. That's pushed out into the offside by Ingram and he gets through. Luxton doing the fielding. 1 run. Josh says, hope you're well, watching with me dad, who's tuned in for the first time. Be nice to give him a hello. Johnny in Rotherham, or Rotherham, as they say, up north. Morning Johnny, morning Josh. As it still just is. Best bowls. Carlson back foot, flicks to Luxton in the onside. No run to complete that over at 151 for 3. Graham Smith says Glamorgan rightly cautious, as history says the chances of taking 10 Yorkshire wickets on a placid day 4 pitch are slim.
I wouldn't disagree with that comment, but they'll see how they are. Where are we? Another hour and 5 minutes to go before lunch. There's a bit of a conflict between Ingram and Captain Kieran Carlson. Carlson will probably try and up the ante, so to speak, now that he's had his 50.
Mel Wild says, morning Jonathan from a warm and sunny York. Just start watching the lads playing at Cardiff. Thanks for you and John for your lovely words. Jane would have been delighted to have been there to share the cricket with you and all the other Yorkshire players and supporters. Hope to see you at Headingley later this week. Thanks, Mel.
It is George Hill to continue from the Cathedral Road end, and that's played firmly to short cover. There's no run.
The Kevin Sharp self-indulgence continues, having mentioned both him and Matthew Wood's birthdays today.
More birthdays.
The vast chasm between them in age and in their batting averages. he says, I got more wickets than Woody. I think we better check that out just to make sure.
Hill, and that's right up in the block hole, and it's dug out by Ingram, and it's fielded by the bowler himself. Not much on offer for the bowlers in the first hour, it has to be said. Nothing untoward happening on this Sophia Gardens. We did see a bit of spin. Mason Crane took 5 for Dom Bess as well. He's taken 5 in the match so far. Hill coming in. This was a few have kept low, Jonathan, but by and large, wickets playing well.
Yeah, it's just slow, isn't it? That's,
it's slow, but
fortunate.
I spoke to Richard Dawson a week ago, and he said, "Oh, we are given the rain that we've had since Christmas, it's been non-stop." Bean standing up to George Hill, coming in from the Cathedral Road end, bowling, and that's a good length delivery and played resolutely by Ingram. So it's a dot ball.
The tail of the tape between Kevin Sharp and Matthew Wood on the wickets front.
There's a bit of a ding-dong battle going on here, isn't
really,
it?
Yeah. Kev took 12 first-class wickets at a cost of 72.25.
Right.
He'll probably come up with some cock and bull story that that there was declaration bowling a couple of times.
Hill, and they will get a single through, and it's fielded at deep cover off the bat of Ingram.
He was probably helping the team's cause, to set up a match. Kev, is that
Team
right?
player.
He took 4 List A wickets at 24.5, so very tight there. An economy rate of 4.85. But Woody, well, he might not have taken as many wickets, but I put it to you, Mr. Sharp, that he was clearly he had the skills across the 3 formats.
Hill in, over the wicket, full, and it enables Carlson to whip that down to long on. End of George Hill's over. And Glamorgan pushing on. They've not lost any wickets this morning. Ingram and Carlson still there. Ingram 39. Carlson's just past his 50 on 53. Glamorgan 153 for 3. That is a lead of 229.
Matthew Wood 2 for 43, his first class figures. He took 3 for 45 in a List A match and finished with a total of 3 wickets for 98 and 2 for 32 in T20 cricket. So he was much more adaptable, Kev. I think he played 50% more match variations, if you like, than you did, or format variations. Clearly a man for all formats with the ball, Matthew Wood. Of course, Kev, I should mention, he retired, must have been at least 3 decades before T20 cricket was invented. Um, 153 for 3 then, Glamorgan, 229 in front. And Bess going to bowl here to Carlson. Has spread the field to some extent now. There is a 4-man ring, and plus 5 more set back, and he's got him, has he? He has played on, Kieran Carlson.
Sure.
All seem to happen in slow motion, but he's not made much of a movement at the crease. Went slightly across, and he's just rolled it, I think, onto his stumps. It took a bit of time for those out there to realise what had happened. So Dom Bess has another wicket. That's his 6th of the match, and it turned sharply, didn't it? He's got I think a little inside tickle maybe onto it. We can only see from behind rather than in front, but either way it is a wicket. It's the first of the day, bang on an hour into the final morning's play, and Glamorgan now 153 for 4.
Sharp turn, but Carlson just stood there in amazement, didn't really couldn't believe that he had been bowled, but there was sharp turn. And I was about to say, Jonathan, might Yorkshire think about making a change from that River Taff end, and they're mightily glad they hadn't, because that is the breakthrough that they needed. And it is Captain Carlson who trudges off. He will be slightly disappointed that he hasn't pushed on, but there was some sharp turn, as we saw from Mason Crane in Yorkshire's first innings. So that does bring Ben Kellaway, who scored 50 himself in the first innings, on.
Dean coming back to us for Glamorgan is Ben Kellaway.
Thank you, Mr. Hignell. Kellaway, who was one of Bess's victims in the first innings for 52. So there is a bit on offer there for the spinners.
There's quite a bit on offer. I think that's been evident since the first innings of the match when Dom Bess turned a couple sharply, because you don't see that often, bearing in mind he plays so much of his cricket at Headingley, which is not really known for offering much in the way of turn.
So it'll be interesting how these proceed, Ingram and Kellaway, and it was their rescue act in the first innings that got them from 28 for 4 to relative safety, pushed them on, and it was thanks largely to them that Glamorgan made 302 in the first innings.
I mean, what it probably needs at this moment in time is a Kevin Sharp on, doesn't it, to bowl, really? Bit of declaration bowling. Give Glamorgan a chance to whack it round the park, take advantage of a few pies, and then have a go at Yorkshire.
Kellaway's another one who is known for hankering down, so he'll want to score, but Glamorgan won't want to lose another quick one here at this juncture at 12 o'clock. Bess, and that's played comfortably by Kellaway for a single towards deep cover. Still plenty of overs left today, and I think we'll get a full day. There's clear skies above Sapphire Gardens in the Welsh capital. Plenty of cyclists on the Taff Trail behind the ground on this bank holiday. So it is Bess coming around. That's nurdled into the offside, and there's no run, a dot ball fielded by Luxton, who's on in place of the injured Johnny Bairstow, as we've mentioned. Bess coming in to Ingram again, just prods that. Right. So Glamorgan having to start again.
Yeah, there are plenty of singles available there, and almost milk them at maybe 4 and over if they play it cannily.
Bess coming around to left-hander Ingram, pushes in, and there is one of those singles available, as Nick mentioned. Glamorgan starting this morning on 111 for 3. They pushed on to 155 for 4, which is a lead of 2-3-1. They had a first innings lead of 76. Kellaway on strike. Bess coming over. Oh, that's a quicker one. And that stayed slightly low as well. So Glamorgan will be wary of Dom Bess, who's got the breakthrough, the first wicket to fall this morning, which Yorkshire desperately needed. But Glamorgan's still in a more than a handy position with a lead of 231.
Very good afternoon to Freddie Jones and Mumbles. Trevor Freeman following us from Dublin. Neil Thornycroft, who says happy new season. Once Newport County's successful fight against relegation is over, I'll be able to concentrate fully on the cricket. I think Neil will be focused maybe on elsewhere between 3 and 5 this afternoon when Newport County are in action as Hill bowls and
I can
Ingram
bet
plays on
your
the offside.
bottom dollar, Nick, that Mumbles will be packed to the rafters today on bank holiday, as it always is. Usually one way in and one way out, and they all go to Joe's ice cream.
Yes, let's hope the breeze is not in evidence in the southwest. As Hill bowls round the wicket, Ingram drives, but even though mid-off is set fell fair back.
Other ice cream parlours are available, of
I'm
course.
sure,
one being our colleague Mr. Cotty down on the south coast.
Yes, the south coast of England rather than the south coast of Wales at the moment, unless he's diversified and we haven't heard about it yet. Here's Hill running away from us. Cathedral Road end bowls. Ingram turns it on the leg side. Up to mid-on, no run. Matt says, interested to see what sort of captain Carlson proves to be. His batting suggests he'll be attacking, but since this is his first time as Division 1 captain, we'll see. Matt is listening from a lovely sunny warm Lords this morning, which he says is slightly confusing for him, watching one game and listening to another. As Hill is in to bowl and Ingram plays defensively on the leg side. RM Black says shame Glamorgan didn't manage to score a little quicker. An extra 15 overs in the game would have been interesting. Well, still interesting, I think. Comment a little earlier from Mr. Black. 155 for 4. The lead 2-3-1. Hill in to bowl to Ingram, who cuts, runs the first one hard. We'll look for a second and think better of it, as it's well pursued by White down on the third man boundary.
There's always an element of catch-22 in these situations, isn't there, in terms of judging the pace and ensuring that you don't lose the game.
Indeed. Just a single off the first 5 balls of the over. Callaway now on strike as he faces up and drives back to the bowler, and there's no run. So tidy stuff from George Hill again. Thank you to Peter Shaw on Blue Sky for your kind remarks. And don't forget Nick Webb 2017 on both Blue Sky and X. Kenneth Davis on X. If any English-based listeners manage to spell Kenneth correctly, then they get a bonus point.
Indeed. Yes, I've had many a version of my name spelt over the years. Even getting to the BBC Central Square on early morning shifts. No, you're not on the list. Yes, I am. Check it again. Oh, it's not a K. No. So it will be Dom Bess who got that first breakthrough of the morning in his last over. Coming in around to Ingram. Prods that into the onside. They run it quickly. And they're asking the question.
Close.
And I think Callaway has just backed up quickly enough.
They'd be going upstairs if there were an upstairs to go to.
There would be. There would be. We'd have the TMO intervention, so to speak. Callaway just checked.
I think he's just about home by a frame or two.
Wasn't much to play with there. Last thing Glamorgan need is a run out at this point. Best coming over to Callaway, who plays that firmly but is fielded by the bowler.
Mid-on is fairly deep, about 2/3 back. I wonder if Callaway will still try and go over the top at some point. Mid-off is
slightly a few metres closer. Full from Bess, and that's played into the offside. It's a short cover. 2 men on the 45 either side. Deep cover, deep mid-wicket, and deep square. So defensive field from Dom Bess. So as Nick was saying, there's plenty of singles on offer for the batters. just that man in at mid-wicket. Best coming in and bowls. Good length delivery, and Callaway is forward, and it's another dot ball. Good over this. Just the single off the first ball. So he's getting into his groove, is Dom Best, in the last couple of overs. 6 wickets in the match for the Test International. 14 tests for England. None since 2021. In he comes, bowls, and that's played, dribbles to mid-wicket, and it's fielded. Good over, just the single off it, and runs few and far between in the last couple. Glamorgan 157 for 4. Still a tidy lead, though, of 233.
Good afternoon to Graham Brill from Merthyr, who welcomes us all back after a long winter. Glamorgan showing that they won't be bullied. If Yorkshire want to force a result, why are they employing sweepers both sides of the wicket? Billy Rooty says, we mentioned earlier, if not playing for Glamorgan, will more than likely be playing for Usk, as he lives just outside the ground. Yeah, he is attached to Usk again, I believe, this season. Mr. Root. As Hill is in to bowl. Ingram drives to mid-off and does take the quick single this time.
When are the twos playing?
There's nothing official for quite a while, I don't think, but there's probably a friendly or something.
Played a bit last year, didn't he, for the twos?
Yes, yes, captained them on occasion. I don't think the where are we? Second 11. No, playing a friendly actually. Next week at Taunton Vale, as that one's angled away by Callaway for a single. Yeah, Glamorgan second 11 play a 3-day over the water against Somerset, and then a friendly at home against the Cardiff Students at Newport, and another friendly a 4-dayer against Gloucestershire. Hill in, bowls, and that's slammed over the top by Ingram. A couple of bounces and into the ropes, and Ingram plays a shot in anger at last.
Yeah, we haven't seen many of those. We saw Carlson about half an hour ago going for one.
Graham mentions also Sam Northeast carrying Kent already. Yeah. Well, that's a great start for their batting. Northeast holding them together as Ingram cuts down to third man and will pick up a single. 48 for Ingram, 164 for 4, the lead 240. Finally, Graham also references a local football derby today. Big game, he says, local derby, Hereford against Merthyr.
Oof, yeah.
Good afternoon to Lily. And to Tony Haynes. As forward comes Callaway and defends back to the bowler. Thank you for your emails. I jump with joy, I jump with glee, because cricket's back on the BBC. Tony Haynes in York. Thank you, Tony. So, Hill persevering, been fairly tight like nearly all of the Yorkshire bowlers in his 11th over, and continues to be tight as Callaway plays on the leg side. So Ben Callaway, 2 off 11 deliveries. He obviously hasn't been given any immediate orders to get on with it, and maybe another quarter of an hour or so. I would be surprised if Glamorgan didn't press the accelerator, as it were, around about, in about 10-15 minutes maybe, would be my guesstimate. As, Jonathan's made it round to Vox Pop the Yorkshire supporters on the far side of the ground in the sunshine.
A few of them have come down.
Yes, always welcome to have visiting supporters, and makes for a good mix around the ground, and people tend to enjoy chatting to the opposition.
Persevering with Dom Bess, and why shouldn't they? He's taken the wicket this morning of Captain Kieran Carlson.
It's Dom Bess persevering with himself, really.
Coming around to Colin Ingram, who just is forward, and it's another one of those quick ones. And this time it was a misfield by Wharton.
I don't think there was a single there, to be honest.
But the last one was really close to being run out.
I think had that one been picked up cleanly, Callaway would have been struggling.
Brings Callaway on strike, who's on 2, scored 52 in the first innings. Ingram just shy of a half century. Dom Bess coming over, and that's swept by Callaway. There is a 2-man sweeping, and they just come back for they just settle for a single on the onside. So Colin Ingram, obviously we say it time and time again every season how invaluable he is to the team. On 49. Best coming around to the left-hander, and he cuts, but only as far as short third man.
There's been a real paucity of boundaries in this innings. Just 14 so far in 65th over.
Yeah, very studious, Colin Ingram, and well, he was looking to see if the ball would have evaded mid-wicket. It didn't, and it's a dot ball. Still very defensive field for Yorkshire. Ingram, and this time they will scamper through for a single, and as you can hear the applause, Ingram gets to his half century after getting 3 figures in the first innings. Quite some match for Colin Ingram, who raises his bat aloft to the pavilion, and he'll be hoping to kick on in the second innings. Dom Bess to Callaway, and that is fielded, the final ball of that over. So Ingram getting to his 50 from 112 balls.
With 4 fours.
There we are. Mr. Hignell agrees with you.
3 centuries and 7 50s last season, and he's got 1 of each in the first match in this season.
Yeah, what... just getting his run tally up for last season, which was 1,076.
Yeah, what might it have been if he'd played the other 2 games as well? So White returns as they continue to rotate the seamers from the Cathedral Road end, while Bess bowls non-stop. I mean, I think after an opening burst from Van der Hoogten, the pattern will be the same for Glamorgan bowling, that there'll be spinners from the far end constantly, as White decides he wasn't quite where he needed to be, or his feet had missed their mark somewhere. Umpire Warren gives him a suspicious look, and the shaggy-haired White changes his bowling mark. Obviously had it slightly askew. The bowler's run-ups are marked in some sort of spray paint as White bowls, and Ingram pulls fiercely out towards square leg. They just take the single. 168 for 4. Lead 2-4-4.
Lily, who's a Yorkshire supporter, says good afternoon. Dom Bess is getting turn and taking wickets. I would bring on my favourite player, Matthew Revis, to bowl soon.
She quite often says that. As White is in and bowls, and that's punched back past the bowler, and mid-on is now so deep that it's a fairly comfortable single.
Well, he might very well be coming on soon.
Yes, they've rotated Code Hill and White so far from this Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, no Van Beek this morning either.
No, I mean, although he got a wicket earlier, he has been the slightly less economical of the Yorkshire bowlers. As White comes charging in, bowls, and well, across his stumps goes Colin Ingram and laps it down to fine leg for 4 runs. Ingram getting funky.
He's got all the shots.
That was a T20 shot.
It was indeed.
Throwing caution to the wind, got across his stumps. If he'd missed it, he would have been bowled middle stump. As it was, his eye and timing were perfect.
Perhaps that is the evidence, Nick, of them pushing on.
The lead is 249, so Yorkshire would need to score at least 250, which was the point I said it would probably be a 50-50 game. But Glamorgan, obviously, with 4 down, have potential to add a few more before, maybe after lunch. As Ingram works that on the leg side, sets off hard to look for 2. It's not quite there. Yorkshire fielding very keenly. Bess leading by example on that occasion at deepish mid-wicket.
Yeah, they, as you say, they can chance their arm slightly.
Yeah, it doesn't matter so much about loss of wickets now. They've got Chris Cook to come, who can plonk a few in the taff on occasion. Van der Hoogten, Crane, Gorvin and Hadley. Van der Hoogten, Crane both performing strongly with the bat in the first innings, as this one is defended by Callaway. Nice striped delivery from White. Taking no liberties was Callaway, whose eye obviously isn't as well sat as Ingram's, who's been at the crease a while. Ingram's faced 115 deliveries now, Callaway 15. So we got 5 more or less saving the single, 4 out on the boundary. As Callaway goes for a big hit, doesn't really time it, looking to flick it away powerfully towards square leg. The ball ran down to fine leg for a single, so good over for Glamorgan. 8 runs came off it. They're 175 for 4, 251 runs in the lead. Ingram 56, Callaway 5. The wicket to fall this morning. Carlson bowled Bess 53.
Spoke to James Harris this morning. Bumped into him in a coffee shop not far away from Swalek, rather. That's going back a few years. Sapphire Gardens. Said he had a job offer. I won't divulge that information yet, because I'm not sure if it is.
I think he's put it in on LinkedIn, so
he has he?
I failed to understand what the job was, despite having read it.
So it is in the public domain,
yes,
so to speak, is it? Yeah, it's with some Danish company who specialise in golf equipment, wanting to crack the cricket market. So a few trips to Copenhagen then for Mr. Harris. Dom Bess continuing from the River Taff end, and that's hoiked by Callaway to long on, and the field set deep at present, so it's an easy single.
Yes, he was lucky he didn't really get hold of that one, Callaway, because he might have holed out on the boundary or stuck it in the taff.
Yeah, toe end of the bat. Bess coming around to Colin Ingram, who's unbeaten on 56. That's cut. He thought about going. No, it wasn't there. to take.
Clothed it down to Van Beek at backward
Yeah,
points.
he said he had a slight calf injury. I know he had his injury problems last year, James Harris, so he said he could have played the first couple, but this opportunity came very quickly. It was a whirlwind period. So we wish James good luck for his future endeavours, of course. And appeal by Dom Bess, and England tried a single. It wasn't there. Came back as the throw-in came very quickly from Van Beek at short third man.
Yes, nearly LBW and nearly run out off the same delivery.
Hopefully James will be available for broadcasting duties
Yes.
during the T20 season, as he's performed in the past. Best coming, and that's reverse swept, and that doesn't evade Van Beek, but given that he tumbled to the ground, they could come through for a single. The T20 will begin in earnest end of May. Glamorgan's first fixture, I haven't got it in front of me, I think it's Northants,
Yeah.
off memory.
It's quickly followed by the second fixture the next day.
Yeah, they come thick and fast. That's Callaway rocking back, but it's so easy to pick up these singles now, and that is down to long on.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to get 5 and over without really trying.
Glamorgan having
Too
not progressed to the knockout stages in T20 since 2017, so they'll be hoping to make a mark in that competition. They're hoping to make a mark in Division 1, and hopefully with a positive result at the first time of asking in 21 years. That is the end of the over, and Glamorgan are moving to 178 for 4, but the lead is 254.
We have received a missive from Dr. Hignell. This is quite a shocker, really. That Glamorgan have never won a first division match at home.
Gosh, that is a stat.
They've won just 3 in the 2 seasons that they have been in the top flight. 2 of them in 2001 at Chelmsford and the Oval, and just 1 match won in 2005 in Bristol, which was where Edward Bevan lost most of his hair, I think, in the 2005 season, when Glamorgan lost 14 out of the 16 encounters.
Yeah, I remember deputising a few games that season.
There was 1 draw in Swansea.
When
As this new over starts with attempted reverse hoik by Callaway.
I remember doing 1 game that season when Edward was on Ashes duty up at the Oval. That was the final game of the Ashes, and Glamorgan were playing down at Hove and was soundly beaten.
They were soundly beaten a number of times.
Mr. Dan Cherry was opening the batting that season.
Now Chief Executive.
And Mr. Croft was captain.
Callaway on strike, 178 for 4. Just over half an hour till lunch. Callaway tries another reverse and makes a bit of a mess of it. White makes a polite inquiry to umpire Warren, who is not interested. Let's see, with mid on, mid off, reasonably up, I think Callaway might be better off trying to hit over the top than...
That stat from Mr. Hignell is since the split of the divisions, isn't
yes,
it?
yes. Obviously, there was only 1 division up until the late 90s.
Yeah.
In comes White. Bowls, and Callaway hammers it back past him. I think it'll go for 4.
Yeah.
That shows really that it is difficult to time the ball with full efficiency on this pitch, because Callaway has got a beautiful straight drive and did look as though he was teeing off there, but even so it only just reached the boundary.
As if it just plugged a bit.
Yeah, the outfield is maybe not as fast as it is obviously in midsummer. It goes without saying at this time of year.
So who was that 97 winning championship? Mr. Higdon will know straight away.
As that is played away down to third man.
Glamorgan win the first game of that season?
In 97, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. No, I didn't get the winning game that year, as I would have done with as a supporter normally, because they won it too quickly down at Taunton. I think it was about half an hour into the final day. 4
runs needed off the bat of Mr. Steve James.
Morning, Steve, if you're listening. 183 for 4. Square drive from Ingram will be fielded on the cover boundary. He'll turn and have a look, but he sees that the throw is already on its way from Whiteman, and they have to settle for a single. So field spread far and wide now. The lead 260. Glamorgan will want at least another 40, but I don't think they'll declare at lunch.
No,
I don't think they'd want to set Yorkshire under 5 runs and over. As in charges White, Bowles up in the block hole. Callaway drives straight and takes a single. It's that point of the game where it's almost the calm before the battle in earnest, if you like. 185 for 4 at the end of the over. Ingram has 58, Callaway has 13. And Jonathan is back with us. You were pictured on camera, Jonathan, chatting to the Yorkshire Massive at the other side of the ground.
Yeah. All down here in the usual numbers. Very loyal supporters, and you get kind of used to seeing the same faces around and getting to know people. They were grilling me about the substitute situation. Is this me? Bess then bowling from the river end, and Callaway just falling over it as he tries to play a reverse flick of some sort, reverse sweep, as he plays it for a second time after the ball's gone. Yeah, they're in pretty good spirits, and it's definitely feels a few degrees warmer down there. The breeze is definitely nowhere near as strong, so they seem happy enough. They've weathered the storm, as it were, and have come out the other side as Callaway cuts one. Single to him, down to the sweeper Whiteman, square on the offside.
Yes, I suppose there are tales of the storm being rather more severe in the north of England than the south of Wales. Storm Dave, rather prosaically named storm.
Shouldn't you Welsh be claiming that one? Really? As in comes Bess, and that's pushed into the offside for Luxton to field. Stuck it quite firmly, actually.
Be Storm Die if it were a Welsh storm. I think people in North Wales had a bit of it, but probably the north of England bore the brunt.
Ooh, reverse attempt again from Ingram this time, I should say. Bess fired that one through a little more quickly to the gloves of Finn Bean. No run. Getting through the over, just the 2 to come. Here he is again, right, just about on the crease line. It's swept aerially for 6 runs. Must admit I lost it, but you could just tell by the way the 2 Yorkshire fielders were looking that it must have been in the air, and it's gone all the way. Nicely played, Colin Ingram, who's on to 64.
I think it just about bisected the fielders because neither of them was able to leap to try and catch.
Here's Bess, and Ingram pats this one back into the offside to complete the over. 192 for 4. I think they need the physician on the field out there, Nick, at the moment, because he'll be taking the heart rates of the two Glamorgan batsmen who've got the run rate up to 2.78.
No,
They'll be feeling a little flush.
No. Welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra with that particular bit of Mickey taking from Jonathan Doidge, and the context is that Glamorgan's run rate has been quite slow throughout this match. It's been around about 2.5. Yorkshire's was about 3.7, but Glamorgan would rather be in their position than Yorkshire's. That position is at 192 for 4, a lead of 268, and we've been speculating all morning about when a declaration might come, and we're in the position where Yorkshire now have flung almost everyone back on the boundary. They've got 2 players saving the single, apart from the bowler and keeper. One on either side of the wicket. 192 for 4 as White bowls, and that's an elegant off drive from Callaway, and they'll pick up a couple of runs as it's fielded at wide long off by George Hill. 194 for 4. The only wicket to fall this morning has been that of Kieran Carlson, who was bowled by Dom Bass for 53. Bass's 3rd wicket of the innings, 3 for 74. He's operated non-stop this morning from the River Taff end, as we expect to see an awful lot of spin from that end during the Yorkshire second innings as well. As White is in to Callaway again, plays it on the leg side down towards backward square, just the single on this occasion. And the wider context is that, if you missed it a couple of minutes ago, listeners just joining us, that Glamorgan have never won a First Division match at home. They have 3 First Division victories to their credit in the 2 seasons that they have been in the top flight, and all of those were away from home, which is a bizarre stat from the Glamorgan King of Stats, Dr. Hignell. White round the wicket to Ingram, who pulls it away down towards fine leg, just the single. They have tried a few quick singles. Ingram might have been run out early in the in proceedings today, when he was well out of his ground as the throw whizzed past them. 196 for 4. Callaway 17 on strike, had a half century in the first innings, the England Lions young all-rounder. White bowls and Callaway goes for a big hit on the leg side, and has got that one to the boundary. It just rolled up against the ropes. He was aiming to stick it somewhere over the stands. I don't think got fully hold of it, and the ball just managed to bisect mid-wicket and long on. You wouldn't have thought there was space to get a ball there, but he managed somehow. 200 up for Glamorgan, so the lead 276 overall in sunny Sapphire Gardens, where temperatures are somewhat less arctic than the previous few days. White in, bowls to Callaway, tucks that one away on the leg side. I think just the single as the throw comes in from fine leg, and it's a good one, landing right into the gloves of Finlay Bean. 201 for 4. Last delivery of the White over coming up. It's yielded 9 runs so far. So Glamorgan might give themselves the option of a lunchtime declaration, but given that there'll be around about 66 overs left at that point, I don't think they'll pull in at the interval. White bowls, Ingram drives all along the ground. There is no one saving the single on the leg side. They go through for the single. 10 off the over, 202 for 4. 70 overs gone. Ingram 66, Callaway 22. Most importantly, the lead is 278.
Nick Moxon has messaged in on X at Jonathan Doidge. He says, hi all, the inability to pick up batting points in the last few seasons has been a major concern. What are your thoughts, Jonathan? I've just got my breast back after yesterday. Leeds. Well, I've just looked through the last couple of seasons because my short-term memory is that of a goldfish. I'm okay in the moment these days, but ask me something from 30 years ago and I'm fine. 2 years ago, for example, in Div 2, batting points, well, Yorkshire topped the batting points table, Nick, with 41, so that would be a recent season. And then last year, back in Division 1, when they finished 7th, 21 batting bonus points compared to 36 with the ball. That compared unfavourably with 4 of the other 9 teams, in fact, unfavourably with 5 of the other 9 teams in the competition. Bess round the wicket bowling to Ingram, just didn't quite get fully over the top of it, but was gentle enough to get it down to long off for 1. So Yorkshire last year finished with 21 batting bonus points. Above them by 1 place were Essex with 27, 2 places above them Warwickshire with the same number of batting bonus points, 21. And further above them, Sussex with just 20 batting bonus points. So they were about mid-table on the batting bonus points front last year. 32 being the best for Notts, who were of course champions. As that's pushed away into the offside by Kellaway for 1 run. But I don't know. I mean, it depends how much stock you place on winning points and batting bonus points, I suppose. Nick, Durham, for example, were relegated and they got more both batting and they got more batting bonus points than Yorkshire, 30. They were only 2 behind with the ball. Still went down. Ingram is lofting one out towards long off. A bit of Fred Carno's out there. Not dissimilar to when Matthew Revis hit the deck earlier himself and was a victim of the soft ground. That was chipped, golf style really, by Ingram. And when it bounced, it kind of spun back on Rev, who was herring around the boundary. Fortunately, it spared his blushes by plugging slightly, and he was able to bring it in just inside the rope. And they got the 2 that they would have got anyway, you think. And this time Ingram with a lovely little fine paddle reverse sweep down beneath our commentary position, and I think he did get that back in before he hit the rope, Logan van Beek. They're going to get 3 for it anyway.
Some members of the crowd are disagreeing.
Yeah, well, I'd be happy to watch it again, but I felt like he'd flicked it clear of his body before he hit the rope. Here we go. We're going to get a chance to see it again, see if I'm right, or if I've completely and utterly got that wrong. Yep, flicks it back in. Oh, well, no, now then, yeah, second time. Probably the Glamorgan supporters are right, as Kellaway gets a thickish edge on this one down towards Adam Lythe. He definitely picks it up inside the rope, and Kellaway gets back for 2.
Well, it's all go at the moment. We've had the calm. This is the storm, maybe, for Yorkshire's bowlers, and we'll get the contest in earnest this afternoon.
Scoring rate up to a huge 2.98 as Bess is in, and that's punched out to extra cover where George Hill does the fielding. End of the over, 211 for 4, a 287 run lead. Referee Ian says, afternoon JD, enjoying the comms as always, easing me through my gardening day down here in Kent. I have to work bank holidays as always. With the wickets falling to spin, why not toss the ball to Golden Arm Adam Lythe, that usually comes up with a wicket or 2. Well, it's a possible thought, and they may still do that at some point. Now that's at Jonathan Doidge, or at Jonathan Doidge 1 on Instagram, and what was it again on Blue Sky? jonathandoidge.bsky.social. I better have a look on there and see if I've got any correspondence. Now I've mentioned it, and yeah, good morning to you, or good afternoon as it is now, to Lily, who's tuned in as the chairwoman of the Matthew Revis fan club.
Good afternoon to Lord Turnby. who says he's caught up on the highlights of the magnificent Dragons win in Paris, which I may have mentioned once or twice, with Newport RFC currently in possession of all 3 Super Rugby Cymru trophies, and the continuing rise of Ben Callaway, this surely endorses Newport's position as the epicentre of world sporting excellence. Van Beek is into bowl to Ingram, who slashes at a wide ball and misses it. Yeah, I'm not sure if Newport... Well, Newport's the birthplace of Ben Callaway because it's the hospital, but he's a Chepstow boy, really. He's product of the Chepstow Club. So, thank you, Lord Tenby. As Van Beek, right arm round, bowls, Ingram hits it into the offside, and it's really well stopped at short cover. Is that Wharton again? He's flung himself around a bit this morning. 2:11 for 4. 72nd over, so the scoring rate is in danger of ramping up to 3 runs and over overall. Ingram tries to sweep. I think might have got a bottom edge or a pad on it. It's just eluded Bean. In fact, he didn't get anything on it, says umpire Warren, and it's signalled as a bye. 2:12 for 4. Lead 288. So 300 run lead by lunch, but with 67 or 66 overs remaining, I'm not sure whether that would be enough for a required run rate of under 5 runs and over, around about 4.5. I wouldn't expect Carlson to pull us in at lunchtime, but there we are. We haven't seen much of Carlson captaining first class games. He's been occasional stand-in. As Van Beek is in to bowl, and that's played away on the offside, and there's a single. Callaway to 26. Ingram has 72. Man out this morning. Carlson bowled by Bass for 53. Looked like a bit of an inside edge to a ball that got a bit of turn from Dom Bass. Here comes Van Beek. Bowls wide of off stump. Ingram square drives for a single out to Whiteman in front of the grandstand at point. Not many in the grandstand. It's a square on view. Most obviously prefer to watch from the ends, but it's quite close to the boundary, so it's not a bad view on that side of the ground. I'm surprised there's anyone in the pavilion. It's miles away. 30 metres plus from the boundary rope before you start. Van Beek in, bowls Callaway, mistimes this one and manages to fail to get a single. Even though there was no one saving the single, he hit it back to the bowler. 214 for 4. Glamorgan lead by 270, and we've got 11 minutes until the lunch interval.
Yeah, the game just ticking along still, just under 3 and over. 69 overs remaining in the match, potentially. 290. And you don't see them pulling out at lunch, which is going to obviously help Yorkshire in the sense that it'll take more time out of the game, depending upon how long they go on for.
Yeah, as I say, there's not often that Carlson's, if at all, that Carlson's had to make that sort of decision. So it's new territory for him and for me trying to second guess it. North East missed one match last season due to paternity.
Ingram on strike then on 73, and Bess to bowl from the river end with a long on, long off. Square sweeper, looks to have just been sent deeper from the fairly tight extra cover position he was in. He's given him one there, really. Van Beek is to the left-hander at a short third man, and a little slash of a cut shot that's missed by Ingram, and also fumbled by Finlay Bean, and they've got through. Oh, not missed by Ingram, to be fair, to he and Beanie, because it was allowed as a run by umpire Nigel Long.
Yeah, Carlson captained one match last season, which was a home victory over Kent, and Kent were bowled out twice, and so Ingram didn't have to decide anything in terms of a declaration because Kent were batting first.
Field beginning to disperse. The right-handed Kellaway on strike. All bar one man on the leg side now is back on the boundary edge as Kellaway lays his bat on one out to backward point where Whiteman does the fielding, and they get a single. So running around the ones and presumably going to try and crack a few boundaries as well, this pair. Ingram back on strike. Best round the wicket, and Colin pushes into the gap on the offside. Wharton will come round to field. One run takes Colin Ingram to 75 from 135 deliveries. 8 points, of course, for draws these days. Yorkshire picked up a couple of bowling points in the Glamorgan first innings. No batting points for their 2-2-6. Kellaway running one down to backward point for a single. Of course, Glamorgan picked up one batting bonus point. 300 coming up after the 110 overs.
Yeah, we'll be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners at 1 o'clock. But 10 minutes to go until that.
Ingram back on strike. And Bess bowling to him here, and he's got underneath this one. It's bringing Revis into play at long off and safely pouched. Wicket number 5 goes down then, 218 on the board, and Colin Ingram's vigil at the crease comes to an end at 75 off his 136th delivery. The lead still then 294. Well played, Colin Ingram, for the second time in this match. He's had a good start to the season, and Don Bess has too, because that is his 4th wicket of this Glamorgan second innings from the 5 that have been taken, to go with the 3 that he managed in the first innings.
Caught by Matthew Revis off the bowling of Don Bess for 75.
Ageless in red ball terms, Colin Ingram, even though he turns 41 to match his number this summer, still keeps producing such classy performances and holding the team together. And well, with that sort of start to the season, you wouldn't bet against him still churning out those performances next year. Hello? Is that it?
Looks like it.
That's a declaration by the look of it. Well, that is an attacking declaration from Glamorgan if that's the case, because we've got 6 minutes to go until the scheduled lunch interval, which means that Yorkshire have only been set 295 to win.
Is that all?
And have 68 overs to do it. So it's around about 4.2 or thereabouts runs an over off the top of my head. So that is the end of the morning session. Glamorgan declare earlier than I expected. I thought they'd go on until after lunch. So that tells you what sort of captain Kieran Carlson is. We've had all the speculation about when Glamorgan would declare. They've haven't even continued until the lunch interval. So we will be back with commentary on a Yorkshire chase of 295 to win, and that will be at 1:34. So make sure your lunch is properly cooked, even if you are taking it 6 minutes early. Jonathan, Kenneth and myself will be back then.
With Glamorgan having declared, lunch is now being taken. They will be restarting at 13:33. I'll give you the rest of the details of the Glamorgan innings and the Yorkshire bowling figures in just a moment. So Glamorgan declared on 218 for 5. Ben Callaway was 28 not out. In that total, there was just one extra, one bowler. Here are the Yorkshire bowling figures. Ben Callaway, 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 21. Jack White, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 54. George Hill, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 30. Don Best, 30.5 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 87. Logan Brownbeek, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. And Matthew Revis, 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 10. So with that declaration, it means Yorkshire's target after lunch will be 295 to win from a minimum of 68 overs. I've got some latest scores from the other games taking place elsewhere today. I'm glad to report that play is taking place at Chestnut Street, but we are starting at Taunton, where Somerset are currently 232 for 2, leading Notts by 241. At Edgbaston, Surrey are 193 for 3, still trailing Warwickshire by 23. At Northampton, Lancashire were dismissed by Northampton their second innings for 194, but Northampton are now 24 for 3, still requiring a further 297 to win. At Chesterley Street, Durham have moved on to 111 for 4, leading Kent by 249. At Lords, Gloucestershire, following on against Middlesex, are 127 for 3, so they're trailing by 102 runs. At Leicestershire are now 155 for 5, still leading 326 to beat Sussex. And at Derby, Worcestershire 80 for 3, following on against Derbyshire. If you're seeking a score sheet for today's game, remember they're available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. And that's where you can also purchase copies of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook. Regarding refreshments, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There is, don't forget, a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks also available for purchase from the mobile unit beneath the Castet House stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks are also available for purchase from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. The Museum of Welsh Cricket will be open until the end of lunch, so you've got a chance to watch the short tribute film celebrating Hugh Morris's life and his massive contribution to cricket, as well as looking at the special display, which also pays tribute to Hugh. You can also purchase a copy of a special brochure called Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket, which has been produced and is available for purchase either from the museum or from reception. It costs £10, with all proceeds going to Ballintra Cancer Hospital. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, together with a range of other items and souvenirs are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. Finally, 2 dates for your diaries. Next Sunday, the 12th.
Glamorgan have declared on 218 for 5 in their second innings.
During the immediate post-apartheid period. The event will be starting shortly after 9:30 on Thursday morning. It's also taking place in the media centre.
just right. Popped his stuff at me. What, Andrew Bourne? Andrew, yeah. Well, no, if it's just a right, stuff's gone now, and we're back to there. It's at the end of the road, isn't it? Then it makes it too cold for people. Far better than the first 3 days, you. No, I don't think so. I mean, they might not go for him even.
So anyway, that's what I think. So I got it come down. Yeah. So it's been pretty good now. Good thing.
To open the batting for Yorkshire in their second innings, Adam Lythe and Finley B.
And a very warm welcome back to a sunny Sophia Gardens on this last day of the first championship fixture of the new season between Glamorgan and Yorkshire. And prior to lunch we had a perhaps surprising and bold declaration from Kieran Carlson. Just to give you a recap, overnight Glamorgan were 111 for 3, so they've added 107 runs. They were 18 for 5 when the call came in from Kieran Carlson, which means that Yorkshire need 295 to win in the second innings. So certainly not conservative from Mr. Carlson, the new 4-day captain. Glamorgan going all out on the attack. Did it catch you, Jonathan Dodge, slightly surprised that Glamorgan went for such an early declaration?
Yes, yeah, but I think Kieran Carlson's got to be applauded for that. He needs to give his own team enough time to bowl Yorkshire out for a second time for starters.
So it is Tim van der Hoogten from the River Taff end coming in 3 slips for the Dutch international, Australian born, and that's played by Adam Lythe, and there's no run. Adam Lythe, who made 37 in the first innings, is on strike. 3 slips, mid-off, mid-on, cover, point, mid-wicket, and there is a bit of protection at deep backward square for van der Hoogten, who steams in, bowls, and that's clipped fine all the way for 4. Just straying down leg was van der Hoogten, and Adam Lythe helped it on its way.
Yeah, I don't see Yorkshire going at this from the gun in that sort of gung-ho sense. risking wickets for runs at this stage. I suspect they'll just play each ball on its merits and try and get through this session and then see where they're at, really. If they're given opportunities to score, I'm sure they'll fancy taking them.
Conventional field for Van der Hoogten, who comes in and bowls, and that's a good length delivery, played to point, and there's no run. I think the faithful here at Sapphire Gardens would have expected Glamorgan to try and push for anything between 300 and 350, and with 2 overs to go when the declaration came, Carlson might have thought of telling his batters to have a thrash, but the call came, and he's left the door slightly ajar for Yorkshire. That's driven, not timed, and Wideish mid-off picks it up, hurls it back to Chris Cook, and there is a run, 5 for no wicket in the first over.
Yeah, I mean, sitting there right now, I'd just say hats off to him for that. He's kept it below 300. You know, you've got to think as the team batting second, you've still got to kind of back yourself in your minds at least that we can get these in 68 overs. But I think you've got to take a sensible approach.
Van der Hoogten coming around to Finley Bean, and that's played defendedly to mid-off. So the call came when Colin Ingram was caught out in the deep off the bowling of Dom Bess. He made 75, Colin Ingram, which followed his century in the first innings. So very influential again, the South African. Van der Hoogten coming in, and that's played on the leg side.
I think what you can...
And there's no run.
You can definitely say, Kenny, is that from a host's point of view, then you know, the mere fact that in the first match of the season down here that they've been able to be in a position to declare and give themselves a chance of winning a match is one of those moral victory in that sense. He doesn't get you any points, but it's a positive for the hosts that they've got themselves into a position like that. They're not chasing a game, they're not having to dig themselves out of a hole. So, you know, it's a positive start to the campaign, I'd say, whatever.
It's one of those, isn't it? You're lauded if it works, and then you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think there would have been a few games last year, which I might recap after the first ball of the second over.
Here's Ryan Hadley then from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to the left-handed Lyth, who pushes beautifully into the offside. That's a lovely shot by Adam Lyth. No doubt about that. Took it on the up and just controlled and timed it really nicely through the covers. So 9 without loss.
There was a game here against Derbyshire in the first block last year. At that point, Glamorgan had a wretched start. They hadn't won in their first 3 games, and that ebbed and flowed, and possibly an earlier declaration would have meant victory, but it's a tough balancing act.
Hadley in and bowling then, and Lyth plays into the leg side. There's no run. We welcome listeners to Sports Extra. Of course, we've started a few minutes before everybody else probably has, back after the tea break, with that declaration coming just a few minutes before lunch. And for those who are not aware, then Glamorgan pulled up stumps at 218 for 5. That was on the loss of Colin Ingram, who hit one to Matthew Revis at long off the bowling of Dom Bess. He was gone for 75. Ben Kellaway not out 28, 218 for 5. They've left Yorkshire needing 295 runs to win at the outset. And they're on 9 without loss as Lyth tucks one away off the hip this time, a ball short of length from Hadley, down to long to fine leg for 1. The Yorkshire bowling figures, for those who missed them, not sure we did go through them at the end of the innings. Only 2 wicket takers in Don Bess and Logan van Beek. Bess 30.5 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 87. He's had a good game, hasn't he? The Yorkshire standing skipper to go with the 3 for 42 in the first innings. 1 for 15 off 5 for Van Beek. None for 21 off 8 Ben Code, none for 54 off 13 Jack White, none for 30 off 11 George Hill, and none for 10 off 5 Matthew Revis in that Glamorgan second innings. Hadley to Bean, who drives firmly up to mid-off, no run, presented the full face of the blade there, Finlay Bean, and he looked in pretty good touch in his first innings without scoring a run. He was timing it quite nicely to the fielders on occasions, left the ball pretty well, struck a lovely straight boundary, and then the very next ball, the angle round the wicket to him just meant that he felt he needed to play at a ball from Van der Hoogten and nicked it behind. Hadley is coming round the wicket to him here as well, and that's full and blocked by Bean. So Glamorgan in their first game back in Division 1 for donkey's years.
21 years.
In the ascendancy on this final day. Not impossible, cricket being cricket, that Yorkshire can knock these runs off, but given their difficulties when spin came on in the first innings, you've got no reason to feel that it won't be equally as difficult unless Mason Crane just has a bad day with the ball and throws up a few freebies. Ben Callaway, of course, to bowl as well. The possibility of ace a try with some spin, and Kieran Carlson, as Hadley is in again, and that's turned to leg by Bean to complete the final ball of the over with a dot. Lyth on 10, Bean yet to get off the mark. It's 10 without loss after 2 overs, so 66 overs possibly remaining in this match, possibly rattling through them when spin comes on.
A few gulls going absolutely bonkers in the you can probably hear them over our effects mic here at Sophia Gardens. Yorkshire 10 for no wicket. The target is 295. And it will be Tim van der Hoogten. You wouldn't have thought it would be too long before we see the introduction of Mason Crane. We saw Don Bess going through a pile of work for Don Bess in Glamorgan's second innings. This is van der Hoogten, and just squares Lyth up slightly, and is played towards Mason Crane, who is fielding at mid-off. Lyth, the danger man, obviously top scorer for Yorkshire last season, the England Test international, and he looked as if he was going to push on in the first innings. Made 37 before he fell. In comes van der Hoogten. Oh, there's a shout, and just a bit streaky from Adam Lyth. It was a half muffled appeal.
Yeah, inside edge onto his pad, I think.
Do you see the replay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just nipped it back slightly at him, didn't it, Tim van der Hoogten?
Bit of movement off the bowling off Tim van der Hoogten. 2 slips now. In he comes. Bowls. Just those 2, that's a dot ball incidentally, 2 unconventional fielders, what you'd call silly mid-off, and there's one just adjacent to him.
Yeah, they obviously think Adam Lyth is going to get under the ball. I can tell you that one of his 2 signature strokes for my money would be through in that area. Does tend to get over the top of it really well, but who knows, if it's a slow pitch, might get there too soon with the bat and loft it.
Van der Hoogten in the sunshine at Cardiff, and that's played down nicely. It'll go all the way for 4. There's no third man. Yes, it does. Just has the legs to beat Ben Callaway for a boundary.
Yeah, so a few early runs coming. Obviously, Kieran Carlson is attacking, and that's what it's all about for him at the moment. There's always the option to defend later on if things get that little bit tighter. You know the drill. The fielding side can slow the game down if they need to.
Still just over 65 overs remaining today. Van der Hoogten to Lyth, and that's defended. And there's no run as the ball's hurled back to keeper Chris Cook. Few dotted around Sophia Gardens on the final day on this glorious bank holiday. I say glorious, it is a bit chilly out there. Everybody in coats. But it's good that we have the possibility of a result on the final day. Charging in is Van der Hoogten, and that's dug out by Lyth towards mid-on, and that is the end of the over. Yorkshire, with the target of 295, are 14 without loss. Lyth has all of the 14 runs.
Yeah, just watching him, technically speaking, you know, in 7 seasons watching him play just about every ball that he's played, there's not been much in the way of tinkering with his technique during that time. He knows his own game really well. Just got that little trigger movement that you'll see as the bowler is about to deliver. It's quite a chilled out, measured sort of stance, isn't it? Just a couple of little taps of the bat. And as I mentioned, that signature shot through extra cover where he just languidly lays his bat on the ball and times it so well. But it's Finlay Bean on strike here, who plays this first delivery of Ryan Hadley's over back to the big man. Just thinking then, when Van der Hoogten was bowling, quite a muscular sort of figure, isn't he? And the way that sports science has gone and cricket fitness has gone and changed over the years. You know, we talk about this often on commentaries about bowling fitness and the Trumans of this world getting fit for bowling by bowling. And of course these days it's gym fitness, isn't it, to some extent as well, much greater extent perhaps than it was in the past. As in comes Hadley, and he bangs that one in short and across the face of Bean, who leaves. And so they're looking more muscular. So quite often I'll look at a player on the field and you think, hey, he could play rugby, this lad. I always think Matthew Potts when he plays for Durham, got a big pair of thighs on him, the lad, you know, centre, something like that. Ryan Hadley, you'd stick him in the line out, I guess, at this.
He certainly was.
Game between these lads. And Van der Hoogten, you know, he might make a winger, full-back, something like that, bit of pace if he had it.
Yeah, my first chance of having a look at Hadley.
Comes in now, bowls, and that's turned to leg by Bean, I think off the thigh pad. You could hear the big thud audibly from up here. Yep, that's acknowledged as well by umpire Russell Warren, so leg by.
Came late in the day, of course, with James Harris. I spoke on commentary. I saw James this morning on Cathedral Road having a coffee, explaining that he's taken a job with a Danish firm who specialise in golf equipment but are getting into the cricket market. So we wish James well, but of course it meant that Hadley came late on. He will be with Glamorgan for the first block of 6.
And he comes again then. The ball to Lyth with that trigger movement across the crease. Bang that one in short. Lyth happy to cower out of the way of it. Yeah, he's got slightly, I mentioned yesterday, slightly 10 to 2 feet, hasn't he? When he walks and runs, Ryan Hadley. Reminds me a bit of the great Leeds RL and Great Britain winger of yesteryear, John Atkinson. .15 without loss. Lyth on 14 of those 15 plus a leg by, and he's across and covering off stump and watching another one go by. So as we thought, really, Yorkshire, I don't think they're going to be, at least at the outset, thinking they're going to be drawn into doing anything stupid. That's not to say that somebody won't,
but suggest that declaration might be an indication of Kieran Carlson's character, maybe less cautious than, and no disrespect to someone like Sam Northeast possibly.
That's good. You know, if it brings into that equation that debate about draw point again as well. Hadley in, punched away into the offside by Lyth, no run. End of the over, 15 without loss, 279 the deficit, so 280 to win for Yorkshire, or 10 wickets for Glamorgan. Draw points, 8 at the moment for a draw. It was a few years ago 5. Some people thought that was too few, maybe, but if you have fewer points for a draw, then clearly you're going to be more interested in setting up games for wins. I don't know, maybe you go to 6 points. I know it's only the difference of a point, but across a season, takes a bit off one and puts it back on the other. But there's obviously been criticism of 8 points being too many, and therefore teams are not inclined to risk
to go for
defeat.
it. No.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten continues from the River Taff end, coming in round the wicket bowls, and that's played firmly by Finlay Bean, the stand-in wicket keeper, given Johnny Bairstow's fractured thumb on the first day.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting call, Yorkshire selection for Friday's match. What they do with regard to keeping, as I mentioned, Harry Duke. Who knows? Dukey, I'm not sure if you're watching or listening. Hello if you are, but he's next man in line.
Van der Hoogten in, firmly struck, and that's they needn't bother running for that. Past wide-ish mid-off for 4. Struck firmly by Bean, and that's him on the scoreboard.
Yeah, cracking shot through extra cover. Those two men up. As long as you either pierce the gap or make sure you get over the top of it. Reaction time for those two fielders, if you hit it well, is brief. And he's got it just past the far of those two close-in fielders, hasn't he? Man who's a bit straighter.
Yeah, bisected those perfectly as Van der Hoogten comes in. He's played on the onside this time, and there's no run. 19 for no wicket. Just a recap, if you are just joining us, there was an early declaration prior to lunch by Kieran Carlson after the dismissal of Colin Ingram, with Glamorgan adding 107 to their overnight tally. They declared on 218 for 5. They had a 76 lead, of course, so the target for Yorkshire is 295 to win. They are 19 for none. Van der Hoogten, and that is left outside off stump by Finlay Bean. It's been hard work for the seamers this morning. Not much on offer. The wickets to fall were that of Kieran Carlson, that spun sharply off the bowling of Dom Best. He couldn't believe that he was bowled, actually. Went through the gate. We saw a similar one from Mason Crane yesterday, and the other Colin Ingram, who hauled out to Matthew Revis at long off. Van der Hoogten in, gets everything behind that resolutely, does Finlay Bean, and it's another dot ball.
Yeah, averaging just over 34 now, Finn. 2,400 plus runs in 44 first-class matches. 6 centuries and another 6 half-centuries, and a highest that he made at Trent Bridge last year of 224, when later in the season, in that good campaign that Yorkshire had in the 50-over comp, he also made a blistering ton at Scarborough.
Van der Hoogten in, and again firmly struck towards mid-on. It's another dot ball, just the one boundary then off that Tim Van der Hoogten over. We've had 5 in the Yorkshire second innings. The visitors are 19 for no wicket, with Lyth on 14 and Finn Bean on 4.
Yeah, playing with it himself at the moment, as is Adam Lyth. Neither of them going at the ball, trying to make scoring opportunities out of nothing. They're just waiting for the bad one and just trying to get themselves in here. And they'll hope to be in once Kieran Carlson decides that he's seen enough of seam and he brings on the spinners. Mason Crane, you'd think, still the particular danger. In comes Hadley, ball short of length, tucked away off the hit by Adam Light, the square for a single. Which brings Finlay back onto strike. I can tell you that Finn Beanie made his debut at Old Trafford back in the 2022 season, right at the end of towards the end of the campaign. Got a 40 odd, I think it was, in his first knock. I'll tell you more in a moment, but Hadley back at his mark here. Shirt hanging out, as been the way of most of the bowlers in this match. He's in and bowling, and Bean turns that one into the leg side. It's well short of Van der Hoogten, so they come through 4-1. So Finlay Bean's average year on year, 2023, he averaged 46.8 from 983 runs. That was the season where he was left out for that match at Durham when Saud Shakeel played, and then was back in for the second innings because Shakeel was concussion substituted out of the match, and he finished that agonising 17 runs short of 1,000 first class in the season. He got 3 tons that year. That was a Division 2 season, as was 2024. He got 2 centuries then, averaging 33.9, 746 runs. Lyth working one wide of Van der Hoogten. They've got 1 and they're going to settle on that. Then in 2025, 13 first class matches last year for Finn, 22 knocks, 555 runs at 26.42. 1 century, which he of course made into that double I mentioned, and 150. So he found things more of a challenge last year, I think fair to say, averaging 26 and a bit, and he's got another go at things this time around, and he's on strike right now. 2 slips in place. Hadley in round the wicket, high elbow from Bean, drops it into the leg side, and there is no run. They put together a really good opening, understanding, the pair of them. I know they love batting together, they've both spoken about that. They were averaging 60 odd at one stage as an opening pair, which is obviously a great base on which to launch your innings as a team. I think that would have reduced last year in particular. Hadley making his way in again. Round the wicket once more, full and blocked by Bean. There's a third man, a fine leg, as well as those 2 slips behind the bat. And then in the onside, these 2 left-handers, of course, there's a man in at mid-wicket, squarish mid-wicket. On the 1, Van der Hoogten is at mid-on. In fact, the man squarish at mid-wicket, Sean Dixon's just been sent back a few yards and now behind the umpire. And then Garrett Carlson at mid-off. There's a short extra cover and a point. And Hadley bowls the final ball of the 6th over. And Dixon probably would have been spot on to save a 1 had he not been moved. But in the end, he has to run round, and they concede a single off the last ball to Finlay Bean, who's finished the over on 6. Lyth on 16. 23 without loss. A further 272 runs needed by Yorkshire to win, and still 10 wickets for Glamorgan to do so.
Nothing much going on so far, and there will be a first change. Well, unsurprisingly, they've called on the spin of Mason Crane, who took 5 in Yorkshire's first innings, and he'll be bowling from the same end as Dom Best was earlier on, and the end that saw some success for him in the first innings. It does seem, if there is going to be a breakthrough, he's going to be central to that.
Yeah, this is where the pressure begins. from the batter's perspective. Really, the ball's been ragging around throughout the match, hasn't it? And none more so than from the right hand of this man.
So he set the field. There's protection, long on, long off. Deep cover. There's an extra cover. Mid-wicket. And there's one slip in. And that's pulled aggressively. And that'll go all the way behind square on the onside for 4. Bit of a loosener to start from Mason Crane. And meat and drink for Finlay Bean.
Yeah, but it was just a typical sort of poor leg spinner's delivery. And let's not forget, of course, he's bowling leg spin against 2 lefties here. So
rejigging the field now.
Challenging the inside rather than the outside edge of the bat the majority of the time, you'd think.
Deep backward square, and there's a deep mid-wicket now, and that's pulled. And it's going to go all the way for a maximum. So that was dragged down short, and Bean was all over that. So 2 loose deliveries from Mason Crane to start. He wasn't going to miss out there. It was Finlay Bean, who moves on to 16 now. Same score as Adam Lythe. So there are 2 men sweeping on the onside. 1 slip, which is Colin Ingram, and there's a short leg. Crane in, and there's a repeal for a catch, I believe.
Mason Crane's first innings wickets, by the way, were all right-handers. None of them lefties.
Yeah, just
he's got 2 lefties to bowl at here.
Thought Bean had a tickle down leg side, which he didn't. Bean gets to the pitch of the ball, and there is no run. 33 for none. The target, to remind you, is 295 for victory for Yorkshire. In the 7th over, declaration coming prior to lunch, somewhat surprisingly. Crane in, and that's missed everything, taken by Chris Cook on the leg side. 261 the deficit. So there was a carrot dangled by Kieran Carlson before lunch. Crane coming in his first spell, and that's left. And that is the end of the over. So a bit of a loosener for Mason Crane to start off with. And Yorkshire started quite briskly. In reply, 33 for none.
Yeah, and just given both Mason Crane and Kieran Carlson a little bit to think about there.
Switching
2 left-handers.
the Cathedral Road end,
Because
Tim Van
as he just found, if you don't land it right, turning the ball that way, then they can meet that with a lovely free swing of the bat, the lefties, as Finlay Bean just did with those 2 boundaries. Van der Hoogten coming back on at this Cathedral Road end of the ground, so spin and seam. Ben Kellaway can of course bowl off spin, as we saw in the first innings, so he could challenge the outside edge of the lefty's bat, but not turning to him just yet. Lythe on strike, and he just drops that out into the offside nicely. There's no run. Plenty of encouragement around from the Glamorgan boys, and it's nicely poised, this. A lot of work for both sides to do in the 60 overs that remain in the contest. Van der Hoogten round the wicket. Lythe just touches that one out to Kellaway, who is at point, and there is no run. A lot of work for both sides to do, as I say, and Kellaway, you'd think, is going to get through a fair bit of that himself as the day goes on. Ball back with Van der Hugten, who's on the approach now. Lyth leaving one wide of off stump. Adam Lyth, well, his recent card in first class cricket, he's made 1,000 on numerous occasions now. 2010, 2014 he made 1,619 runs, 1,133 in 2016, and then didn't manage to get there again till 2023, but then has knocked off 3 successive years of 1,000 in a season. And he's going to get 4 more runs here. Ball wide of off stump that he's driven up fairly firmly. It's taken towards the outside edge. There's no third man in place. He knows if he gets enough on it, he's going to get a bit of joy, and that boundary takes him to 20. 258 now needed for the win. And his average in recent seasons going back up, 48.52 in 2023. He averaged nearly 58 in the 24 season, 51 again back in Division 1 last year. Van der Hugten is in and bowling at him now, and he's over the top of that and plays into the offside. And Nick is back.
It's quite the start, isn't it? I was walking around the square of the wicket when Mason Crane came on. I must admit I had to take cover because I didn't see that 6 coming. I don't think the fielder on the boundary did either. Scattered a couple just above me.
Yeah, picked up nicely. Here's Van Hugten to Lyth. This time that's a much more confident shot down to third man. He's just waited and he's laid his bat on that, playing the shot with a lovely late cut. It's a shot I always admire because I always found it difficult to play and get it right. So 4 more to him, 24 to Lyth, 41 without loss. Finley been on 16, and now 254 needed in 60 overs. So it's just bubbling up into a much more interesting game than it might have done had Kieran Carlson decided that his team were going to go on longer, and his team can still win this, there's no doubt about that. If Mason Crane really gets going and gives it a rip, he'd have to be a little bit more accurate though than he was in that first over. He's just bowled from the river end, and he's going to be bowling now to Finley Bean.
In comes Crane then, running towards us from the River Taff end, and forward goes Bean to defend on the offside. I'm just really surprised that Glamorgan didn't give themselves at least those extra 2 overs until lunch and go for 310 off 66, something like that. Personally, I'd have batted on a little after lunch. There's been drives on the leg side, shouts of catch it, but it's just run out gently towards Hadley, who swapped positions with Gorvin once they saw Bean's attacking intent on that leg side of the ground, with Hadley the taller of the 2 men by some 7 inches or so, positioned at mid-wicket. Now he's going a bit squarer. Get your tall men on the boundary where you think the ball's going, as you see so often in T20 Blast. 42 for North Yorkshire, chasing 295, as that's driven stylishly by Lyth into the offside. This time they will be able to come back for 2. I wouldn't say comfortably, but reasonably securely, as they turned and ran with determination. An unexpected opportunity maybe offered to Yorkshire, who might have been expecting Glamorgan to back them out of the game first. Crane bowls, and has turned on the leg side. That'll be another single, as it eludes ace a try, but short leg. 45 without loss, Yorkshire. 250 needed to win. Feeling that Glamorgan need to strike soon. As Crane bowls, and he's beaten the defensive jab of being there. Cook couldn't take it cleanly.
Yeah, I think Finley Bean's look has gone from the crease here, hasn't it? If you're going to sit back, you're just sort of inviting that extra bit of turn and bite.
That one did spin sharply, almost bowled him. Oh, and that one he had not much idea of either, because it's capped low. Chris Cook managed to take it somehow, and the replay will show us how sharply that one spun. Well, it hasn't turned sharply, but it has kept low and hit Chris Cook on the pad, the keeper, but about shin high.
So you were saying what a couple of balls ago? Yeah, things can change very quickly, so a lot of game time to go. I certainly wouldn't be panicking if I was the host at the moment with those runs on the board. And if Carlson can get his bowlers to just land it consistently, then it's going to be incumbent on Yorkshire, if they're trying to win the match, to try and find the runs from those deliveries, and maybe at some point during the afternoon take a few risks. I still don't see them in the short term doing that, and they haven't done in the 9-0s we've seen so far. They put the bad ball away basically and try to look after the rest. Here's Van der Hoogten. Bowls now. Lyth gets another nice freebie to flick away backward of square leg. And he'll pick up a comfortable 2.
I wonder how long before we see Callaway from this end.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too long now.
So I think he alternated with Crane in the first innings from the far end, but you'd expect to see them bowling in tandem.
Van der Hoogten in again. Lyth, lovely straight blade in defending that. Does Mason bowl at, does he switch ends regularly? Does he tend to bowl at the river end, or how does it normally work with him? Does it depend on whereabouts on the square they're playing?
Yeah, tends to bowl at the river end. Mind you, he only played the 5 championship games last season. Callaway probably has bowled more from the river end than the Cathedral Road end. I mean, the Yorkshire formula this morning was seam from this end, spin from the river end.
Van der Hoogten in round the wicket. Lyth leans into it. Again, lovely touch play. Can't get a run though. Callaway was sprightly at point. Irish Grand National, of course, today, Nick. I'm sure you're all over that one.
I'll leave you to bring the nation the results.
Traditional Easter Monday fair at Fairy House. Over there. The wider Dublin area. Van der Hoogten in and bowling again. Lyth from the crease drops into the offside, and there's no run. It's a handy start. 47 without loss after 9.4, and in terms of the rate, up towards the 5-run mark.
Steve West on social media, more than surprised at our early declaration. We need draw points at least from this game. Well, that was brave. We'll either be congratulating or castigating Mr. Carlson at the close.
Here's Van der Hoogten, lovely shot by Lyth, half stopped by the diving Callaway. They're going to pick up 1 through square cover. Add them on to 30. 48 without loss.
Stubbsy asks, are they feeling okay with regard to the declaration? Edward Cooper also surprised when it came at that time.
Yeah, well, everybody wants a word about the declaration, don't they? It's standard fare, really.
Oh, yes.
Standard fare. In comes Van der Hoogten. It's turned square on the leg side for 4 by Finley Bean. Lovely shot. Just used the pace of the ball right over the top of it. Waited for it really well. And that takes him to 21. And the score to 52. So they've got a half-century opening partnership again, this pair. 10 overs in. And yeah, he continues to bull up to an interesting finish.
remarkable stuff from Yorkshire. The Around in Wales account says in previous seasons we've been rather guilty of declaring too late. No more than anyone else, I don't think. But Crane into his third over, 0 for 14. 10 of those off his first 2 balls. In he comes. Bowls to Lyth, who plays no shot.
I think you've got to try and be as fair and objective as you can with your declaration comments. You know, I think everybody has rose-tinted spectacles of some form or other, let's be honest, but you've got to try and see the objectivity of it.
Crane bowls and Lyth plays it back to him.
If Glamorgan go on to win this match by, you know, a wicket, well, a few runs I should say, not a wicket, close run thing towards the end of the day, then brilliant piece of captaincy.
Crane bowls and Lyth drives into the offside, well stopped by Carlson at cover.
If they lose this by 7, 8, 9, 10 wickets, then you're probably going, well, okay, he had a go, but they just didn't bowl well enough. You know, you've got to rely on your bowlers to do the job as well. It's not just down on the captain, is it?
Crane bowls, and that's cut away nicely by Lyth, down towards third man. They'll take a couple. They might try a third. They will try a third. That's well run by Bean to come back to the striker's end. Lloyd Harris on Blue Sky says would have been easy to keep batting and take a draw, but I like the boldness of the declaration and going for a win. As Bean moves to 21, the total to 55 without loss. Crane in, bowls, Bean drives to mid-off, and there's no run. Well, that's why I thought it was important to, you know, put my views out there early on. I thought it was too early, the declaration, you know, and I'll be happy to admit I was wrong if Glamorgan win the game. Bean drives to short mid-wicket, no run, 3 off the over, 55 for naught after 11. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come. Yorkshire are 55 without loss in their second innings. They need a total of 295 to win off 68 overs at 4.34 runs an over after a Glamorgan declaration before the scheduled lunch interval and earlier than many observers, including myself, expected. 218 for 5 when Kieran Carlson called them in. He'd made 53. Colin Ingram 75, top scorer again, and Ben Callaway was 28 not out. They called them in at 6 minutes before 1 o'clock. So Yorkshire have a chance to win this game. They've started really powerfully through Lyth 33 not out and Bean 21 not out. Glamorgan need wickets soon. 55 for naught, Yorkshire.
And Van der Hoogten bowling here to Adam Lyth, dropping the ball out into the offside first up there. And there is no run. And we can have a little scurry around the grounds as well in a mo. See what's going on elsewhere in the middle session on the final day. Down at Taunton, they're back on. Nottinghamshire 8 without loss in the second innings, the champs, against Somerset, needing 409 to win off 57.1, which is highly unlikely. And that's punched out into the offside by Lyth, but straight to Callaway, no run. Sticking my neck on the line there, Nick, with a highly unlikely 409 off 56. Surrey 314 for 3 in the 85th over. They're 98 runs ahead against Warwickshire at Edgbaston with 7 wickets remaining. Not done and dusted yet.
Yeah, more or less saved it, haven't they?
Van der Hoogten coming in to bowl here to Lyth, who's in and plays that beautifully through the offside. That's going to be a boundary once again. Not quite the languid lay on of the bat. He did offer a little push at it, but it was still excellently executed shot, which beat the dive of Eddie Byram, who's at short extra cover. Div 2, Northants 111 for 6 are staring down the barrel against Lancs in the first match of the season. Just the 4 wickets remaining and 57 overs for Lancashire to get them because they're 200 and odd in front. They are playing as well up at the Riverside, where Kent are 29 for 1 in the second innings, 328 in front as Van Hookton bowls to Lythe. Beautiful shot, short and wide, and he's crunched that one away past the diving in vain point. Picks up 4 more. He's into the 40s here, Adam Lythe, 63 without loss. So yeah, Kent, as I say, 328 behind with 9 second innings wickets remaining, so it's there for Durham to have a good couple of sessions and really put pressure on Kent. Also in Div 2, Gloucestershire 180 for 8, 49 behind Middlesex's only innings so far, and with just 2 wickets remaining down at Lords, it looks like the hosts could be getting winning points there, as Lythe played one back to Van der Hoogten. And the only other match in play is also in Division 2, where Worcestershire are 177 for 5, so they're 136 behind Derbyshire's 625 for 8 second time around, and with just those 5 wickets remaining, Derbyshire looking pretty good to try and finish off with winning points in their opener for the season as well. Had a good year, of course, in Div 2 last year, as Lythe turns that one in front of square on the leg side, but fielded in there, no run. So 64 without loss, 231 for Yorkshire to win, still 10 wickets needed by Glamorgan.
Yeah, so Van der Hoogten has not offered anything like his usual economy. It's rare that he goes over 3 runs and over, and he's going at 6s at the moment. 64 for North Yorkshire after 12 overs, so they're well ahead of the required run rate. 63 for North, I think that's board adjusted there. Lythe has 41, Bean has 21. So Mason Crane will maybe bowl all afternoon, or the rest of the afternoon from that River Taff end. May alternate him with Kellaway at that end, I suppose, and rotate the seamers at this end. But I think you have to be aware really that Glamorgan don't have the depth of bowling in this match that they often had last season. Crane is in to bowl, and that's driven back to him by Bean. Short leg and a slip, the usual incumbents. Ingram at slip, Tribe at short leg. Some sort of red shin pads visible as usual, as that one gets an inside edge from Bean, but safely down to fine leg. Gorvin does the fielding, and they're through for a single. Callaway was doing a little gentle warming up at cover, so you would expect him, I think, to be on before Gorvin. Neither of them had a success in the first innings. As forward comes Lythe, pushing out on the offside. And you do wonder whether Glamorgan might at some point this season play an extra bowler and one batter fewer and move the likes of Callaway and Cook up to 5 and 6 potentially. Crane in bowls. Lythe plays no shot. Through it goes to Cook. So Crane gradually finding some rhythm after seeing his first 2 balls pulled for 4 and 6 by Finlay Bean. That's Lythe who is outshining his partner on the scoreboard, as he allows another one to go through outside off stump. Yorkshire scoring at 5 and over pretty much. In comes the next delivery and shoots a catch, but I don't think it was aerial. It squirted down to Gorvin, who's in a strange sort of leg gully position. 64 for naught at the end of a more economical over from Crane.
Yep. Glamorgan will be thankful for that. 4 overs for 18. Ben Kellaway is now coming on at this Cathedral Road end, so spin twins. But yeah, Crane is not kind of on it as much as he was in the first innings, and that could offer Yorkshire a few more scoring opportunities, and of course just makes things a bit more challenging for him bowling at the 2 lefties at the moment. So big job for these two to continue doing, thanks to Josh Wilmer, who by the sound of things is viewing or listening, who's thrown in the stat that it's the 28th time that Bean and Lyth have passed 50 together in first class cricket, which is I think underlining what I was saying about them being a successful opening partnership, and Yorkshire's most solid for quite some time, since Lyth and Lees really, I would have said, a decade or so ago, as Finley Bean gets, well, a ball that shoots underneath his bat as he tries to play the cut shot, and there may be the odd danger for Yorkshire from that point of view. Wouldn't want to clatter one onto your stumps. Finley on 22, 64 without loss. Kellaway bowling round the wicket with his off spin. Bean plays that one into short extra cover. There's a leg slip as well as an orthodox slip, a point, a sweeper square on the offside, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, straight mid wicket, and a deep backward square leg just a few yards inside the boundary. Kellaway, and again Bean gives himself room and finds the offside sweeper with a single. If we do get to the situation where Yorkshire are kind of going well and have rubbed off a certain percentage of these, and the feel of things out there will change, and Kieran Carlson will have to start thinking about defending and also slowing the game down. Kellaway in, Lyth turns that one to him in his follow through. A long way off that at this moment in time. Interesting final day incoming here as Lyth turns one backward of square leg. We'll pick up a single.
Yeah, I think the chances of a draw are dropping somewhat at the moment.
You'd say so, but all 3 results still possible.
Well, make it all 4 results. We had a tie for Glamorgan a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I'm usually commentating with a pedant when I say that. It'll be somebody like Ant or Marty.
Well, I was on the mic for the final ball of the final day, with 1 to win, and Jamie McIlroy was brilliantly caught by the Gloucestershire keeper James Bracey, diving one-handed without a glove on that hand.
Really?
Yeah, because basically 1 to win, the keeper thinks, well, if he misses it, they'll try and run a bye, so he'd taken the glove off, so he had a better chance of effecting a run out. But he got a catch instead and clung on to it.
Closest I got was that game against Northants at Headingley, where Yorkshire won by 1 run.
Here comes Crane. And to bowl, Lyth turns it to short fine leg, no run. Tony Haynes, having been drawn back into watching red ball cricket via the excitement of white ball matches, I understand why declaring too early can be dangerous. Can you explain in simple terms the dangers of declaring too late? Well, indeed, after this delivery from Crane. And it almost gets through. It, I think, took a bottom edge, dribbled through towards Chris Cook. Yell of excitement. Basically, you have to leave yourself long enough for your bowlers to claim 10 wickets. So you'd have thought 55 overs would be the minimum you'd want for that, as that one is defended by Lyth, because obviously the fewer overs you have to bowl at the opposition, the less chance you have of bowling them out. So if a side is too conservative with the declaration, take it ultra cautious and take it out of the reach of the opposition winning. Crane in, bowls, Lyth plays on the leg side, no run. You also to some degree lessen the chances of the bowling side winning, so it is a fine balance. 66 without loss. Yorkshire, we're in the 15th over. Crane in, bowls, Lyth sweeps, and that's down towards backward square. It's not fielded cleanly by Byram, but he manages to prevent the second run anyway. Just looking to see whether the fielders on that leg side might be peering into the sun to some degree. 67 for naught. Just the single taken. Leg slip now added to short leg and slip. Crane bowls. A big appeal for LBW given. Crane celebrates. He has the breakthrough that Glamorgan needed. Crane will be Glamorgan's main man if they're to launch a victory bid. And Yorkshire lose their first wicket after a bright and breezy start. They're 67 for 1.
Yeah, and how important could that be? Breaking the left-hander's stranglehold with the bat out there and bringing in the righties. As I said, Mason Crane's all 5 wickets were against right-handers in the first innings. And Finlay Bean, he's just not got far enough forward, has he, to put some doubt in the umpire's mind, really. He's only half forward, and it looks reasonable on first viewing. Does the call. If he could have thrust that front pad out just a little bit further, you might have felt Nigel Long might have said not too sure. But he got a good view of it and raised the index finger. So 23 to Finn Bean. Another good opening partnership from the pair of them, 67 in just the 15 overs. But it does open the door to the right-handers now for Mason Crane, because in coming at 3 is Sam Whiteman.
The incoming batter for Yorkshire is Sam Whiteman.
Now, he had a very promising first innings, didn't he, from the Yorkshire point of view? 48 off 54 balls. Looked smooth and composed at the crease. As you would expect from a guy who's been playing Sheffield Shield cricket for 14, 15 seasons or so. Afternoon to Trevor Freeman, who's fully concentrating on us now on the stream from Dublin. Greg Lewis. Feelings among fans in the pavilion stand gone from relaxed mid-morning to a little stressed and uncertain this afternoon. A little less stressed the home supporters, and I have to report from my circuit of the ground a view of the first topless chap of the season in the crowd. As Callaway starts a new over, bowls to Lyth, who cuts effectively down towards backward point and picks up 4 runs.
First topless chap. Haven't got the bins with me.
No, I think he's must have moved or put a top on by now, because he's not where he was.
In comes Callaway then again, and Lyth working off his legs. Will pick up 1 run. 72 for 1, trailing by 222.
Thank you, Richie.
And Whiteman to face the off spinner for the first time. Short leg slip, ring field with a square sweeper on the offside. Big job here to do for the Yorkshire-born Aussie. If that's not a contradiction. As Callaway is in and Whiteman pushes back to him. All still to play for. A chink of light, I guess, for both sides at this moment in time. 52.5 overs to go. Carlson just drops himself out a few extra yards, and Callaway asks Ryan Hadley to do the same at mid-on. Oof, and then Whiteman from the crease struggles and just manages to keep out that latest Callaway delivery. Shakes his head in disbelief that he didn't get a wicket there, Ben Callaway. Boundary 1 and then successive dots, and he's bowling at Whiteman, who turns that one to mid-on and gets a single. And my apologies, of course, as well. I said it's opened the door to the right-handers. It hasn't yet, because Sam Whiteman is, of course, a lefty. But it will do soon. James Wharton, George Hill, Will Luxton, Matthew Revis, Don Bess, all right-handers. And in he comes again, Callaway, and Lyth turns that one to mid-wicket. No run, Sean Dixon doing the fielding. So end of the over, Adam Lyth 48. Sam Whiteman off the mark with a single, 73 for 1 and 52 overs for Glamorgan to take 9 more wickets, or Yorkshire to score 222 more runs. Time for a change.
Kenneth Davis will come in alongside me. We'll try not to be too partisan in the next half hour or so. And Yorkshire supporters, welcome to email in as well on glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Lily watching the stream with a cup of Yorkshire tea. I'm not sure if we've got Yorkshire tea here, but Johnson can go and have a cup of tea of some variety, or probably decaf coffee in his case. Crane, having made the breakthrough, bowls, and Whiteman is propping forward cautiously, pushing it out on the offside.
Yorkshire tea, it should be Glengettie.
As Crane bowls, Whiteman pokes it away on the offside for a single out towards deep cover. Van der Hoogten just picks up and lobs it back to the nearest fielder, Sean Dixon, rather than risking his shoulder unnecessarily by pinging a throw in. 74 for 1. Crane with 3 around the bat, bowls to Lyth, who plays defensively to try but short leg, no run. Crane usually gives the ball a couple of flicks from one hand to another somewhere in the process, walking back, and even as he starts off to run in. Oh, that's a full toss, and it's smeared away, and it'll be 4 runs for Lyth, and that will bring up his half-century off just 56 deliveries. As we welcome 5 Sports Extra listeners with the news that Yorkshire have made an adventurous start in their chase of 295 to win. They are 78 for 1, and Adam Lyth has just reached his half-century off 57 balls. The only wicket to fall out of Bean, LBW Crane for 23, as Lyth drives back past the bowler, with Crane only able to get a fingertip to it, and Lyth takes a single. 79 for 1, and 3 round the bat, so plenty of run scoring options on offer if Yorkshire do take a risk or two. as Whiteman digs that out. The ball is keeping it a little bit low, as it did at times in the first innings from the River Taff end.
50 came off 57 balls. He's hit 9 balls.
Kenneth Davis is alongside me on commentary.
Afternoon, Nick. And Lie the danger man for as far as Glamorgan are concerned, but they desperately needed that breakthrough to break the partnership. The visitors have gone on to a flyer in pursuit of that 295 with Kieran Carlson's bold declaration coming prior to lunch. So it's you suspect spin is going to win the day here for Glamorgan, if anything, with the two working in tandem at the moment. Ben Kellaway coming from the Cathedral Road end, conventional slip and a leg slip in place. To the pitch of the ball is Adam Lyth, who's just past his half a century, 53 from 57 balls. And he's just been joined by Sam Whiteman, who was LBW just shy of half a century in the first innings by Mason Crane. So slip, leg slip, deep backward square, mid wicket, mid off, mid on, backward point, extra cover, and there's a deep cover in place for Ben Kellaway, who comes in around the wicket to Lyth, who just prods at that one, and it's a dot ball.
Afternoon to David McDonald, who says great declaration from Glamorgan. Now he's glued to his TV in sunny Cork for the day. Come on Yorkshire, though, he says. Great declaration, says a Yorkshire supporter.
Well, we shall wait and see. Kellaway, and that's played late by Lyth, and they scamper home for a single. Well, does fortune favour the brave? That is remains to be seen. You're lauded if it works, lambasted if it doesn't.
Yeah, I did put on record at the time. I thought it was a little bit early.
Yeah. I was mentioning to Jonathan there were maybe a couple of games last season as Kellaway comes in, bowls flatter that time, and is dealt with by Whiteman. I remember the Derbyshire game that went down to the wire, that ebbed and flowed, and there was perhaps a declaration that was left late that time, and there was a game against Gloucestershire, if memory serves me right as well. But it's a tough balancing act. Kellaway in, bowls, and that's played on the onside, and there is no run. 80 for 1 if you're just joining us here on BBC Sport Online, as Yorkshire go for victory. The required target is 295 to win. 80 for 1. In reply in the second innings, Lyth, the main man, on 54, and Whiteman, who's just joined him, on 2.
Have a whisk round the grounds. Leicestershire against Sussex. Sussex won by 222 runs. Leicestershire were bowled out for 258 in their second innings, despite half centuries from Eskenazi and Cox, as the first ball of Crane's over is turned on the leg side by Lyth. There was a slight misunderstanding between the two batters. They decided against in the end. 4 wickets for Henry Crocombe, 2 for Coles and for Hudson Prentice, who's opening the bowling. Forward goes Lyth defensively, fielded by Tribe at short leg. Over the water at Taunton, Somerset declared on 407 for 5. Notts on 38 for naught, need another 379 to win. At Edgbaston, Surrey batting it out as Lyth turns it to short leg again. I think that's cannoned off Tribe's pads. Surrey 331 for 3 in their second innings, a lead of 115, with Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence both with unbeaten centuries to their credit. So Surrey look to salvage the draw at Edgbaston. Crane balls flicked away on the leg side, and it's rebounded off Crane onto the offside. Worcestershire struggling to avoid an innings defeat at Derby in Division 2, 185 for 5, still 128 runs in arrears. As Crane is in to bowl, and that's driven back past him, but for no run. Kent struggling after the weather delays up at Durham. Kent 42 for 3, needing a further 315 to win. Sam Northeast, formerly captain here, out for 10, made 94 in the first innings. Crane bowls. Lythe flicks it just past short leg, fielded at short fine leg position. Gloucestershire look as though they're about to succumb at Lords, 188 for 8 in their second innings, still 41 behind. And Lancashire favourites to beat Northamptonshire at Northampton. Northampton 122 for 7, needing another 199 runs to win. David Watts is watching from Chiang Mai. Surprising but bold declaration. Hope it pays off. He was due to return to the UK last week, but war intervened. 41 degrees where he is, so maybe lucky to escape the cold weather, he says.
In comes Callaway, still going with spin. Glamorgan.
I can report it's quite pleasant out at the River Taff end this afternoon. The anorak was not necessarily needed.
Callaway from the Cathedral Road end to Whiteman, two left-hand batters in for Yorkshire.
Yeah, top 3 of lefties.
Single out to deep cover. There's a plane comes overhead here at Cardiff. Towards the Caerphilly Mountains. In is Callaway. It's prodded into the offside.
Yeah, slightly improved attendance today for the final day, with the temperatures rising a bit. It's quite Baltic or Arctic, depending on which you prefer, over the first 3.
Callaway in, bowls, as my TV self-destructs in front of me. And there's no run, 81 for 1. So they've had the breakthrough. You suspect they need another cluster to force the issue here. Callaway coming in, bowls, nothing much in it for the seamers in this innings and throughout the course of the day. It's been, well, it was Dom Bess earlier.
Yeah, Bess claiming 4 out of the 5 wickets to fall in the Glamorgan second innings after Crane dominated with the ball earlier.
Callaway coming in, bowls, just short of a length, and that's a cut, but there is a man sweeping on the offside. And it's just a single to Sam Whiteman, 82 for 1. Just a bit of a lull in proceedings out there at the moment after that Finley Bean wicket. He fell LBW to Crane for 23. It was a flying start from both from the openers, both him and Adam Lythe, who's still there on 55. They trail now. The deficit is 212. Still very interesting in terms of what might happen. Crane furiously stepping on his mark as then chucks one in preparation. It's Lythe to face, slip in, which is Ingram, and a short leg, ace of tribe. That's pulled, but it's missed everything, and diving courageously is Cook. Just ricocheted off the wicket keeper, but there's no run.
Yes, with the ball keeping low on occasion and spinning sharply.
A few have kept low.
Here comes Crane again from the River Taff end, and Bowles, and that's flicked around the corner by Lyth, and he's getting runs here as Gorvin's off in pursuit. He'll get a couple. Gorvin needs to get his throw in quickly and does so on the turn, just short of the fine leg boundary. Keeps them down to 2, 84 for 1. So the scoring rate's still over 4 runs and over. It was around about 5 earlier on as Lyth and Bean made that flying start, to which Kenneth refers. As this one, a slog sweep, nailed well by Lyth, and gets 4 runs for it to move to 61, and the total to 88 for 1. And well, Lyth is playing beautifully in this innings, and these are 2 danger men as far as Glamorgan are concerned, the 2 most experienced batters in the Yorkshire side, with the absence of Johnny Bairstow. Up in the block hole, dug out by Lyth, no run.
When does it start to get nervy for Kieran Carlson?
I think it's already nervy for Glamorgan supporters. Once it goes under 200, which it will shortly. There's a big appeal here, not granted by umpire Long, as Lyth groped forward to that one. Crane hoping for another LBW verdict. The replay on the stream will show us that might have been turning past leg stump. It might have hit leg stump.
It's a good shout.
Yeah. Glamorgan did get 3 LBW decisions in their favour in the first innings and 1 so far in the second. Yorkshire just 1, as that's played away on the offside by Lyth into the gap.
That would have gone upstairs, so to speak.
Quite. I think it was probably missing leg. Phil Lawrence says best wishes to Glamorgan from sunny Neath. Looking forward to Glamorgan visiting the Knoll in July. And while I'm at it, he says best wishes to Neath RFC as they prepare for Sunday's Cup final against Merthyr at the Principality Stadium. Big day out. And always enjoy visiting Neath for those 2 Glamorgan one-day cup matches that are scheduled there in July.
It will be Ben Callaway to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Still a relatively attacking field. There is protection on both sides. Callaway in, down is Lyth. There's a man sweeping on the offside, and Tim van der Hoogten is out deep backwards square. There's a slip and a leg slip in for Ben Callaway, who's in. That's played firmly towards Hadley at mid-on. Not much luck for the Australian and Tim van der Hoogten early on when Kieran Carlson turned to the seamers. Callaway in. Wasn't much on offer. Hadley took 3 in the first innings. 2 for Tim van der Hoogten. Bit expensive early doors was the Dutch international. Callaway in, flatter. Oh, that's missed everything, is it?
It's ended up in the hands of leg slip. I'm not quite sure what it hit on the way through, though.
As we see the replay, it was flattered, definitely. Yeah, I think it came off Cook. Yes, it did. So it missed everything. It is Lyth facing Ben Callaway down and gets everything behind that. And it's a dot ball.
Yeah, Callaway is not as sharp a spinner of the ball as Crane, as you'd expect for an off spinner compared to a leg spinner, but he is turning it.
Yeah, and a few
update for BBC Radio Wales to come. Yorkshire are 89 for 1, needing a further 206 runs to win, and the only wicket to fall so far going to Mason Crane, trapping the opener Finlay Bean LBW for 23. But a bright and breezy start from Bean and Adam Lyth adding 67, and Lyth is continuing. He has galloped on to 62 off 84 balls, and he's joined by the experienced Sam Whiteman, Doncaster-born batter who's played most of his career in Australia, but he's a vital wicket as well for Glamorgan. The home side declared earlier than most expected at 218 for 5. Ingram hit 75 and Carlson 53. That was just before the scheduled lunch break, and needing 295 to win in 68 overs. Yorkshire are 89 for 1 in the 23rd. Callaway gives way to Crane. Appeal for LBW, somewhat over optimistic. So it's Callaway from this Cathedral Road end, Crane from the River Taff end. Whiteman playing round that one, was hit on the boot, so umpire couldn't really tell how sharply it was spinning, or indeed which way, given that Crane bowls googlies as well as leg breaks. That one is turned past short leg by Whiteman, and he'll pick up a single out towards mid-wicket. So after the volley of boundaries, they've become slightly less frequent in the last half hour or so, but Yorkshire still only just below the required run rate. They're going at 4.03. They need 4.34 overall. Crane in bowls. That's no shot played, and it bounced possibly over the stumps there, I think, as Lyth was confident enough not to play a shot. If it had turned a little bit more, they might have trimmed the top of off, but turned and bounced that one. So inconsistent bounce as Lyth is forward defending. Ball trickles out on the offside, and there is no run. We've got about 45 minutes or so to go till the tea interval, so plenty of action here at Sophia Gardens, and both sides interest in winning the game thanks to Glamorgan's early declaration. Crane bowls, Lyth drives, but a scampering stop by Dixon at mid-off, moving sharply to his right, and there is no run. Long on is back on the ropes for these left-handers. There's a man on the boundary on the short square leg side, and he'll come into play here, but I don't think he'll be able to cut this one off as Lyth plays an effective sweep shot as well. It's gone down effectively on the 45 to the boundary. Nothing Byram could do to cut that one off, and Yorkshire are 94 for 1. Lyth 66, Whiteman 4.
Yeah, they need another couple of wickets here, Glamorgan, and ideally Lyth, who's going great guns at the moment, unbeaten on 66 in off 88 balls. There will be a change. They'll be going for the medium pacer Andy Gorvin from the Cathedral Road end. Surprised, Nick?
Yes, Callaway bowled 5 overs, 0 for 11. Turned the ball a bit, not expensive, and they've gone back to the medium pace of Andy Gorvin for the first time in
no wickets in the first innings. So it will be Whiteman on strike, the Doncaster-born Western Australian. Plenty of experience by Whiteman. Played for the Perth Scorchers and Sydney Thunder. And that's played down, no third man. And Glamorgan need to curb these boundaries because they're coming thick and fast.
Yeah, Whiteman able just to angle the bat on that one. Gorvin's first ball was not too far outside off stump, but he was confident enough to be able to steer it away. And the ball racing up to the sunbathing spectators at the far end.
And the deficit now is under 200 psychologically for Yorkshire. So this is a crucial point in the context of the game prior to tea. Gorvin, and that's firmly struck. You hear the crack on the bat, but there's a man sweeping on the deep cover boundary.
Yeah, Glamorgan found it difficult to get any sort of progress going with the batter, albeit they had a big lead on first innings because Glamorgan scored their runs at 2.5 runs and over, and were doing so again for much of the second innings before a late mini flourish.
In comes Andy Gorvin. It's just played back and fielded by the bowler, the former Hampshire Academy player. Still bathed in sunshine is Sophia Gardens. A few more have come in to watch the last day on the opening weekend.
Yeah, give them a temperature over freezing and they'll come.
In is Andy Gorvin. That's again played firmly towards extra cover, and it's a dot ball. They would dearly love to see a Glamorgan victory for the first time after so many years out of Division 1, 21 years.
Well, I haven't seen a First Division win at all here, because Glamorgan's only 3 wins at the top flight have all been away from home.
In comes Andy Gorvin, coming around. That's flicked away on the onside square of the wicket. And that is the 100 up. Solitary clap, I think.
Led the way.
This side.
This
side. There's a few
on the ball,
Yorkshire supporters far side.
100 up in just the 24th over, so that's over 4 and over.
Yeah, and Glamorgan need to stem the flow of runs here desperately. Live, as mentioned, looking good on 67. Whiteman's on strike, just come in on 9. In is Andy Gorvin, in bowls, and again comfortable strike by Whiteman. Keeps his poise. That is the end of Andy Gorvin's first over of the spell. 24 overs gone. 100 for 1 of Yorkshire in pursuit of 295.
You would have thought these would be reasonably good conditions for Andy Gorvin, a skiddy medium pace wicket to wicket bowler who tends to play more home games than away, and was a little bit of wear on the pitch. You would have thought that he'd be suited to it. Ben Callaway's going to have a go.
Yeah, there was method in the madness, as shall we say.
Yeah, just 5 overs in his spell from the Cathedral Road end. He's going to give Mason Crane a little bit of a rest. Crane saw his first 2 balls hit for 10. After that, beat the bat a few times. He's 1 for 37 after 9 overs.
I mentioned that Derbyshire game last year because Ben Callaway was the danger man on the last day. He took a flurry of wickets in the end to make it very interesting. They were down to their last man.
That one was drawn. I think this one is unlikely to be, as Callaway bowls and Lyth watches it carefully onto the bat. There's a slip and a leg slip for the off spinner. Yet to see Callaway bowl left arm in this match. And he comes round the wicket, and Lyth pushes it into a gap on the offside, and will take a comfortable single.
I mean, looking at that declaration, Nick, what you would have said at the outset of the last day, 350.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the most likely option was that they'd declare half an hour after lunch, set at least 320. As Callaway is in and forward pushes Whiteman. The next most likely would have been a declaration at lunch, which would have left 66 overs. But to pull in a couple of overs before the scheduled lunch break with 295 as the target did shock me slightly. Callaway bowls, slapped away, square cut from Whiteman, single out into the covers. He goes into double figures on 10, 102 for 1, 192. Trail by, you have to remember to add 1 to the figure on the scoreboard. Callaway in bowls, that one kept low as well, dug out by Lyth, plays it down to Gorvin at backward point, no run.
Yeah, just a few were keeping low.
Lyth made a solid 37 the first innings. He was 5th out actually. He was holding things together. As Callaway bowls him, he's forward. Defending, no run. This innings, Lyth is very much leading the charge on 68 out of 102 for 1. We have had 25 overs gone. A further 43 remain for Yorkshire to try and score another 193 runs for victory. The batting to come. Wharton, Luxton, what order they come in? Revis, Hill, Bess, Van Beek was at 9, wasn't he? And then Code and White.
Yeah, so it goes without saying, this next wicket crucial. Gorvin will continue from the Cathedral Road end with Chris Cook standing up. There's a slip in place. Backward point. Gorvin, oh, and that's bisected both keeper and Kieran Carlson at slip, and runs all the way to the boundary.
Grunt of effort from Gorvin, but let's see whether that was aerial or two. Not really. It's just the keeper standing up, and it's fine of Carlson at slip. So Gorvin again conceding a boundary off the first ball of his over.
So there's a bit of a rejig now. Carlson takes himself out from slip. There's a third man, deep fine leg. Gorvin coming in, bowls. It's played on the onside, but there is no run.
At what point does Carlson bring out his defences, as it were? 3 on the boundary, has done to a certain extent, but I don't think defending is going to be much use. Glamorgan need to go for the wickets. Maybe they'll try and strangle Yorkshire to a certain extent. They've now got...
Well, the runs have been flowing freely so far. Gorvin coming around to Whiteman, who nudges that beyond backward point. There is a single taken.
Jonathan Deutsch will replace me at the end of the over here on BBC Sport Online, live from Sapphire Gardens, as is every championship match and the best of the white ball season, live on the BBC.
Gorvin charging in from the Cathedral Road end, bowls, and that's flung the bat. Oh, he's asking for a catch, but no, not interested was the umpire. Cook took it just outside off stump. There's a flourish with the bat.
I obviously thought there was some sort of noise, and it can't have been. Wonder what that was, because he seemed to be playing well away from the body, so I don't think it can have come off anything else. Umpire saying didn't hit anything on the way through.
Penultimate ball of Andy Gorvin's over. He's in, and that kept slightly low again. Lyth is to the pitch of the ball. It's a dot ball.
Yeah. Replay of the previous one.
Just a flash outside off stump.
Well, Cook appealed straight away. It can't have been pad or body. Obviously thought he'd heard something, but not the case.
Last ball of the over. Glamorgan in desperate need of a wicket. Gorvin in, and that's played comfortably towards point, and that is the end of the over. Yorkshire in pursuit of 295 are going nicely. They're 107 for 1.
And Jonathan Deutsch will come in alongside Kenneth with a quick shuffle of our seats. And Yorkshire supporters much the happier having been handed this possibly unexpected opportunity from the visitors' point of view.
Yeah, no one's getting carried away around the ground just yet. So I've just been having a chat with a few of them on the way around, and just an element of, well, it's been a good start, but we're not going to go mad just yet. And rightly so, cricket being cricket. So it's going to be Ben Kellaway from the river end, bowling here to Sam Whiteman. And he comes round the wicket. Kellaway defends into the offside. Obviously we've talked much about the substitution, the new substitution law during this match, given that it's happened here with an injury. Kellaway in and bowling. Whiteman reaches for this one and plays it to Garvin at point, no run. But obviously the whole idea of the thing in the first place is to try and be beneficial, and for those life events in particular where players would have been anchored in the past and had to stay with the team, birth of children, siblings, weddings, things like that, as Whiteman lays his bat on that and plays it out to Van der Hoogten in the covers, and they get a single. They would have had the choice, well, either leave the match and that's it, we can't have a sub. And obviously that's happened many times, presumably down the history of cricket, but that's what I suppose it's designed to do, to not take away from the match, that a team can have another player in those situations. And you wouldn't expect there to be loads of those during a season across the county championship, but there will be the odd one. That was cut to Garvin, backward of point. $108 for one. Lyth pushes into the offside again. No run, just because it didn't happen in the past doesn't mean to say it was right. You know, but
no.
You talk about paternity leave. You as a BBC man, you're a staffer.
I am a staffer.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, those of us who are freelance don't get paternity
No.
leave. Just have to lump it. As Lyth turns one to leg, no run, and that is the end of a quick Ben Kellaway over. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14 for him. 108 for 1, and 187 more needed by Yorkshire in 41 overs. And the way the scoring's gone on this pitch, that's no easy task in itself, even if they didn't lose another wicket. Glamorgan need 9 of those.
Yeah, it's hard work out there at the moment for Glamorgan, who are still going with Andy Garvin from this Cathedral Road end. Just the 1 wicket to fall. Finlay Bean, LBW Crane for 23, but Adam Lyth looking very strong out there at the moment. 68 from 101 balls. As Yorkshire just trailed by 186 now, eating away at the deficit. Garvin coming in around, and that's just nudged down to backward point. There's no run. What have we? 40, just under 41 overs remain today. So they need a breakthrough. Wickets, the order of the day for Glamorgan. Garvin in, but again, nothing much has happened out there for the Seamers at all.
Now Richard Mallender, Yorkshire supporter, says, afternoon JD and all, clearly a brave declaration from Glamorgan, which has dangled a carrot, but on a slow pitch it'll be tricky for new batters to put back to softening ball, so a draw is still the most likely result in my opinion, he says.
Oh.
Good coverage, gents, much appreciated.
Garvin coming in, that's nudged down. There is a man at third man. It's actually backward point that scampers over. Well, it's interesting. A few wickets could turn things instantaneously. That is the beauty of the declaration. Still 185 runs. Still an awful lot of work for Yorkshire to do, and momentum could turn very quickly. I would suggest that it's either a Yorkshire or Glamorgan or a Yorkshire win at the moment. However, we shall see. That is a dot ball.
If you have a half hour where 3-4 go down,
that's it.
Completely
and
different.
It changes the mindset then in terms of Yorkshire. They'd have to shut up shop, so to speak. So this half an hour before tea, crucial.
And remembering Kieran Carlson, when he declared, he wants Yorkshire to have a go at this because they may offer up chances.
Yeah, Gorvin in. It's played on the offside. Just a single on offer as the sweeper comes in. That is Eddie Byram.
So what he needs is both ends, whoever's bowling, to be applying some pressure. No release of that from one end. Just as tight as you like. And players will play shots sometimes, won't they, under some pressure because they've not got a run for a while.
Gorvin in, and that's defensively played towards point by Whiteman, who's moved on to 17. Yeah, well, that seems to be the way that Glamorgan have to go. They have to be disciplined in their bowling because we haven't seen any snorters out there from, especially from the pace men.
No, as we saw in the first innings, though, Ryan Hadley's capable of banging a few in. At the moment, the ball's only 28 overs old. You can expect a bit of that from a spell, you'd think, maybe later on, depending upon what the score is at any given point. Certainly no threat from the weather at all. It's the least threatening day weather-wise of the lot. Just had a lap around the field and spoke to a few spectators, as I say. I took the scarf out with me because that's the way it's been for the first 3 days, but certainly don't need it today. It's definitely feeling quite a few degrees warmer out there. Callaway then, bowling his off spin at the river end. Lyth runs one down past Gorvin, as it turns out. A little bit of a fumble from Andy there, coming around from point, but it would have been foolish to try and run for the misfield, and they didn't. Callaway in again. Evidence of a little bit more slow turn, and Lyth watchful. Just drops that out the side of the crease for Cook to pick up. Leg slip as well as orthodox slip here. Just got a change in position. There was a man in at short straight mid wicket. He's now been brought across to one of 2 short extra covers.
Yeah,
effectively short
vast
covers.
open spaces on the onside.
And if he doesn't get it right, Lyth could still drive him past those players, but this time he's back foot, and that's a lovely shot by Adam Lyth. Plenty of time to play it. Van der Hoogten's giving chase, but not going to get there.
Yeah,
and he smashed that one away right out the middle.
Just
through
short
extra cover for 4
and wide. Too much width there.
.73 now to Adam Lyth from 106 deliveries, so things have slowed up slightly since those early stages. 114 for 1. 181 still needed though. That's a long way off just yet as he goes back foot and dabs that out into the offside. Sean Dixon is one of those 2 short cover fielders. He's the closer one to this end, the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Slightly squarer. And Lyth plays to the other of that pair, which is... quite catch his number as he turns around, and I'm not as good at recognising the home players as you two will be. Mason Crane, I think. Short extra. And a turning ball, final ball of the over, but Lyth able to get across, cover that and leave.
Yeah,
so 39 overs remain. 181 needed for the win for Yorkshire. 9 wickets for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Where's your money?
Nervous supporters out there, I would suggest, from a Glamorgan point of view, especially with Adam Lyth still going strong.
A couple of emails just to quickly whip through. Dean, the Don as he calls himself, up in Doncaster, asking me what my thoughts are on the last few seasons. Yorkshire seem to bat better in the second innings and also seem to play better cricket mid to late season. Well, yeah, they have done. Can't deny that. You just look at the scoreboards, Dean. They've definitely, in my tenure as the commentator, 7 seasons previously, not got as many first innings runs as they would have wanted, whoever's been involved in the team and running the team.
There's going to be a change. It's the tall Australian, Ryan Hadley, coming back into the attack. So Whiteman wouldn't have faced any of the seamers. So it's Hadley coming in from the Cathedral Road end, coming around to the left-hander. In and bowls, and that's an extravagant shot. Well, he was trying to aim it for through the covers, but inside edge. It ended up at square leg.
Just to develop on that response to Dean, that the outlier would be a couple of years ago, wouldn't it? When I mentioned earlier on the 40 batting points, I think I said. But other than that, it has been a struggle. And the first season or two I was commentating, I think we were at 200 for the first batting point rather than 250. Still didn't get loads then.
Ryan Hadley, 3 wickets in the first innings, none so far in the second. Coming in, bowls to Lyth, who rocks back on his stumps and defends on the offside. That is fielded by Kieran Carlson.
John Hanson, good afternoon to you. Says, it appears to me through my rose-tinted spectacles the declaration was very sporting and completely in the spirit of cricket. 8 points for a draw does appear too much and only encourages caution when setting a target. The game could still result in a win for either side. There we are. And Yorkshire have just lost their first wicket. Now we have a game.
Is he suggesting that Mr. Carlson was too hospitable? Well, maybe. We'll see. They need wickets, that is for certain. Hadley coming in and bowls, charging in, that's left outside off stump by Lyth. And through to the keeper, Chris Cook.
There's absolutely no truth whatsoever in the rumour that Kieran Carlson's been offered hospitality for all 5 days of the next Headingley Test match.
It's a toughie, isn't it? If it comes off, you're lauded.
Yeah, no, I don't think you should be too scathing if it does go wrong, but it may still go very right. It's still 38 overs to try and pick up some wickets.
Hadley coming in off his run up from the Cathedral Road end, one slip coming in, and that's cracked into the offside. There's a man on the cover boundary. It's a single, takes Yorkshire to 116 for 1. Finlay Bean, the only batter to depart. LBW bowled Mason Crane for 23. It's been a hard slog for the Glamorgan bowlers. We're in the 30th over, the run rate approaching 4. There's Hadley, the South Australian, coming in round the wicket, bowls. And no interest there from Whiteman, who pulls away from the stroke and is taken by Chris Cook. Some 20 minutes ago before tea. Yorkshire trailing by 178.
Afternoon to Lily, who's watching back home in Malton with a cup of Yorkshire tea, she says. Other tea brands are available. I'm led to believe.
Hadley coming in and bowls again, struck firmly towards the cover boundary, and there is a single. So just the 3 runs off Hadley's latest over, in his latest spell, which moves Yorkshire to 117 for 1. They'd be desperate to avoid wickets now in the next 17 minutes or so.
Tony Sweeney's been in touch. He says we keep saying it in the last few seasons, but where would we be without the Whitby Lara? He's of course referring to Adam Lyth. Yeah, he's been very good. He's certainly, in the cliched fashion, maturing like a fine wine and all that. And I was reading through some of those stats earlier. 1,000 runs in each of the last 3 seasons. 2 of those in Div 2. Back in Div 1 he proved he could still do the business last year. Before that, only a couple of times in the 800s. 2018, 656 by his standards in a 13-match season would have been probably his biggest disappointment really for many years. Still managed a ton, averaged just 27 that year, but I'm going to claim this because, you know, obviously I started to commentate on the team in 2019 and he's just gone from strength to strength since then, Kenny. It's that technical guidance that I've been offering behind the microphone as Whiteman plays one nicely along the deck out into the covers and picks up a single. Takes him to 20. 118 for 1. Well, they're managing to keep wickets in the tent, so if they do need to up the ante, they can at some point perhaps have a go at this. The scoring rate has dropped from at one point being above 5 actually when Lyth and Bean were together. It's now below 4, 3.92. But obviously it always helps having some firepower still to come, not throwing wickets away. And they haven't done that in the first 30 overs and more of this innings. They've batted about half as much in terms of time as they did in their entire first innings, as Whiteman missed one, something like side-ish on that occasion. Callaway again, wide of off stump this time, and Whiteman happy to watch that one go by as well. It still is keeping low, isn't it? Andy Walker says he's enjoying the run chase. No complaints for a 4th day, especially after the rain early in the match. Not edge of the seat stuff quite yet, but getting there. As Whiteman pats another one away into the offside. Final ball of this Callaway over. Wide on the crease, just drops it a little short, and uppishly Whiteman cuts, a bit top edgy about it, but it was well clear of Andy Gorvin, who was squarer at point, and they've got through for 2. So 3, I think that was off the over. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22 for Callaway. 121 for 1 Yorkshire, Lyth on 75, Whiteman 22, and 174 more runs or 9 more wickets for either side to win.
Yeah, and it's hard to see where the wickets are coming from at the moment.
I think they've just got to be patient, haven't they, and you know, just try and ask questions. Probably not try and bowl magic deliveries. Just put it there, put it there, and let the batters make
eke out a mistake. Yeah. It will be Ryan Hadley to continue. So semi-defensive field now from Kieran Carlson. Fine leg, deep backward square point, just the one slip in, extra cover mid off mid on, and there's a man sweeping on the cover boundary. In he comes, Ryan Hadley coming around to Lyth, and just prods that down to Tim van der Hoogten at mid off. So run rate has dropped, as Jonathan was alluding to. They got off to a flyer, didn't they? They were leaking boundaries, were Glamorgan to Lyth and Finlay Bean. So they desperately need to stem the tide and then hopefully just frustrate both batters. Hadley is in and rocking back on his stumps. This played to mid-wicket where Kieran Carlson comes around and a single is taken.
Yep, just keeping it ticking. Adam Lyth, he's had 2 previous centuries against Glamorgan. Hasn't played that many first-class matches against the home county. 9 previously and just had 12 knocks. 174 his highest score in previous first-class matches against Glamorgan.
Hadley coming off his long run-up in the shadow of the media centre here at Sophia Gardens. Coming in past the umpire, round the wicket to Whiteman. Oh, that's a shout, but I think maybe going down leg. They were more in unison that time. Bowler, keeper and the close fielders. Let's have a little look to see if this was dragging down. Yeah, it was easily. Easily missing.
I don't even think it hit him in front of leg, did it?
No.
It must have been sharp enough because hit him full on the pad and he was still flexing at the ankle, the shin area was Sam Whiteman. So he felt that.
He's on 22, Sam Whiteman, 34-year-old. Doncaster-born who emigrated to Australia. It's struck and hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. Had one season at Northants, Sam Whiteman, off memory. But emigrated very young to Down Under. He's played Big Bash cricket as well as with his native Western Australia. Another Australian coming in, Ryan Hadley, bowls, and that's left outside off stump, taken by Chris Cook. 122 for 1 are Yorkshire. The target 295.
Can't see on his record that he played for Northants.
Maybe
Surrey's second 11 is
complete gobbledygook in that regard. I thought he had.
You're not thinking of Slim Whitman, are you?
Last ball of Ryan Hadley's over, coming in and bowls and getting to the pitch of the ball is Whiteman. That is the end of the over. Good over from Hadley, just a single from it. So Glamorgan trying to put pressure, trying to build from both ends, as Jonathan was alluding to, trying to make an enforced error. But at the moment, Lyth spearheading the attack here as far as Yorkshire concerned on 76.
Yeah, still a lot of time, 36 overs. And no, you're spot on, Kenny. Nick has just produced a story from the Yorkshire website, actually, saying that Sam Whiteman did play county cricket for Northants in 2023, scoring 913 in 19 matches. So well done you.
It was either Nick going to come in or Mr. Andrew Rad.
Oh, Radders, well, yeah, definitely would have done, wouldn't he? If he was tuned in. Yeah, Radders would have had that off to a tee, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He used to leave the ground by the Wantage Road gates.
Yeah.
But there was one day when he went home at the other end of the ground. Had half a Coke in the county. Here is Mason Crane back into the attack then, bowling to Adam Lyth, who's able to step back and cut that one away out to the sweeping Van der Hoogten first ball. 1 run.
Yeah, just waiting for some divine intervention from somewhere now, Glamorgan. We need something to happen.
Leg slip, orthodox slip, point, cover sweeper, mid off, straight mid wicket, long on, and a mid wicket sweeper as well, as this one is an attempted flick round the corner where there is also a man. Interestingly, he's gone quite deep at long leg, not that far in from the boundary, just to cover that. So first maybe sign of a bit of both here from Kieran Carlson, bit of defence and attack. In out as Crane's in again, and Whiteman turns that one into the onside, no run. Yorkshire will obviously want to get to the stage where they feel very confident that Glamorgan can't take 9 of their wickets, there's not enough time, and then that might be the point at which the accelerator pedal gets to squeeze, as Whiteman's in and played out into the offside by Gorvin. That in itself, of course, then would offer Glamorgan an opportunity or two. If they pick up again 2 or 3 quick wickets, still could be in for a nail-biting last, what, 10 dozen overs, something like that possibly. Crane in again, Whiteman again finds Kellaway in at short straight mid wicket. So ball into his field, Mason Crane, because that's 3 in a row, I think. Gorvin's just been moved about 10 yards or so backward of point, backward of square. Walking in, Crane's in, he's just got that a bit too leg side-ish and therefore offered Whiteman the opportunity to turn it round the corner where Eddie Byram comes in from that deep position to field. They get 1 to complete the over at 124 for 1. Whiteman on 23, Lyth 77. 171 still needed for a Yorkshire win. 9 wickets still needed for a Glamorgan win.
Good over there for Mason Crane. He actually came closest. There was a shout when Lyth was on strike for LBW. Must have been, it was a good shout, just missing leg. But apart from that, it's been quite seamless from a Yorkshire point of view so far. Hadley is continuing from the Cathedral Road end in the 34th over. Carlson there directing proceedings, the captain at mid-on. Hadley coming in, 1 slip in for the Australian. Bowls back on his stumps is Whiteman, plays that to mid-on. Mid-off is further back in the shape of Tim van der Hoogten. Slip, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-wicket, and there's protection at fine leg. With what are we, couple to go before tea. Hadley, Glamorgan striving for another wicket to break the deadlock here. That's full and is left outside off stump.
It could end up in the final over before tea, couldn't it? It depends really how Glamorgan are viewing this. Do they want to get through as many as they can, or are they trying to just go through the minimum number of overs now on this final day, given the board as it is? Afternoon to Neil Fletcher, by the way, the new chair at Scarborough CC. He says Lyth alongside Gavin Hamilton and other YCC players doing a Q&A in the newly refurbished Pavilion Bar at Scarborough on Thursday the 16th of April. There you go, Neil, giving that a mention for you by the sound of things. As many in the audience as possible are welcome.
Hadley in, again rocking back is Whiteman and nudges it on the offside, and it's a dot ball.
That also reminds me, Neil, while I've got your attention back home or wherever you are, I need to speak to you fairly soon.
Oh, there we are.
It's nice to arrange these appointments while you're on air, lads. Eh?
That's very cloak and dagger.
Cut out the middleman. £124 for 1. Glorious conditions here
at Sophia Gardens on the last day of the opening championship, county championship fixture in Division 1. 3 balls to go in what could be the final over. We shall see. Hadley coming in, and that's cut, but the man sweeping on the offside will collect and hurl it back towards Chris Cook. That was Mason Crane out there, was it?
He's also thrown in an extra saying it's free of charge, that Q&A with some of the Yorkshire players and Gav Hamilton and Adam Lythe on his home patch, of course, at Scarborough. I noticed that Yorkshire with some lovely marketing around that a couple of weeks ago with Lythe sitting around in various seats in the stadium there at Scarborough, talking about what it means to him to play there. Ever been?
Scarborough, many moons ago, not at the ground. Hadley coming in and bowls and takes a tumble in the process on his follow through, but he's okay, he's back up. No, haven't been to the ground there.
You need to.
Yeah. Well, I'll be up Blackpool way, possibly. There's a that random one-off fixture that everybody's got in the T20s. Well, Glamorgan are facing Lancashire at Glamorgan at Blackpool. Hadley coming in to conclude the over, and that's a dot ball. Let's see, that is it? Yes, it is. As they trudge off towards the pavilion, and that, you have to say, is a session that's gone Yorkshire's way. In pursuit of 295, they've lost just the 1 wicket, made 125. Finley being the only batter to depart, LBW Crane for 23, but Lythe has played majestically for his unbeaten 77, ably supported by Sam Whiteman, who's still there on 24. And Jonathan, Yorkshire looking in a decent position, so to speak, as they try and to get to that target of 295.
Yeah, you kind of just get into the stage now, aren't you, where you're probably saying you'd rather be Yorkshire than Glamorgan now, because 34 overs is not that many in which to take 9 wickets. So time for Glamorgan to win the match is beginning to run out, but time at this moment for Yorkshire to try and win it is not. Yeah, they've still got to get 170 runs in 34 overs, which, having seen the pitch play for the best part of 4 days now, slow and not that easy to score runs on. Still will not be easy, but they've got wickets in hand, and I'm sure right at this moment in time they're going to be the happier of the two, you would think.
Thanks, Jonathan. We're off all to get cake. We will be back after tea. So Glamorgan, Yorkshire rather, 125 for 1. The target is 295. We'll be back shortly.
We'll start with the results first of all. Firstly at Leicester, where Sussex have beaten Leicestershire by 222 runs. Leicestershire dismissed in their second innings for 258. And North Middlesex have beaten Gloucestershire by innings and 114 runs. In the other games in the Rothesay County Championship at Taunton, Nottinghamshire in their second innings at the interval are 82 that lost. They still require a theoretical 335 runs to win. At Edgbaston it's tea with Surrey on 389 for 4, leading Warwickshire by 173. Tea at Northampton sees Northamptonshire on 144 for 7. That's against Lancashire. Northampton still need a further 177. Lancashire need 3 further wickets. At Chesterley Street, where they have played today, Kent will set a target of 350 7 to beat Durham, and currently they are 100 for 3. And the other game, still in progress, is at Derby, where Worcestershire in their second innings are 214 for 6. They're still trailing by 99 runs. And a result has just come in from the Utility Bowl, where Essex have beaten Hampshire by an innings and 137 runs. A reminder that if you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they are available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's also where you can purchase a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook, as well as purchasing a copy of Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket, a special memorial booklet celebrating the wonderful achievements of our late Chief Executive. The brochure costs just £10 as all proceeds go to Velindre Cancer Hospital. A reminder regarding refreshments: that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile units beneath the Castor Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. 2 dates for your diary. Next Sunday, the 12th of April, the Glamorgan women start their campaign in the Metro Bank One-Day Cup. That's against Gloucestershire. The game will be getting underway here at Savannah Gardens at 10:30. And the second date is this coming Thursday. That's when the next Walkers and Talkers event is taking place. The speaker will be our former batter Michael Cann, who, as well as playing for Wales over 50s, he also played for many years in South Africa during the immediate post-apartheid period. He is a great raconteur, and it proves to be a very, very interesting and humorous morning. The event will be starting at 9:30 on Thursday. It's also taking place in the Media Centre. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at the Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting with strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much.
One very highly unlikely. And the third favourite is Yorkshire. You can see 9 wickets in the session, but it's very rarely happens. We needed 3 out of 90 out.
Some people do get food. Yeah, that's what, I don't know how, I don't know, yeah. No.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, I'll take it.
Well, that's it. I don't know. I had a little bit, but I don't really eat much. No. I just said, okay, you just asked it one time.
Yeah.
Oh, you love all right,
score yet. It's still going to take some doing. It's not easy. And the thing is, if we could have 10 overs, we give away about 15 runs. And then it gets harder for them. Yeah, but then the trouble is, they could have chased it, and then we wouldn't have pumped them out. So, the trouble is, a target to me, we'll be prepared to lose. You've got to keep them interested in chasing. And it's sticking the gap.
Yep.
Still not going to be easy. Don't worry, mate. Hey, in a few months, you'll be sitting here saying, "Pet God's king will be." It's too flavoured up all right.
It's tea that is not tasting too good for Glamorgan followers at the moment, because Yorkshire are 125 for 1, chasing a total of 295 to win. The declaration looked adventurous from Kieran Carlson, the home captain, pulling in at 218 for 5 just before lunch. And Yorkshire have taken full advantage so far. Adam Lyth is 77 not out, Sam Whiteman is 24 not out, and the only wicket to fall out of Finlay Bean, who is LBW to Mason Crane for 23, having hit Crane's first 2 balls for 4 and 6. So Glamorgan giving themselves maximum time to bowl Yorkshire out, but it's also maximum time for Yorkshire to score the runs, and the visitors look slight favourites at the moment. They're 125 for 1, chasing 295. We have 34 overs to go, and we're about to resume after tea.
resume the Yorkshire second innings, Adam live and Sam Whiteman, and to resume the bowling for Glamorgan, the River End, Mason Crane.
And to resume the commentary for the BBC, Jonathan Doidge and Nick Webb. So Yorkshire need 170 to win in 34 overs at a run rate of just over 5 runs an over. Jonathan Doidge, it's your boys who are probably in the vantage, the pound seats at the moment.
Yeah, it's just swaying that way, isn't it? But you'd always temper that sort of statement with an element of caution, cricket being cricket. Well, you would, wouldn't you? You know, we've seen it all before, one way or the other. So 3 wickets in this over, completely different feel to the thing. Let's see.
It's Mason Crane who will try to provide wickets as his first ball is played out fairly gently by Sam Whiteman. 24 not out, our 49 deliveries now. Crane with the only wicket to fall so far, that of Finlay Bean, who had hit his first 2 balls from Crane to the boundary. Crane bowls and Whiteman is caught by Callaway at short mid-wicket. He's standing and the 2 umpires are coming together. Now he's walking. I thought for a moment he thought he'd hit it on the bounce, but not so. Sam Whiteman goes 2 balls after tea for 24. It's 125 for 2 and a wicket that Glamorgan so desperately needed, and yet again it's Mason Crane.
As I was saying. Yeah, his bat hits the ground, doesn't it? That was why he stood. And it's a case of, well, umps, do you think that was pitched before I hit it? Or do you think I hit it into the deck? So he was going to wait for the umpire to make the decision.
I didn't see the umpire actually raise his finger, so maybe he thought, well, no, actually I did chip it to the fielder. Callaway taking it head high. And it's 2 for 125. Glamorgan need 8 wickets. Yorkshire still need 170 runs to win.
And that'll be a blow, really, because of the way he'd played in the first innings, and obviously he'd got himself in before tea, faced 50 deliveries. And I mentioned about opening the door to the right-handers. Mason Crane had taken his 5 with the predominance of right-handers in the first innings, and he's going to be challenging the outside edge of some bats from here on in, because James Warden is next man out there, and he was one of those victims. LBW for 2 to Mason Crane in the first innings. He'll be hoping to go better this time.
Yes, I mean, there's plenty of batting in this Yorkshire lineup down to number 9, but most of them are relative youngsters. Plenty of talent there, but the 2 old heads were Lyth and Whiteman, both in the mid to late 30s, and having been around the circuit for many years. Welcome back to 5 Sports Extra listeners who may have caught, or otherwise, the news that Yorkshire have lost a 2nd wicket, 2 balls after tea, that of Sam Whiteman chipping a catch to Ben Callaway at mid-wicket, off the bowling of Mason Crane, the once-capped England leg spinner. Whiteman made 24, the other man out, Finlay Bean, lagged before Crane for 23. So another twist in a game that looked to be sliding Yorkshire's way going into this final session, and Glamorgan immediately bring in a 2nd slip to add to the short leg. Wharton then faces up to Crane, who pushes forward and is beaten. Chris Cook takes, standing up of course. Callaway at cover is very close, almost in a catching position. Outfielders cover sweeper on the shorter boundary, away to our right, and deep backward square. Crane bowls and Wharton drives perfectly competently. No reason at all for the oohs and ahs from the infield, but they're going to give him a bit of verbal jip. Nonetheless, in the Sapphire Gardens sunshine. The most pleasant watching conditions of the match as Crane bowls. Wharton, is he caught at the wicket? Glamorgan think he is. The umpire is not moved. Nigel Long at the far end. Glamorgan went up as one, but were not rewarded on that occasion.
Different game or same game since tea?
It's been an interesting few minutes. Wharton, who fell in the first over, he faced in the first innings. He's back on his stumps and leaving that one, and oohs and ahs as it shoots through lowish. 125 for 2. All of a sudden there's a different complexion on things, and it's up to Adam Lyth to calm down his junior partner and dispel the excitement of the Glamorgan fielders.
Yeah, and I think I said on more than one occasion during the session just gone that it was incumbent on the lefties to try and stay out there as long as they possibly could, because Mason Crane clearly hasn't been as effective against them as he has against the right-handers. That last ball of the last over there, just seen it again on the replay, just didn't get up 6 inches, no more than that, it bounced really. So there's that to contend with when you're batting as well, which is why there was no move from me to jump up and down on the desktop at the moment saying this is Yorkshire's match. 33 overs to get 170 runs still, and now 8 wickets. Van der Hoogten going to bowl here round the wicket from this Cathedral Road end to Adam Lyth. Another ball that has a feeling of a gazunder.
Yeah, you've probably seen Tim van der Hoogten's most expensive spell of the season. His first 6 overs going for 36, which is very rare from the consistent Dutch Aussie seamer.
James Wharton just patting a bit of the pitch down at this end, so he's thinking about that. Adam Lyth, no slips now is a feature, I guess, given that we've seen him throughout the match, and he plays one square away off on the offside for a single. Will those slips return with James Wharton back on strike, or at least one of them? Find out in a mo. Right-handed, of course, James. So the right-hand, left-hand combi. The left-handers may have been a tad more challenging for Mason Crane to bowl at, but for everybody, of course, when you get that left-hand, right-hand combination.
Yeah, just the one slip then, but the thinking is often here at Sapphire Gardens that you're more likely to get catches on the drive than catches off the edge during the final stages of a game.
Okay, and to that end, Kieran Carlson's brought himself in for the on flick. Very short mid-wicket, straightish. Next delivery was a dot away on the offside, and fairly tight is Asa Tribe. Tight at cover, extra cover-ish. So Van der Hoogten, can he find a way through with seam for a third wicket for Glamorgan? It's bowling now. Wharton thinking about whipping that to leg this time, misses out.
The previous ball moved back in a little bit, and he played no shot to. It was reasonably adjacent to off stump, so getting a bit of movement from somewhere. You wouldn't have thought it was from the newness of the ball, because it's 36 overs old.
Van der Hoogten then turns again. That breeze feels like it, looking at the flapping of the players' clothes, it might have just got a little stronger in recent times. It's been fairly calm today, definitely the calmest of the 4 days, as Wharton plays another one out into the offside to Tribe.
Yeah, if Yorkshire keep wickets in hand, though, for the next few overs, they can almost keep their options open, can't they, to have a late swing.
Yeah, if you see them getting down to 20, 15 overs, something like that, if they've still got wickets in hand, then you would think that that's what they'll be having a go at doing. But if they lose 2 or 3 during that spell, then that strangles things somewhat. Here's Van der Hugten again, flicked off the legs by Wharton, who will get off the mark with a single. Out to Callaway, sweeping square on the leg side. That's the end of Tim Van der Hugten's over. 7 overs for 38 so far, 127 for 2, and 168 needed to win, or 8 wickets.
Isn't it marvellous to see, though, a county championship match in round 1 where both sides have a chance of victory, and in the April sunshine as well. It was the earliest start ever for a championship campaign at this ground, or in Wales indeed, April the 3rd. And the stats from Dr. Hignell, Glamorgan head of stats, have also revealed that Glamorgan have never won a Division 1 match here or in Wales. So that's edged away from Wharton, but he'll get runs for it down to the 3rd man boundary. It's overhauled by Dixon, who gets his throw in on the turn, but they've gone through for a couple. Wharton moves on to 3, and the total on to 129 for 2. The 2 results already in. Sussex defeating Leicestershire by 222 runs in Division 1, and Middlesex beating Gloucestershire by an innings and 14 in Division 2. So Wharton forces that one through the offside rather more confidently for a single. Glamorgan have a sweeper out on the cover boundary. So Glamorgan just with the 2 close catches now at leg slip and slip for the left-handed Lythe. Carlson retreats to Gully, as that's nicely driven through the offside by Lythe. He'll pick up just the single though, because it's on the longer side of the ground, and Van der Hugten is able to intercept it comfortably, coming in off the ropes. 131 for 2, so 4 runs off the first 3 balls of the Crane over. Yorkshire started at a run rate of 5. As Wharton drives back down the ground, we'll get more runs here. Not sure if Van der Hugten got a hand to it. I don't think he did, because it's raced away for 4 as Crane went down. And Yorkshire suddenly back on the offensive. It was wide of, in fact, both Crane and Gorvin, who was the man at mid on that.
Just too straight, wasn't it, really? Offered James the opportunity.
Morton latched onto it for his first boundary. Next ball plays back and is beaten. Going through outside off stump. It's getting to the point where you're getting at least 1 delivery and over on average is keeping low from that end.
Yeah.
Crane in bowls. No shot played on that occasion, but a good over for Yorkshire. 8 runs off it, 135 for 2, and 160 runs now required off 31 overs.
Yeah, all to play for, as you say. Great to be getting to the final session on the first day of the championship season with all 4 results still possible. Van der Hugten is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. That's our commentary box end. Adam Lythe with his back to the river end will be facing. Massive job for him to carry on doing here. He's done a great job so far in the White Rose cause. 79 from 121 deliveries. Van der Hugten in. Lythe just lays his bat on that, drives it just to the onside of the stumps, picks up another single. And I was talking about his record. Just thinking back to those first couple of seasons, I think he was opening the batting mainly with Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Harry Brook had a go as well. First couple of seasons I was commentating, that is, not that he was playing. He was well established before I started. And there was, as Van der Hugten bowls here to Wharton, nicely flicked off his legs down to long leg for 1. Just an element of flashing at wide deliveries. I can remember from a few of those dismissals, and even after all that experience he had at that point, there was still possibility that he might do that. It's now and again, like all batters do these days, but much more, I don't know, something maybe temperament-wise with experience that stops you from having to go more of those, or as many of those as you once did, and just waits very nicely for the ball. He's flicked that one into the leg side this time, but he can't get it past Ryan Hadley, I think is the man at mid-on, hazarding a guess because he looks a lot taller than everybody else on the field.
Correct. It's either him or Floodlight Pylon.
The same thing was going through my mind as well, yeah. Van der Hoogten then walks up, and then he trots round the wicket. Lithe again, gets a bit of room to work with, and that's all he needs there to just run it down to third man. There are no slips or gully in the cordon to snaffle anything if he edges that. Just Chris Cook behind the stumps, so the way is clear down there if he gets any width, and he's always played that shot well. James Wharton still trying to get himself in here. Seen him play a nice boundary. 14 deliveries faced for his 9 so far. Slip comes back in for Wharton, and they've ringed it. Van der Hoogten in, and Wharton too will be able to open the face and run it down to the incoming third man. 1 run. Takes him into double figures. 156 needed for the win, so they're going to need to score around about 5 from here, but they have got wickets in hand, as we saw in the first over back. After just 2 balls, things can change very quickly. Sam Whiteman out, second ball of the final session for 24, caught Kellaway bowled Crane. Van der Hoogten's in again, Lithe dropping that into mid-wicket. He said Tribe, I think, was doing the fielding. End of the over, 139 for 2.
Yeah, you can tell Tribe by the little red flashes the bottom of his very considerable shin pads as a close fielder. Always wears red ones. So good afternoon to Matthew Linley, an exiled tyke in Essex, listening in while kayaking. Thanks us for the commentary. Kerry Wynn says, can he have a shout? Can they have a shout out to her son? Sorry, his son, Evan, who's in Marrakesh, as that is allowed to go through. First ball of Crane's over. Just finished a morning camel ride and was following us over lunch at one point anyway. Not sure if he can pick us up on the camel. As a big swing, and he's got it through. Wharton has gone, getting overexcited too quickly. Crane has a third, and the game tilts again. 139 for 3.
Oh dear. James Wharton
swooping up the camel,
playing that a few times as he walks off. And there we go, 2 pretty quick wickets. Going to see the replay once again. I don't know if he's lifted his head there. It's very hard to tell whether it's gone. Let's have a look again here. Yeah. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, James.
Not pretty. You won't want to be watching the video analysis of that particular delivery. It was pitched around about Midland leg, kept a bit low and hit the off, as Wharton was trying to smash it into the pavilion at mid-wicket. Well, Wharton was leg before the Crane's googly in the first innings. It was Luxton who was bowled by Crane first time round his legs. So that tilts the game again, as I say, and Well, Yorkshire will keep going for it surely for another couple of wickets at least. You'd have thought they'd get to maybe 6 down before they decide to start blocking, something like that. Luxton then, the substitute in this game, a fully playing substitute after the early departure of Johnny Bairstow from the game with what was subsequently revealed to be a fractured thumb, which means he misses Yorkshire's next game. Might have anyway because of the injury, but is obliged to do so because he's been substituted, but Yorkshire hope he'll be fit for the subsequent game. So 139 for 3. Ed Smart emails in with the schedule for walking in the valleys for young cricketers. It's taking place next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There'll be a walk between Blackwood and Machen on the Friday. It'll start and end at Hopkinstown on the Saturday with a social evening. Crane bowls and Luxton plays forward and squirts it off an edge down to the gully. Matthew Maynard, I believe, is speaking on the Saturday evening, the former Glamorgan coach at Hopkinstown. And this is a dozen clubs in South East Wales, all fundraising, mostly for facilities for young cricketers. Crane bowls, and that's steered away on the offside by Luxton to get off the mark with a single. 140 for 3. And the last day they start at Taffswell, and the juniors of the clubs join them at Cardiff Cricket Club in Whitchurch, and they'll be coming here to Sophia Gardens and ending up at the women's match that's taking place here against Gloucestershire. Crane in, bowls, Lythe pushes forward, and that's gone through, I think, everything. It'll possibly be 4 byes or leg byes. Leg byes. Let's race down to the boundary. Yorkshire won't care what it's come off. 144 for 3. So that's walking in the valleys for young cricketers. A dozen clubs in South East Wales involved. And best of luck to everyone. As Lythe plays this one down to fine leg. Gets the single. Sean Dixon does the fielding and the over. 145 for 3. Something that I actually did a couple of days walking last year. I've put in a sick note for this year, but best of luck to everyone involved. 145 for 3. Yorkshire need for the 150 in 29.
And this, my friend, is why we love long form cricket. Got all the way through a 2 innings a side match towards this end. We still don't know what the result's going to be. Just 29 overs remain. The result will be a Glamorgan win with a few more shots like that. But if this fella sticks around, then it could lean the other way. Yorkshire needing 150 precisely from 29. 7 wickets in hand. Van der Hoogten in. Lythe gets one that flashes down the leg, so it doesn't bounce again. Cook going low to take it. Routinely, if this is day 1 and you're trying to knock off 150 in 29 overs with 7 wickets left on a good deck, you're not that concerned. But when some of them are shooting, the ball is turning, as it has done throughout the match, not just on day 4. And you've got a bit of scoreboard pressure. And those mind games that cricket plays very much come into the equation. Nicely bowled by Van der Hoogten, and Adam Lythe with a straight blade playing back to the bowler. Hits the stumps and dislodges the bails at this Cathedral Road end of the ground. Russell Warren is standing at this end. Nigel Long is at square leg at the moment. Fine leg third man, point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, straight, tight mid wicket, And then sweepers square on the leg side and square-ish on the offside as Van Houten goes short. Lyth doesn't fancy taking it on. He can play a very good pull shot to the right delivery.
Looking back to the first innings, Yorkshire's last 7 wickets added 137. If they perform in similar manner, then we're going to have a very tight finish. But we've got the added complication of the time pressure, of course, or the overs pressure here.
Certainly no weather issues. Glorious day as Van Houten's in. Lyth turns out into the leg side and calls for the run straight away. Just got it beyond the right hand of Asa Tribe, who's that man I was saying was tight in at mid-wicket. And Ryan Hadley, well, with those lengthy levers, takes maybe a split second longer than most to get going, and he couldn't prevent the single. But just that one run off the 4 balls delivered by Van Houten so far. Will Luxton. Great experience for Will, this, isn't it? He didn't expect to be playing when they turned up on the coach last Thursday for the warm-up. In as a substitute for his captain, Johnny Bairstow. Made 14 in the first innings, and he's in here in a proper match situation. I don't suppose you can buy those experiences as a young player. Here's Van Houten, and Luxton, and that lovely languid style he's got, just runs that one to mid-on.
I'd like to thank all our listeners for their contributions during the course of this match, who've emailed in on glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk or contacted Jonathan, Kenneth or myself via social media. Always good to have your thoughts.
Here comes Van Houten for the final ball of the 40th over, and solid. Will Luxton plays it to mid-on, and there is no run, so good over as far as Glamorgan were concerned. It just winds up that little bit more pressure on Yorkshire. Just that one run, 146 for 3. Adam Lyth on 83.
With the excitement of the wicket going around about the time I was referring to our camel riding listener in Marrakesh, I forgot to read out the second part of the message, which was hello from Fionn Wynne, a erstwhile contributor to BBC Sport Wales, now with 5 Live, and writing thoughts on the website and match reports as well. And have a good summer if you're listening, Fionn. Here's Crane to bowl outside off, smashed away by Lyth. And 4 runs up to the deep extra cover boundaries. Hit that quite a long way. It's retrieved by one of the Glamorgan 12th man. Save the fielder pursuing it. And Lyth finding the gap in style there to move on to 87. Unlucky number in Australia, of course. Good job he's not one of the Aussies. 13 short of the 100. Crane bowls, Lyth swings, and it's hit something and trickled out on the offside.
It should have been hitting Rose Ed.
He was trying to put it into the grandstand. Oh, it was a filthy full toss that's hit him straight on the thigh.
How many times do you see that in cricket, that the full toss is the one that you miss? It's just not, you're expecting some bounce in front of you, aren't you? It's on you that bit quicker. Should have gone.
Crane in, bowls on leg stump, tucked away conventionally this time. Single taken. Lyth to 88, 151 for 3. 144 more runs needed to win in 27 overs after this one. So if someone can stay with Lyth, it looks like doing a job. Luxton drives off the inside part of the bat to mid-on. I think he was probably looking to play to mid-off. Dragged it slightly.
Bowled round his legs, of course, by Mason Crane in the first innings.
Yes,
He missed a sweep.
He'll be mindful of that. 2 slips and a short leg. Crane bowls. Luxton pushes forward, is beaten Through to Chris Cook. Well, an eventful over 5 runs off it so far.
Fired that one in that little bit quicker, didn't he? He's getting a bit of drift as well there, you can see on the replay.
That one's turned at about 45 degrees. It's almost unplayable. Crane bowls. Another appeal for a catch behind. They didn't seem hugely convinced. But Luxton is being thoroughly tested here on BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra. Lyth is keeping things together for Yorkshire. And, well, where's the odds now between Yorkshire, Glamorgan and a draw?
Yeah, you've got to be able to read it well, haven't you, from the hand? That was the orthodox leg spinner. And if you can read it, then if you're of a mind to leave those sort of deliveries, you've got to get that bat inside the pad. But if you can't read it, if you're not sure what's coming out of the hand, then that's when you're obviously tempted to come forward and still offer some bat. Not sure which way it's going for Will Luxton out there. It's hard to tell what he can see, obviously. But he certainly offered the bat at that ball, turning away from the outside edge. Going right back to the start of the knock, saying the right-handers were going to be under pressure against him after the way he'd bowled in the first innings. Still feels that way. James Wharton has succumbed to him for a second time in the match. Will Luxton will be under some pressure, but here's Ryan Hadley now from the Cathedral Road end. Adam Lyth frustrated with himself as he replays a shot that should have gone through extra cover. And he clothed it really into the deck. Ends up back in the hands of Hadley. So knocking off this target is still looking like it's going to be some effort. 144 needed with 7 wickets remaining. 26 overs and 5 balls. Some keeping low, plenty of them turning. Left hand, right hand combi out there. Kieran Carlson's rotating his bowlers. Cracking game of cricket. Hadley in and bowling. Lyth this time gets it somewhere near where he wanted to last time, but he can't get it past Kieran Carlson. Gen's back alongside.
Hi, Jonathan. Still all to play for, and well, an enthralling next hour, I'm sure. Still all possibilities in store, but I think, as you mentioned, those 2 wickets, it's just ebbed and flowed. And Morgan pinch another couple, then should put the brakes on.
Yep, field can go anywhere it likes. Of course, no restrictions. Don't forget that. And Kieran Carlson set some interesting field. He's got an in-out field here. Just asking Ace a try to go from that tight mid-wicket I've mentioned a time or two. And he's now gone, was really in a catching stroke, 1 saving position just backward of square leg. Offering Adam Lyth the gap through mid-wicket, and he's going to take it. Thank you very much. And just drops it there from this latest Hadley delivery. 1 run. Good batting from the Yorkshire opener. 89 now to him. 152 for 3. Changing the field again for the right-hander. What's Hadley going to offer here? He reined in a few short balls, didn't he, in the first innings?
Yeah.
Wonder if he might try Will Luxton here to see if he's tempted. He's got a man down at fine leg. He has dispatched square leg, who would be, by the looks of the cut of the grass, probably about 10 yards or so in front of square. Carlson himself has gone in just backward of square, and he's in a tight 1 saving position, as are the 2 other leg side fielders. Here's Hadley then over the wickets. There's a yelp as that thuds into the top of the Luxton pad flap. I think that's caught him in that no man's land area between pad flap and thigh pad. He's having to flex a little bit the left thigh there. That's going to be a stinger.
He's having to go under a thorough examination here, Luxton. And as you said, he thrust into the limelight given Johnny Bairstow's injury on Good Friday.
That man who was sent out to the boundary edge has now been brought in. 2 balls remaining in the over. Hadley to Luxton, full. The lesser spotted Yorker. And well dug out by Will Luxton.
Still plenty of batting, of course. Matthew Revis, George Hill, Dom Bess pitched in with 32 in the first innings. So
yeah, we pitched in with 32, and I've got to say, he looked like the unluckiest Yorkshire batter in terms of that call.
Yeah.
Umpire obviously only gets the 1 look, but it felt like it was missing. I think when we got the benefit of the replay, here's Hadley. And Luxton.
It's a good
Tucks
over.
that into the leg side. Yeah, it was a good over by Ryan Hadley. So the last, 3 overs or so, 4 overs maybe, there's been a wicket, that of James Wharton, and there's been a bit of pressure applied, plus the odd boundary, 152, so they've added 13 since that most recent wicket went down. That was after 38 overs and 2 balls. We've had 3.4 overs since. But if Yorkshire walking out after Ken were feeling like it might be slightly leaning their way, the 2 wickets has put it back very much in the balance.
It's tightened somewhat. What are they? Just 3.6 the run right now. As here comes Mason Crane to Lythe. Oh, that's tucked away round the corner, but there is a leg slip in place for the left-hander, which is Kieran Carlson. Leg slip, orthodox slip, short leg, crowding the batter. Mid-wicket, there's protection as well, of course. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Long off back, has prodded back to Mason Crane. Mid-off, orthodox mid-off. Although straightening now. And Tim van der Hoogten is on the cover boundary. Still bathed in sunshine is Sophia Gans. Brilliant last day. This could go down to the wire. Crane in, the bowl's cut aggressively. And that will go on the way. And he's cross with himself, Crane. Frustrated, kicks the turf in disgust because just dropped that too short and there's too much width. And Lythe, as we've seen throughout the course of his innings, he's not going to miss out.
No, drop it short there. There's a huge gap, of course, because there would be, I guess, with a leggy ball in it, a left-hander. He's just going to change the angle of attack now, Mason Crane, to round the wicket. And I suppose, given the way he's turning the ball, he's just trying to negate that and tighten that line on Adam Lythe, in effect.
He's just cross with himself because, as you mentioned, the pressure's been building up. It was a good last over by Ryan Hadley.
Yeah, so
Crane in to Lythe, who just prods that too long on. There's an easy single every time.
And this is the tough art of bowling leg spin, and if you get it slightly wrong, I mean, he's just opened up the leg side by bowling round the wicket, and Adam Lythe milked it. 2
slips now, 2 orthodox slips in for Crane, and that's taken by Chris Cook. It's why there are a few leg spinners, I suppose. They early on they get perhaps bashed about, and they give up the ghost, so to speak.
But you can see he just feels much happier when he's bowling at the right hand, has done this straight away.
Crane, and that's pulled, and there's that's pulled well, very well, to the mid-wicket, square boundary rather, by James Wharton. By Will Luxton rather.
Yeah,
beg your pardon.
He was obviously bowled round his legs, as I mentioned a minute ago in the first innings. That wasn't as wide a delivery, so it was quite a wide delivery around his legs that he was bowled with, and he missed the sweep. That was a straighter ball, maybe just outside leg, and he dealt with that really well, actually. Played a good controlled sweep, didn't he?
Yeah, he got hold of that. James Wharton didn't, and was bowled by Crane, and it wouldn't have been one he will want to press play again.
No. Adam Lythe then. potentially one stroke away from a ton. .94 of 141 deliveries. 134 needed by Yorkshire in 25 overs. 7 wickets needed by Glamorgan, and Hadley bowling to Lyth, who's watchful, solid, playing into the offside for Carlson to field. Cracking game of cricket. Kieran Carlson, all sorts going on in his head at the moment as to what he can do out there with his field, with his bowlers. He's got a couple of players, himself included, an ace of tribe on the other side, off and leg respectively, fairly tight on the one. He's got sweepers squarish on both sides. Third man fine leg, mid on, mid off. And it's going to be the sweeper on the offside who's going to come in and field this delivery, which Lyth just opened the face and ran out there into the offside. Can't think of many what you'd call properly aggressive shots played by Adam Lyth in the 95 he's put together. He's not gone at the ball, has he really? He's hammered those ones away off the back foot that Mason Crane's offered him. But it's been mainly the usual sort of touch play.
Tim Van Hoogten rubbing furiously to try and induce some swing. There hasn't been much going on in that regard.
No, we haven't had any requests that I can think of for a ball change either, which might still come. Hadley in. Oh, Luxton playing across that one and gone. Yep, it looked it, and it is it, according to umpire Russ Warren. And Luxton has got to go. As I said, it was a great opportunity for him in a match situation to show us what he could do. Some pressure on out there, and he's gone for 5. And Yorkshire 162 for 4.
Yeah, just played across it all wrong and probably hitting middle and leg.
Yeah, he can't have any complaints about that whatsoever, I don't think. As we see it again, I think that's missing off, missing leg and knocking middle up about 3/4 of the way up.
Just straightened up enough from Ryan Hadley. So 4 down. How will that change the mindset now from Yorkshire's point of view, with Lyth still there?
Well, he's got to stay there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
If they want to win this for as long as possible.
It's just so intriguing how things can change, though. We said how a flurry of wickets changes the mindset, but in trying to shut up shop, that can lead to trouble as well in itself.
Yep, the defensive mindset can get you in trouble, and so too, as we've just seen, can the attacking mindset. Will Luxton face? He didn't face that many balls, did he? It wasn't like he'd been, completely pinned down there. He'd faced just the 13, but his 13th was the one in which he ran out of a bit of patience, thought he could see the shot through the leg side.
It was just too straightened up on him, and was going on to hit. So he departs. Matthew Revis comes in, scored 50 in the first innings before being dismissed by Ryan Hadley, caught by Chris Cook. So, in the context of the game, the next half an hour is going to be crucial. Still difficult to predict the outcome at present. We had an email in not so long ago predicting, stuck his neck out, can't remember who it was, but said that it was going to be a draw. At that point, I thought it was swaying Yorkshire's way. We shall see. Matthew Revis will take guard.
I think my response to that, Ken, would be never write.
Go early.
Never write off cricket.
Yeah,
No, never write
don't
off.
go early either with your predictions.
This is why we love it, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's,
and on the first weekend as well.
so Matthew Revis, right-handed. Another right-hander for Mason Crane to have a go at. But first of all, Ryan Hadley will do, and Matthew Revis, of course, Yorkshire's highest scorer in the first innings with a half century, stands tall, slipped back in place. The fielder's encroached, and that one gets through. First up, Cook taking that one away to the left-hand side of the stumps, which tell you a little bit about the nip involved. And it was short of length. Probably didn't bounce as much as it felt like it might from where it pitched, and between Revis's body and his blade. Cook taking it fairly low down. So even Hadley, who was banging him in short in the first innings, not getting that much bounce out of it. Still more than 24 overs to go here. Hadley is in, and Revis blocks, and there is no run. Adam Lyth, well, I haven't seen him carry his bat through an innings. There was an occasion last year when he got close to doing so. I think he might have been 9th or last man out, something like that. But at the moment, he's been there from the outset. Partners are coming and going. I want Matthew Revis to stay with him for as long as, whether that be in a push for victory or holding out for a draw. We'll see how that one goes. Player's just been dispatched now into the deep. There's a man at deep backward square. There's a man at deep mid wicket, just been moved into position by Ryan Hadley, who's coming in now. Past umpire Warren, bowls it. Good length ball. Revis treats it with the respect it deserves. Good over by Ryan Hadley. 8 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 16. That's why Glamorgan have signed him. Keeping it tight, picked up a wicket, and a vital wicket at that of Will Luxton, who can play his shots and score quickly if he'd have got himself in. 162 for 4. 133 needed in 24 overs by Yorkshire, or during the same period. Glamorgan have got to try and find 7 wickets.
Yeah, the next wicket could determine
6 wickets, my apologies, can't count.
How they go about the next hour or so. It will be Crane to continue from the River Taff end. Glorious conditions. Here comes Crane. Lyth on 95, and just pads up, and goes through to Chris Cook. Still doing a bit for Mason Crane, who's taken 3 of the 4 Glamorgan wickets. Quinley Beadle, Sam Whiteman, and James Wharton. Here he comes in, right arm over, that's pulled, and just down to deep backward square. So no damage done, it was short. Lyth moves to 96. So Crane's first chance to have a crack at Matthew Revis. 2 slips, short leg, mid off, mid on, extra cover, backward point, man sweeping on the offside boundary as well as deep mid wicket. Here comes the leg spinner Mason Crane. That's nudged, placed well by Matthew Revis, and as Lyth is nearing his century, I will abdicate my duties for Jonathan Doidge for the next few balls.
Usually takes about 10 overs, doesn't it, when you've done that? Or it doesn't happen. 3 men round the bat. Mason Crane then to Lyth. He was a little nibble at that one, outside off stump. Can't get it away for runs. A few nervous spectators out there, fingers crossed for him. The far end of the ground among the Yorkshire contingent. He's been here many times before. Crane in and bowling. Lyth works it to the infield. A good tumbling stop by Ben Kellaway. He's been good in that position, Ben Kellaway. Not much getting by. Now then, Crane has asked, I think it's Andy Gorvin, isn't it, to come up from way out in the deep. Up to regulation mid-off, and Lyth turns one at the feet of short leg, and there is no run. Ace at Tribe doing the fielding. 164 for the loss of 4 wickets. 131 more needed by Yorkshire. 23 overs now to get them, so getting up towards 1 a ball sort of feel to it, which would be difficult enough if the pitch wasn't offering turn and the odd one wasn't keeping low. 6 wickets for Glamorgan, and you're not ruling that out right now. Ryan Hadley, who came up with a good over at this Cathedral Road end last time around, is charged with the same responsibility. The field, interesting, isn't it? We've got a slip, got a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short, straight mid-wicket, man to his right shoulder on the one, and a catcher, Kieran Carlson, just backward of square, plus a long leg. Hadley attacking the stumps. He's just offering, as he did with Will Luxton, straight deliveries and saying, go on then if you think you can flick it across there. We've got a man or two in to catch. If that ball is not quite coming on, then there's obviously that temptation or that potential for the batter to get slightly under the ball, lift it into the leg side, and there are 4 willing catchers in those positions. Hadley in again. Gets one to drive here, Revis, and accepts the invitation. There's a chase on, and it's going to have the legs on the fielder. Andy Gorvin couldn't quite get there. Lovely shot by Revis, just over pitching Ryan Hadley. But from a Glamorgan point of view,
Yes, it was. No ball as well.
with a bit of induct, he'd be encouraged to continue trying that. He's found a bit of joy with it already. And he's drawn Revis into the drive, and on this occasion, batter wins. So, with the no ball, now 170 for 4, 125 needed. And 5 to come in this over. Hadley again, full again. Revis opens the face, runs it out to backward point this time. Mason Crane's out there to do the fielding. Not been many in most of the week, but the crowd does feel like it has built to some extent, doesn't it, today? Around and about. It's the warmest of the 4
something
days.
going on.
Good to see people turning up to enjoy what could be a tense finish. Hadley in short ball. Revis ducks, and Cook takes it behind the stumps. Suspect will be going on longer than most, or longer than anybody else here. I just have a quick dip in and see what's going on elsewhere. Still 3 to come in Hadley's over. Still in play at Taunton. As Hadley comes in to bowl to Revis, he blocks it. Ken is still alongside, by the way, folks, but it's kind of this was my end, and then Adam Lyth was on strike on 90 odd, so we will bring him back in at some point. He's getting a freebie here. He's in massive money, huge money, isn't it? Well, you get a, was it a 50% rise you got?
Yeah.
The winter, Ken. Yeah?
0.5% rise.
Hadley turns at the end of his run. Comes in again. Bowls it now. Revis runs it down to third man, which is vacant because Mason Crane had come up from that sort of position, and they're going to cruise through for 2. Notts against Somerset. Taunton, Nottinghamshire. Well, they need 297 off 22.3, 7 wickets remaining, and are clearly just going to be knocking that around, I think, for draw points between the pair. Northants are still clinging on against Lancs in Division 2. Still only the 7 down. They've been 6 or 7 down for hours, I think, now. 149 needed off 19.5. The Northants win less likely, and obviously 19.5 overs for Lancs still to finish it. Hadley bowls wide of Revis's off stump, and he thinks better of having a go at it. Up at Chester Street, Durham against Kent. Final innings of the match is Kent's, and they're 165 for 3. 192 runs needed off 25.4 with those 7 wickets in hand. And then just the one other match still in play other than here, and that is at Derby. Derbyshire have still batted just that once, and they need 4 Worcestershire wickets
Returning to bowl at the River End,
to win it.
Ben Calloway.
Ben Calloway is coming back on then to replace Mason Crane. He's bowled off spin throughout the match so far. He's going to bowl to Adam Lyth, who remains undefeated, having watched that over Matthew Revis playing the ball around, or not. Remains undefeated on 96. So long on, deepish mid-off, straight, sort of extra cover, tight. Man backward of point is Kieran Carlson. Square cover sweeper. Cow corner's gone out. Deep backward square leg. Calloway round the wicket. Lyth goes back foot. And we'll tick on to 97 with a single out to Van der Hoogten, who's sweeping in the deep on the offside. Back with you then, Ken.
Which brings Matthew Revis on strike. So Adam Lyth edging ever closer to 3 figures. Ben Calloway just directing, orchestrating things, changing the field. Leg slip, orthodox slip, short leg. Long on is scampering back. Here comes Calloway. Bowls full. Full delivery. Good ball from Ben Calloway, and it's a dot ball. 173 for 4. 122 required with less than 22 overs remaining. Calloway coming in and bowls, and rocking back on his stumps is Revis. Calloway, who doesn't have a wicket to his name as of yet. Calloway in, and that has gone through only as far as the man in the deep. It's Tim van der Hoogten, which brings Mr. Lyth back on strike.
3 more needed. Well, not 3 more needed for the match, but 3 more needed for his 3 figures. 149 deliveries he's been out there concentrating for. Calloway bowls. Ooh, has he got it? He has. A little feather, and Adam Lyth has gone 3 short of a century. Now that really does now open the door for Glamorgan. A tremendous effort from Adam Lyth, 97 off that 150 deliveries, but he's gone. Cook bowled Calloway. The change of bowling by Kieran Carlson has worked, and Glamorgan now needing 5 wickets in the last 21.1 overs. And the likelihood of Yorkshire scoring 121 runs during that period has just diminished to a significant extent with the dismissal of the man who ticked off 16,000 first-class runs during that innings.
Well, unlucky.
Knock Adam Lyth.
Yeah, he's played brilliantly, and just a little feather to Chris Cook. So the unlucky Adam Lyth departs, but what a wicket for Glamorgan. I am just going to depart, Jonathan, to do Welsh language update duty, and I will rejoin in due course.
Okie dokie. So 4 wickets now in this final session of the match. Adam Lyth, well, he'd been to a ton on 40 previous occasions. He's stopped at the side of the pitch as he waits for his teammate, the incoming George Hill, and has a few words of wisdom with George as he walks out with a few bat twiddles. The heart rate will probably be up at this moment. Meanwhile, Matthew Revis, helmet off, is having a drink out there. Glamorgan, they've gathered together in the middle. 2 umpires are having a chat as well. That's the scene here. Glamorgan, Kieran Carlson, that sporting declaration, Nick.
Yeah, I was Chris Glovitt, I must admit. But
not done yet either way, but
it's just swung
themselves a chance
away from a Yorkshire victory by some reasonable margin, I think, because Lyth was the man who was going to anchor it, if anyone. Had a fabulous stab at it, really. 97 has provided the bulk of the scores. Now, in terms of the batting left, Revis, Hill, Bess and Van Beek, to what extent are they the type that will get on with it?
Well, certainly Matthew Revis and George can both do that. Don Bess, well, as you saw in the first innings, he's kind of a busy batter, generally speaking, so yeah. Van Beek, not seen enough of him bat really in red ball cricket, to tell you. I've seen him cracking around a time or two in white ball cricket, but we know from his stats yesterday that he can play.
Callaway's in and bowls, and jabbing down on it is Hill. Last ball of the over then. Callaway takes the applause for his first wicket of the match and the season. Batted pretty well, 52 and 28 not out. That is first contribution with the ball.
Yeah, Adam Lyth, meanwhile, finished with 97 from 150 deliveries. He was out there for just over 3 hours, 186 minutes, hitting 14 fours during that time. He needed just that one more, but couldn't quite get there on this occasion, but he did a superb job. 97 out of 174. No complaints about his performance as Revis waits and runs one down through the vacant third man area. He's going to come back for a comfortable 2 here. These two, as I said, can both play. They both had a few first class tons each. 118 they need. I wonder what the word that George has brought out from the dressing room is. I'm sure it's definitely not weigh anchor now. It'll still be do what you can, keep that win in mind. Won a ball. You're going to have to, at some point, you think now, force it. As Hadley's in, and Revis works one off the hip down to long leg. And when I say force it, you know what I'm saying. I don't mean just go gung-ho, but just try and create a few more scoring opportunities. Would be the first way of putting it.
Middle and off guard by the look of it for George Hill. Hadley enjoyed his first innings opportunities. A rare fast bowler who can get several wickets off shorter pitched balls. It's a Yorker that got rid of Luxton in this innings, but the 3 victims that he had in the first innings were all balls that got up a little bit and you need the height of 6'5" to get much lift out of the pitch here.
Here is the man bowling to George Hill. Full down the leg side. George misses out. Cook flicks it to Ingram at first slip, only slip, and there's no run.
Dean Simister is asking for a shout out to David Simister, watching from Chiang Mai today from his big brother. Come on Yorkshire, says Dean. Well, Yorkshire won't be shutting up shop yet, but
in comes Hadley. Hill from the crease, dropping out into the offside where Dixon fields. No run.
You can possibly have reinforcement to the point that Kenneth is on Welsh language duties, because he's a man with such a powerful voice you can hear him from the next commentary box quite often. Thank you for all your contributions during the course of the game. I think we'll probably be concentrating from now on, but thank you very much.
Hadley making his way in. Bowling now to Hill, full, going again full and attacking the stumps. Ryan Hadley, it's been a feature in this final session from this Cathedral Road end. Nick Moxon sarcastically saying that nice to see Adam Lyth playing himself into contention for the opening test match.
Yes.
Tony Sweeney says it was one of his most crucial knocks, Adam Lyth, for the county under pressure, and remember it as one of my favourite innings watching in the ground. Hadley just waiting because he wants to change the field, sends Eddie Byram out onto the square boundary. There's a short leg in place as well, so he's got both angles of the short ball, or aspects of the short ball, covered. The little dink or the pull, and instead goes wide of off stump, and George leaves to complete that over. So 120 balls remaining, and 118 runs needed by Yorkshire, and 5 wickets needed by Glamorgan. All still to play for.
On the football front, Cardiff City held to a 1-1 draw at Peterborough. Cardiff City League One promotion contenders. Very bad news for Newport County again. They've lost 3-1 at Notts County in League Two, and I think by the look of it, the other two have lost at the bottom as well, so they're just a point outside the drop zone to potentially go out of the Football League. Swansea City are playing at 5:30 in the Championship. As Callaway is in to bowl, and forward comes Revis defending. No run. Ball trickles out on the offside. Morgan back with the 3 around the bat. Tribe is at short leg. Carlson at leg slip, and Ingram at slip. Callaway in, bowls, gives it airs. That drop chance. They were interested initially. Cook dived, tried to get a pour underneath it. There was considerable excitement around the bat. That might have been a bit of a drop off an inside edge, possibly inside edge pad. Very difficult one.
It could have been inside edge onto pad, I think.
So Revis, we think, surviving a chance on 11, as Glamorgan are getting an extra close fielder because Eddie Byram is hastily putting on some pads and grabbing a helmet. And Glamorgan will have, is it going to be 4 round the bat from now on? We're inside the last 20 overs, so it was 118 the target off the last 20. Yorkshire will have still some thoughts about, you would have thought, but it's an ultra attacking field, so there might be a few gaps as well. 118 needed off the final 20. Glamorgan need 5 wickets still as Callaway is into bowl. Revis plays back and digs it out, and Tribe picks it up at short leg. Crane is swinging his arms, doing all sorts of exercises at mid-wicket, so he's going to have another go shortly. As Callaway bowls, Revis drives into the offside, just the single. And Hill takes guard from umpire Long as the shadow of the floodlight pylon approaches the playing surface. Callaway bowls, and Hill is off the mark here with a nice little off drive, and just picks up the single. They don't put any pressure on for the 2, so maybe Yorkshire not quite abandoning victory hopes, but they're certainly not pushing as hard at the moment. Callaway in, bowls, forward stretches Revis and defends up to mid-off. That over almost gave the impression that Yorkshire are settling for the draw. Thoughts?
Yeah, maybe. I can see why you're saying that, but there's still 19 overs to go. It just means when you've lost those couple of wickets, you want to take it deeper yourselves, don't you, surely? Before, you want to get again to the stage where there's less time for the opposition to get those wickets. So if you take 4 overs out of the game here and run it around, you still need, whatever, 100 or just over in 15 overs. These guys are used to playing shorter forms of the game and are able to up the ante. If you'd have seen Matthew Revis's knock, for example, at York last year, when he finished off late on with a couple of lovely sixes, you wouldn't be too worried about the acceleration point of view. It's the how many wickets more can they afford to lose before they do shut up shop. Mason Crane then into the attack at the Cathedral Road end. George Hill striding forward and playing into the offside.
First time in the game he's bowled from this end.
It is. Well, certainly to my memory it is, yeah. 3 for 65 in this second innings to go with the 5 for 55 he took in the first. Bowls it again, flat, and George Hill just watches that go by. Crane in again, straighter. Hill watchful, and maybe also mindful of the fact that he was bowled by a rip snorter from Mason Crane in the first innings that pitched outside leg. It was Shane Warne stuff, wasn't it, really? Hit somewhere up near the top of off stump. Here he throws in a full toss, and George has got a pretty good contact on it, but can't get it past Sean Dixon at mid-off. 1 run.
Football results for the Yorkshire side. Bristol City 1, Sheffield United 0. Sheffield Wednesday 1, Leicester City 1.
What's happened at Harrogate Town? My eldest, James, has been at Harrogate Town against Bristol Rovers, I think, today. Crane in. That's pushed out into the offside by Revis. No run.
Harrogate Town 2, Bristol Rovers 3.
Not that he's a fan of either club, I've got to say, but he was there.
Barrow 0, Chesterfield 1, so Newport County's rivals at the bottom both lost as well.
Here's Crane. Oof, again, distinct lack of bounce as it goes past the outside of Matthew Revis's bat. So they're taking no chances in that over, at least, against Mason Crane. 180 for 5 now, 115 needed off 18 overs.
Hull City in the Championship are an 8 o'clock kick-off against Coventry City, League 1. Barnsley lost 3-0 at home to Plymouth Argyle. As Ben Callaway prepares for another over. Who else have you got? Huddersfield Town won 2-1 at Leyton Orient. As Callaway is into bowl, and that one's shot through everything again, and that'll be 4 byes this time. Oh dear, Chris Cook's having a difficult few minutes there. Let's see if that one did anything unexpected. Oh, that's bounced about 3 inches. Keep your ankles together, Chris. Bradford City won 2-1 at Wickham. Callaway bowls, played away on the onside by Hill. Any Yorkshire sides we're missing now in the Football League? Apologies if there are. You've got so many of them.
Don't think you missed anybody.
184 for 5. Callaway bowls, back on his stumps goes Hill. Ball trickling down to a short third man, but they don't risk a single as Ingram backtracks to field it. The replay shows a stout defence for that one, albeit on the back foot. Callaway balls again. Big appeal! They're convinced. The umpire isn't. Hill struck on the pad. Everyone was jumping. That one, ooh, possibly done a little bit too much, that ball. Spun sharply from Callaway. Orthodox off break. Time for a left arm delivery or two. Callaway bowls. That one's forced off the back foot by Hill to mid-off. No run. So just the 4 byes coming off the first 5 deliveries of this over. And nothing much played in anger. Callaway with his last ball into bowl. It's poked along the ground to silly point. Eddie Byram does the fielding. Hill has 2 after playing out that maiden. Revis has 12. Yorkshire 184 for 5. They need 111 runs to win, and they have 17 overs remaining in which to try to get them, or Glamorgan to try and get 5 wickets.
Yorkshire lad says he's got a tenner on a Yorkshire away double. Yorkshire versus Glamorgan and the mighty Borough in the Championship away against Swansea. What odds, JD? 6-4 on.
Swansea City against Middlesbrough. You can hear that on BBC Radio Wales FM in the southwest.
Mason Crane, Cathedral Road End, 2 slips and a short leg, bowling to Revis, who strides down the pitch and defends. With 2 more overs under their belts after your question to me about the draw, it's getting more like that now, isn't it? 111 needed off 16 overs and 5 balls, and 2 right-handers for Mason Crane to bowl at. And he just looked much more, if you like, enthusiastic and confident in his approach to bowling to the right-handers than he did against the lefties. And he's been more effective in becalming the score in the main. That one was just a bit too leg-side-ish and been picked off for a single square by Matthew Revis. 13 to him. But if they are going to have a go at this, then there's been no squeezing of the pedal to the metal just yet, and those wickets falling at fairly regular intervals in this final session obviously begin to choke that. Oh, now then George Hill's got lucky because he's slapped a full toss straight to short extra cover, and that has been grassed. So 2 chances in fairly quick succession. That was not an easy one. Diving to his right, it was It was Andy Gorvin. Revis back on strike. Mason Crane strikes the ball, and Gorvin this time parries it round the post. No run. So George dropped on 2. He's at the non-striking end. 1 ball to come in this over. Crane in and bowling, and Revis digs one out, plays it to Gorvin, and while Glamorgan back in the ascendancy here, want to win this match, they've got to take every opportunity, haven't they, Nick? And that's 2 that they've not managed to keep hold of recently. There have been fairly tricky chances.
The final hour is now about to start.
There we are. It's really a technicality that the final hour starts because it's 16 overs, and I think if there were any danger that Glamorgan were pressing for victory with 2 spinners trying to bowl more than 16 overs in an hour, I'm sure Yorkshire would find a few drinks that were urgently required, or gloves or whatever. Callaway lopes in, bowls, and that's turned past short leg by Hill. Out to Tim van der Hoogten, who is Johnny No Mates out on the leg side boundary, grazing contentedly in the deep, watching the spinners do the work. Single taken. 187 for 5 as Revis plunges forward. He's certainly got the build to try and stick one into the River Taff, but it looks as though he's in under team orders not to try anything silly. Callaway bowls up in the block hole. Revis defends it back to the bowler. And there's no run. Beautiful blue skies over central Cardiff. Hardly a cloud to be seen. A few just away to our left. Be an update for Radio Wales shortly as Callaway bowls, bat and pad together. Bit of an appeal, but there was too much wood in it for the umpire to be able to guess.
Ben Crossland says Huddersfield Town have secured victory against Leyton Orient in the 16th minute of extra time.
Callaway bowls, full ball. Yorkshire are 187 for 5. They need a further 108 for victory, but with 15 overs gone, it seems as though they've given up the victory chase when they lost their 5th wicket, that of main man Adam Lythe, for 97. He was caught behind off Callaway as he looked set for a well-deserved century. It was a fine innings, but he hasn't had much support in this evening session. Yorkshire were well set, 1 down at tea, but since then Mason Crane's claimed a couple of wickets, 1 to Ryan Hadley, and then that crucial one to Ben Callaway. So we've got 15 overs left to play for Glamorgan to take 5 wickets. Yorkshire seem to have given up ambition of scoring a further 108 runs. They're 187 for 5 in the Sapphire Sunshine.
Mason Crane then to continue at the Cathedral Road end. And a ball here to George Hill, who has in the past once or twice on the record said he enjoys playing against spin, likes to take it on. He's not shown any real signs of doing so in the 18 deliveries he's faced so far, and of course whacked one from Mason Crane straight to, well, just to the right of Andy Gorvin in the last over, but unfortunately for Glamorgan, Gorvin, who got, I think, both hands to it, couldn't hang on. Fortunate for George, who's just got a single into the leg side from the first ball of the over. In a sense, it's still in Yorkshire's interest to try and run it around here, because the field will close in tighter and tighter as their task becomes less and less possible. And if they can keep it ticking, it just puts that doubt in Kieran Carlson's mind that he can fully all-out attack. He's got an in-out field at the moment, although you'd predominantly say it is an attacking field. Another dot ball there. Revis on strike. Crane tosses one up. Revis strokes one to Dixon at mid-off. No run. Halfway through over number 54 of this final innings of the match, the second for Yorkshire. Revis steps across, watches one go by again. $107 needed in 14. Off 5 wickets. That looks, if either is more likely, the slightly more likely at this stage. Finding 5 wicket taking deliveries with the way this session has gone. Finding loads of scoring opportunities hasn't been the case. Revis defends again. Remember, it was 125 for 1 at tea. That was after 34 overs of the innings, so this ball will make it bang on 20 overs in this final session. And Revis is going to get himself a boundary here, backward of point. Crane just straying too wide of off stump, and nicely played cut shot by Revis, moving him to 17. 192 for 5, 103 needed off 14 overs. But just a reminder, Sam Whiteman out second ball of the final session. Chipped one to mid-wicket to be caught by Kellaway off Crane for 24. James Wharton, well, he won't want to see again on video. He was bowled by Mason Crane for 10. Will Luxton probably likewise off Hadley for 5. LBW. Adam Lyth then feathered one through to the gloves of Chris Cook off Ben Kellaway for 97. And then since then, Matthew Revis dropped by Cook off Kellaway when on 11. That was when the score was on 177. And then George Hill hit a full toss to Andy Gorvin at short extra cover. Got both hands to it, I think, but he was put down, George, on 2 at the time when the score was on 185.
Here's Kellaway then to bowl from the River Taff end. As he comes in with fielders clustered round the bat, and Hill pushes forward. No run. Kellaway is seeing Hill on the defensive again there. Glamorgan will probably in any case take it until the last 4 or 5 overs. Can't see them giving up before then.
Everybody crowding in now.
Hadley goes into leg slip. He probably should have had a helmet on. Kellaway is in to bowl, and that's pushed forward again defensively by Hill. There's a forward short leg, a backward short leg, and a leg slip now. Plus a silly point and a slip. 5 clustered around the bat, and Hill meets it off the middle of the bat and plays it back to Kellaway.
There's going to be a lot of this for the next half an hour, I suspect.
Yeah, Glamorgan will rue those 2 drop chances, both difficult ones. Both batters have had a life as Hill defends another one back to the bowler.
I was in the midst of doing my update when that one fell to Chris Cook. Was it a bat pad?
Yeah, it was a tricky one because it was, I think, inside edge pad or pad onto inside edge. Hill gets something on that, but it's eluded all that coterie of leg side fielders. They'll go through for 2 runs. They'll look at a third they side against as Hadley retrieves it. Chris Cook can't see the ball coming out of the sun, but Eddie Byram is aware of that and backs up. There was bat on it, but it squirted somehow between those 3 crouching fielders on the leg side. It's 194 for 5. Just 101 runs needed to win off 13 overs.
Yeah.
At what's that? The best part of 8 runs and over. Would there be any temptation, I wonder, for Yorkshire just to swing for an over or two, or won't they risk it?
I wouldn't have thought so. The only thing is you can get bogged down and in turn perhaps lose a wicket or two, which makes it even more nervy. It's going to be difficult to shut up shop from here on in.
Yeah, it's a lot of overs, 13 just to push and prod, isn't it? What's Tim van der Hoogten doing? Seemed to be crawling around for a moment there, but he was just checking where his bowling mark needs to be. Van der Hoogten with another blast. Hadley might have a closing couple of overs somewhere or other.
Yeah.
Glamorgan juggling their attack.
Hasn't taken a wicket yet in this innings, Tim van der Hoogten. And was expensive early doors when Lyth and Finlay Bean were free-flowing. The psyche's definitely changed since the departure of Adam Lyth. Here comes van der Hoogten to Revis, and that's played to that man at, what do you call it, silly mid-on. There's an umbrella field on the on-side.
That's an unusual one, isn't it? 2 mid-wickets, a silly mid-on, and a close-ish forward square. Yeah, it's 4 in an umbrella, basically.
Yeah. Kieran Carlson being creative in his field placing, trying to prize another wicket, which could sway things even more so.
Funky fields, can't drive on the leg side.
Tim van der Hoogten coming in, bowls, and that's played square. No, it's played fine, actually, and it is a single down there to Andy Gorvin. George Hill was bowled by Mason Crane for 2 in the first innings. Has to dig in, has to stay with Matt Revis, who was top scorer in the first innings with 50. Still this unorthodox field. One slip in for Tim van der Hoogten. Coming in, bowls, and that's played firmly to the man at silly mid-on. 4 in an umbrella field and the onside in George Hill's eye line. Colin Ingram is at slip, and there's a man at cover, that is short cover, that's Sean Dixon.
It does seem something that more and more captains have got into in recent years, this coterie of catchers on the drive when things aren't going, the ball isn't finding the edge. Oh no, Tribe's going in even closer.
Tim van der Hoogten coming in, bowls, and that's just prodded back to the bowler. Carlson's at mid-off, Dixon on the offside. And
what do you call that position that Tribe's in? It's sort of silly mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Which I know isn't usually in the cricket lexicon, but if you imagine the angle of mid-wicket, and it's about 6-8 metres from the bat with a helmet on.
And behind him is Hadley. Byram to his right. In comes Tim van der Hoogten, coming in. Full, and that misses everything and is taken by Chris Cook. So they're trying desperately to get this 6th wicket. 100 needed exactly by Yorkshire for victory.
Yeah, I mean, if this were One Day Cup or T20, they'd be merrily swinging away, but first championship match of the season.
Yeah, different scenario, no fielding restrictions, as we see.
Well, this would be fine in the.
This would be fine in
the white ball stuff, wouldn't it? There's not much danger of anyone being outside the
ring,
theoretical circle.
Yeah.
2 leg gullies now.
Van der Hoogten in. And that's played on the offside towards backward point, where it's fielded by Mason Crane, juggling with it. That is the end of the over. 12 remain.
6-3 leg side field at the end of that over.
Who is going to blink first? That is the question.
12 overs to go. As I think even if Glamorgan don't get any more wickets, they'd probably take it round down to about 4 left before
calling it a day.
Abandoning hope. 100 needed to win in 12. So they've scored just 18 runs in the last 8 overs. Made a note of it with 20 left. Helmet, more helmets, more helmets. They're running out of helmets in the Glamorgan dressing room. They'll have 9 helmeted fielders before too long, maybe. I exaggerate. But there are 4 helmets being deployed, and I think Hadley probably ought to be having one under the regs.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and Chris Cook.
Yeah, only mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off are outside that gaggle of fielders around Matthew Revis. Ben Kellaway from the River Taff end, 1 for 29. As this is forced away, I thought I managed to find a gap in the that infield, but it was stopped by one of the short legs. Tension here at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan on the attack. Bowls it wide outside off stump, and Revis just gets across and kicks it away. Cook scuffing round in the dirt. Not easy keeping. The ball keeping low. It's all a bit dry and worn round that patch, despite it being early April. Edged past slip, I think, on the bounce. They'll take a couple of runs because why not? Hadley runs back towards third man and retrieves. Revis on to 20. 197 for 5. You're on BBC Sport Online. Welcome along wherever you're listening or viewing via the Glamorgan video stream, available on both counties' websites. Glamorgan started the session with an over rate of +2, so they've got a bit of faffing around time. Now Carlson is on his knees at second slip with the helmet on. Callaway bowls, and Revis blocks it back to him. No run. The ground, spectators watching quietly, drawn in by the drama as Revis tries to pad another one away. Can't be too much down that route of playing no shot outside off stump, because you're liable to be LBW if you don't at least pretend to play a shot. Jabs down on that one. Ball trickles to Carlson at second slip. No run, but another over ticks by. A couple of runs off it, but crucially for Yorkshire, no wickets. It's 197 for 5, 98 needed off 11. Absolutely zero sign of Revis and Hill changing their modus operandi.
No, not at all.
Reminder that both these sides back in action on Friday. Jonathan will be leading the BBC team for Yorkshire against Hampshire. Yorkshire against Hampshire. Wash my mouth out mentioning the other team. And Rob Phillips will be representing BBC Sport Wales at Trent Bridge, where Dave Bracegirdle and 5 Live's Kevin Howells will be alongside him.
So Tim van der Hoogten, where is this wicket going to come from? Coming in, bowls, and that's played firmly, and it's fielded by the bowler. So we have a slip, leg slip, well, 2 leg slips in fact. And then there is a mid-wicket, 2 short mid-wickets, or silly mid-on rather, in the shape of Hadley. Coming in is Van der Hoogten, and there's Tribe on the, no it's not, it's Eddie Byram, I beg your pardon, on the offside in the batter's eye line. And so just the one man at backward point, which is Mason Crane.
Carlson's retreated to mid-off now.
Oh, he's being conservative. Coming in is Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's banged in short. Tribe scampers after it. And
It's
there's no
effectively
run.
7 in catching positions.
Yeah. Yeah, Byram's on the offside. Hadley, Tribe, Kellaway are in those unorthodox positions on the onside. In comes Tim van der Hoogten up from a shortened run-up, full, and that's gone fine, past. Leg slip for 4.
Bit of excitement. Is it
First
inside
boundary.
edge or like
Pad was
buys?
it, I think.
Looked like pad at the time. Maybe.
First boundary for a while.
No, Ill's gone up. Ill's gone up to 7.
All right.
Bit of bat in that. Oh no, leg buys, sorry.
201 for 5.
Checking back on the graphic, it's been given as leg buys. Didn't see the umpires.
94 required. Coming in is Van der Hoogten. Bowls. Oh, that's gone fine again. That's a bad ball from Van der Hoogten.
Is that another 4 leg buys?
Yeah. Especially with Chris Cook standing up. Yeah, just straying down. So, expensive over this.
Shouldn't matter for Glamorgan unless it reawakens Yorkshire desires.
So, will there be a readjustment in the field? There's a bit of a dialogue between captain and bowler. Still persevering with this field, although Hadley moves out now of that. Well, he's still in short, still in close. Coming around is Van der Hoogten. Bowls, oh, gasps from close catches. That is the end of the over. So 8 leg buys coming off it. Yorkshire 205 for 5.
Ten overs left, still 5 wickets required. And theoretically 90
Returning
runs.
to bowl at the river end, Mason Crane.
So Crane will replace Kellaway. 1 spinner for another. There's been occasionally double spin, but not often as I expected, really. As Crane tosses a few practice deliveries.
Difficult to see where these 5 wickets are coming from now.
Well, we'll go bang bang.
Oh,
Revis drives
not like
back
that.
down the ground. An over-pitch ball has gone for 4 up to long on. Total on to 209 for 5. So once more the fielders go down, and Ravis drives another one back down the ground. Maybe he's having second thoughts and going for the win. And a diving attempt. That's a superb stop up at the far end of the ground from Andy Gorvin. Kept it in, and they've taken 3 runs, which means that Hill is back on strike, and maybe Glamorgan won't be too disappointed to see the batters changing ends, give them new questions to answer. 212 for 5. Target 295. Crane bowls. Hill pushes forward. He has looked the slightly less certain of this pair anyway, George Hill. So Morgan hopes starting to ebb away in the evening sunshine. Crane bowls, shouts of catch it.
Was a sound there,
but no appeal. Flicked something on the way through to slip. Oh, it was played down into the ground. It was well controlled by Hill. Arrived with Carlson on the bounce. Crane in. Bowls. Hill slightly awkwardly jabs one away off the back foot on the leg side. Dixon fields, no run. So it feels as though Glamorgan get a wicket pretty quickly. The Yorkshire have survived, having had a good go at victory. And Hill blocks the last ball of the over, so 7 runs came off that Mason Crane over. 8 in leg byes off the previous over, but I don't think Yorkshire will be trying too hard with 83 runs needed off 9 overs. I think Glamorgan will keep it going for another 4 or 5 or so, but there's a slightly forlorn air to the fielders at the moment.
Returning to bowl, Ryan Hadley.
Bit of a stalemate now. Ryan Hadley coming back into the attack to try and get a breakthrough.
Liven things up.
But it does have that feel now of 2 teams settling for the draw.
Make the batters jump around a bit, maybe. Seems to be the fastest man in Glamorgan's armoury at the moment.
Still in a sacking field by Kieran Carson, trying to conjure something. Short leg. Byram is in there on the offside. 2 silly mid-ons. Carson and Kellaway.
Almost having to make up fielding position somewhere in this evening session.
There's a slip. There's a slip. There's a gully. There's a leg slip. Tim van der Hoogten is at probably one. He's in an orthodox position. There aren't many of those at mid-off.
Couple swapping round.
Byram is going to second slip. So just a short leg and that to an orthodox silly mid-ons. Hadley in full, and that's jabbed down into the ground by Revis, who's on 27, hunkering down. 83, an unlikely 83, required at 8.5 overs. Well, it's been an exciting last day, and to think we lost the majority of the first day. Only 36 overs were bowled on Good Friday. Hadley coming in, right arm over from the Cathedral Road end, and that's full. Oh, that's taken! They've got a 6th. The breakthrough has come, so there may be a twist in the tail yet to come here at Sophia Gardens. So Hadley has forced the breakthrough, the Australian. And just moving a bit, caught by Chris Cook. Revis departs for 27. And now Glamorgan could still be in business.
That's why you employ fast bowlers, isn't it? Just to give the batters a little bit of a hurry up. 212 for 6, 4 wickets needed in 8.4 overs.
Just a rejig as Nick goes to do an update for Radio Wales. So then, a crucial wicket it could be for Glamorgan and Ryan Hadley. Revis departs for 27, caught behind off the bowling of Ryan Hadley. So yet more drama at Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online. It hasn't disappointed at all. The true format of the game. And it's going right down to the wire. So Dom Bess, the incoming batter, comes in at a crucial time for his side. It looked as if Yorkshire had consolidated. There's still time yet to go with 8.4 overs yet to be bowled. Hill is on 7. Dom Bess trudges on to Sophia Gardens, having scored 32. He was unluckily given out LBW in the first innings of the bowling of Tim van der Hoogten. So, Jonathan Doidge, nervy time for Yorkshire.
It's just good cricket, isn't it?
It is. Doesn't.
It's just good cricket.
Doesn't
really
disappoint.
No, they've got some work to do, and that's the challenge of playing over 4 days. They were in the best position they've been in the match since the 28 for 4 at 125 for 1 at tea, but that quickly became 125 for 2, 139 for 3, 162 for 4, 174 for 5, and now 212 for 6. And Glamorgan fighting tooth and nail to try and get their first Division 1 campaign for 21 years off to a winning start, and they could still do so. They've got to find 4 deliveries. They've already found 2 of those, but not taken the chances.
Well, they were persevering
for Yorkshire
with spin, but it had that feel of 2 teams just almost consolidating and accepting the draw. However, that wicket has changed things somewhat, with Hadley coming in from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls, it's full, and it's played comfortably by Dom Bess down to mid-off, and there's no run.
When George walked in, 46.5 overs in, there was a word between him and Adam Lyth as he came down the stairs. Obviously we don't know what was said, or whether George came out with it might have been try and win it if you can, but don't lose it, or it might have been just let's weigh anchor now. We don't know, we're guessing.
Well, they have 8.3 overs to survive, Yorkshire. Dom Bess is on strike. 3 slips as Glamorgan go on the attack for victory, but crack in the willow there from Dom Bess. They'll come back for 2. As Bess almost collided with Chris Cook. Good over from Ryan Hadley, as if we all thought the cause was lost. But it's been like that through the course of the day. We've had everything, has to be said. Great first weekend, given the weather we had on Friday. Hadley wheeling round, coming in. Bowls, and that's left outside off stump by Bess.
Yeah, as many as as you can, please, says Dom to Ryan, notionally, I'm sure. 49 deliveries remaining. 49 possible deliveries remaining. I only need 4. That would be a calamitous collapse, wouldn't it?
Still some nerves jangling amongst supporters here at Sophia Garden. Steaming in is the Australian Ryan Hadley, past the umpire, bowls, and again that's left, and he won't mind those. Don Best drops the gloves, and it's taken a wicket taking over by Ryan Hadley, the 6th, which gives Glamorgan hope. 8 overs remain. Yorkshire 214 for 6.
Yeah, just play at as few as possible. Thanks very much, say the Yorkshire boys, and make them play as many as possible. Kieran Carlson, Glamorgan coaching staff and supporters, just seen a replay of that wicket. Might have gone by off stump. It was angled in towards it. Matthew Revis was suckered into playing the drive at it, wasn't he? 27 off 50 for him in a 67-minute stay at the crease, so he did a job in the sense of chewing up some balls and taking up some time, 3 4s included. But he wasn't there at the end, and he'll probably be disappointed with himself because of that. If I know Rev, standards he sets himself, but he isn't there, and there's 8 overs remaining, and Mason Crane is in and bowling to George Hill, who stretches forward and runs that out towards point. Slip, leg slip, short leg, second slip in place. Silly mid off, and
we've been making positions up, Jonathan,
yep,
because they're so unorthodox.
Silly mid off, slip on leg. 3 slips in place now. 2 gullies next as Crane's in and bowling, and George watchful drops that into the deck, plays it out into the offside. Eddie Byram's under the helmet at silly mid off. Ingram, Carlson, and I think it could be Kellaway, can't quite tell the number. They look like they're the 3 slips. Hadley's at leg slip. Ace of Tribes under the helmet at short leg. Mason Crane delivering now, full toss. George nearly slapped one to a fielder going back some time. This time he's slapped it to the boundary. And picks up 4. Thank you very much. If you're going to have to play one, then you might as well whack a full toss for 4. So 11 to George Hill, 218 for 6. 4 wickets still needed by Glamorgan. I think we can more or less safely discount, although these two can bat. But 70 odd in 7.3 has not been in the equation at any stage in this match on this pitch. That sort of scoring rate. Back to 2 slips now, and a man sent out at short cover. Another full bunger, another 4. This time he's hit it flat back just past Ben Kellaway, who'd been moved out. A couple of poor deliveries by Mason Crane, and they've got the treatment. George will be happy to rack up another boundary. 15 to him. Yorkshire have drawn close to and should now eclipse the 226 they made in the first innings. 222 for 6. Oh, now then he's played across one here. Oh, dear me. Just for a moment there was a yelp from down there on the field of play. It was outside leg stump. Might have been bat onto body. That could have been what the yelp was for. Wasn't in danger of hitting his stumps. Final ball of the over. Crane bowls. Hill goes back foot and defends into the leg side. No run. 7 overs remain. 222 for 6. Bess on 2 and George Hill on 15. I can feel the tension in the seat to my left.
Well, you think it's heading for a draw, and then there's some kind of action that the last wicket of Hadley. Just kept everyone interested. Tom Bess now is on strike, and Hadley will continue. This is more of a conventional field now from Kieran Carson. Just it's a short leg in. That man at silly mid-on, which is Tim van der Hoogten. In comes Hadley, bowls, and Bess gets right behind that. In defensive mode, 222 for 6. 73, the unlikely number of runs required for victory, but just in 6.5 overs. 4 wickets required for Glamorgan. Slipcorden trying to G the bowler up. One final effort. Wheeling round is Ryan Hadley from the Cathedral Road end. Tall Australian seamer. Bangs that one in short, and he played it well. Fair play. Down to short leg. Did Dom Bess.
Well, at this stage, you might as well unleash every single one of your bag of tricks as a bowler, because the opposition now has very firmly decided to weigh anchor some time ago, and you know that you can, if the worst came to the worst and your attacking bowling was a little out of kilter, a few boundaries come, you can still defend.
Steaming in is Ryan Hadley. Bowled full, and that's dug out. There could be a couple here for Dom Bess. Yes, they come back for a second. 2, 2, 4, 4, 6. And it all turned with that Adam Lyth wicket, the prized wicket of Adam Lyth. Before then, Yorkshire certainly pushing for victory. He was the danger man, just 3 shy of 3 figures, Adam Lyth, when he was caught by Chris Cook off the bowling of Ben Kellaway. Hadley comes in, bowls full once more, and fielded in that unorthodox position by Tim van der Hoogten.
Sounds like a nail-biter at Northampton. Lancs need 1 wicket. They've taken a while to wear down Northamptonshire in their second innings. They've got 27 balls. It might even be fewer than that now, but that's what's on screen here at the moment, to finish off Northampton and win that match. Can Northamptonshire hold out for what was a very unlikely draw?
In comes Hadley, bowls, and taking evasive action is Dom Bess as it flies over and taken by keeper Chris Cook. Just the 1 ball remaining of this over.
Not quite sure how long's left at Derby, but Derby should need 3 Worcestershire wickets to win that. And Durham Kent looks set for a handshake, you would think.
Last ball of the over. Hadley comes in and bowls, and that's well defended by Dom Bess. End of the over. So the equation is as follows. Yorkshire require an unlikely 71 to win from 36 balls.
Yeah, I think the equation really is Glamorgan need 4 wickets to win from those 36 balls. Like as I always say at these things, cricket being cricket, you never rule that out. But they're very much on the watchful and defensive here, the Yorkies. And Kieran Carlson's been attacking them with a variety of bowling. Off spin, leg spin, seam. Bit of medium pace thrown in as well. Here's Mason Crane though, continuing at the river end. Throws one up wide of George Hill's off stump, and George not tempted. He still has 5 men round the bat, excluding wicketkeeper Chris Cook. 2 slips, leg slip, short leg, silly mid off. Shadows lengthening. Crane bowls again, full toss, driven down the ground by George Hill. That'll be 4. Another freebie from Mason Crane just when Glamorgan needed him to be bang on it. He's strayed a few times. Not that the runs are going to make much difference at all, and they won't care a jot if he finds a few wicket-taking deliveries. But running out of deliveries now. 34 left in the match.
Yeah, just got that one wrong. Full toss. And so many gaps out with so many close
Boundary takes George Hill, or took George Hill to 19. 228 for 6. They have passed that first innings total Yorkshire. As Hill stretches and pats one back to Crane this time. Can he tempt him into playing a rash shot? Can he just find a way through his defences for a second time in the match? Or past his defences it was in the first innings? Or is George going to see it through? Well, he's laid his bat nicely on that one. Callaway coming round to field at point. No run. Times like this, you start to look forward to the 4.5 hour drive to 5 hour drive home, chaps, on the last day.
Yeah.
After you've done your chat with whoever.
I do sympathise.
As that's wide of off stump, just pushed that one through that bit quicker. Missed out. Have a chat with Anthony McGrath afterwards. See what he's made of it all. Having called for a better start this season, well, they do get out of this one with a draw, and that one kept low on George and he kicked it away almost backward of square. End of the over. 5 overs remaining now, 228 for 6. If they do get out of this with a draw, and there have been times when it might not look necessarily like they might, then I suppose it is a better start than last year, which was defeat at Hampshire.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear Richard Dawson's viewpoint as well, because obviously it's more than an encouraging start for Glamorgan in terms of the fact that they have gone up to Division 1, but there were opportunities to push for victory at one point, but it has ebbed and flowed, and Hadley trying to get this 7th wicket. Bowles bangs that in short and is played equally by Dom Bess. So we're coming to the point where they might be saying enough's enough. 4.5 overs remain. 4 wickets required for Glamorgan. So time ebbing away. But for those who have come in to Sophia Gardens, they've had their money's worth today, certainly. On Easter Monday, they've been entertained, and up until the final 4 overs, the result has been up for grabs, sadly, and that's played through, and it will be a boundary, but almost irrelevant.
Yeah, down to the cordon from Don Bessie to get over the top of it.
Just
time ebbing away.
Yeah,
Kenny, it's a maxim for life.
Just towards the hovercraft at the River Taff end. Just that dejected look on Ryan Hadley's face now. The effort that's gone in as he continues. Coming in, Bowles, another short one, but it's well played by Dom Bess, who's there on 8. Hill, who's played his role, unbeaten on 19. would have been shaky, would have been nervy after the departure of Adam Lyth. But there's just that resigned look now. 3 slips. Ryan Hadley in the shadows on this near side, in the shadow of the media centre at Sophia Gardens. Comes in, bowls, and oh, that's taken, and it's taken by Colin Ingram at second slip. We just thought this was over, and there's yet more drama. Hadley takes another wicket. Well, what drama here at Sophia Gardens, because Yorkshire are 7 down and still with 4.2 overs to negotiate. It was wide, and he could have left that one.
Yeah,
and he departs Don Bess for 8.
Just getting another look for those who can see it. It was wide of off stump. It nipped back on him slightly, but he's not gone into any sort of position really, has he, to play any sort of shot really. And
want to look at that one.
No.
And it was meat and drink for Colin Ingram at first slip, who took it easily off the bowling of Ryan Hadley. So that is Hadley's 3rd wicket, to add to the 3 that he got in the first innings. Now then, more tension at Sophia Gardens. Now there's some dialogue between the fielders as we await the next batter. 4.2 overs.
Yep, Logan van Beek is the new man.
26 balls to go. Logan van Beek coming in. The New Zealand-born Dutch international. Only made 6 in the first innings. And he incidentally departed off the bowling of Ryan Hadley. So, bit of pressure building here at the end of what's been hugely exciting day's cricket on the opening county championship weekend. And it's not over yet. Yorkshire trail by 62. Forget that stat. It's the 3 wickets required by Glamorgan in 26 balls. Van Beek takes guard. There are 4 slips in for Hadley. A short leg. There's a leg slip. Mid-wicket, mid-off. Glamorgan on the hunt. 3 wickets required. Still possible as it goes down to the wire. Hadley coming in, buoyed by the last wicket. Bowls. Oh, and there's gasp from the slip cordon. It's all happening out there.
Yeah, and it's now generated a bit of excitement among the home support because they were clapping Ryan Hadley in. I think that was the first delivery of the match that's happened, and that's not so far away from a little feather, is it, through from Logan van Beek. First up, dear me, he's hanging his bat out there somewhere.
Very close. Yeah. Hardly mouth stuff that was from Van Beek. Hadley coming in, bowls, trying to build pressure. That's played down on the onside towards short leg. The end of another very good over. Wicket taking one for Ryan Hadley. We still have 4 overs remaining. Still a possibility of Glamorgan pinching victory.
There certainly is. 24 deliveries to take 3 wickets, and the couple of tail-enders, Bancode and Jack White. all that is left, or are left, after this pair is broken, if indeed it is. George Hill came in at number 7. He's 19 not out. He'll not be short of social company at the moment, because he's got quite a few friends around the bat. And that will remain the case, I'm sure, for Mason Crane's next 12 deliveries, if indeed he bowls all 12 from that river end of the ground. So, pressure on. Can Yorkshire see it through for the draw? Can Glamorgan find 3 wicket-taking deliveries? Mason Crane bowls to Hill, who punches a full-length ball firmly to Callaway in the covers, no run. So 2 slips, leg slip, short leg. A silly point now, really, rather than silly mid-off. Callaway's just been sent out deeper in the covers. There's also a short extra cover. Long off's been sent, well, deep mid-off, been sent a bit deeper. And another delivery wide of off stump that George Hill's able to cut. And he's happy enough to trust Logan van Beek and take the single at that stage. 233 for 7. George on to 20. And Logan has faced just the 2 and yet to score.
There's another helmet going in, which is Sean Dixon.
So he's going to come in fairly tight at the 3rd slip now. Van Beek right-handed on strike. Crane bowls. And Van Beek over the top of that, playing it down to the feet of Eddie Byram, who's under the lid, and he's gone back from silly point to silly mid-off, with Callaway over his left shoulder in the covers. Here's Crane again. Oh, Van Beek playing without
just stayed a bit low.
Much of any foot movement. The ball keeping low. Yep, trickling out down towards 3rd slip. Dixon does the fielding. Kieran Carlson's having a bit of fun out there at 2nd slip anyway. Dixon now just going off to get the box from behind the helmet. Maybe he'd forgotten about self-protection. Now he's going to go a little further. Now down on bended knee at 3rd slip. Crane bowling, and Van Beek plays an attacking, aggressive sort of shot really to mid-on along the deck. No run. Callaway gets dispatched further into the deep. So they're trying to take the wicket with the men round the bat, but at the same time, with 1 to come in the over, they're also going to give him a 1 if Mason Crane doesn't get it right here. And it's the latter that eventuates, and so Van Beek plays a single out to Callaway and rotates the strike. He's going to take Ryan Hadley by the looks of things for what will be probably his penultimate over, unless Kieran Carlson changes things very late on. But there are 2 overs remaining from this Cathedral Road end of the ground, and just the 1 remaining from the river end. 234 for 7. Glamorgan have 3 wickets to find in 3 overs.
Yeah, and it looks as if they're going to come from this Cathedral Road end in the shape of Ryan Hadley. He just caused a bit of bother for Logan van Beek in the last over. He was very close to feathering one to Chris Cook. 3 slips a gully, leg slip, short leg, silly mid-on, short mid-wicket. Coming in is Hadley. 3 overs to go then. That's the Fire Gardens, and it's well played by Van Beek along the ground. Carlson fields. 17 balls to go. Glamorgan require 3 wickets for victory. The end of a pulsating day, the 4th day here at Sophia Gardens. It's gone right down to the death. As this one, as wheeling round, is Ryan Hadley coming in, trying to conjure up another wicket. Bowls, and that's well played again by Van Beek. Gets out of the way, deft hands. Who would have thought we would have had this at 4:15 on Friday, when we just started out because of the elements.
Who'd have thunk it?
Exactly. Hadley coming in. Yorkshire 7 down. And that's down leg side, taken very well by Chris Cook, but he's just a bit off his radar in this over, as Ryan Hadley.
Yeah, every single delivery, you've got to ask the batter to try and play a shot at it. Try and bring the stumps into play, the edges, the fens, whatever it might be, but you've got to be straight, haven't you?
Three balls to go in this over, and you'd think then that might be job done. Hadley in full, and again right behind the ball is Van Beek.
Slower ball, I think, that one. Well watched by Logan Van Beek. So 14 deliveries to go.
Yeah, interesting one for both coaches to assess, really, when we hear them at stumps, their views on the match, because both teams have had opportunities to push for victory. Hadley, penultimate ball of the Australians over, coming in. Bowles, and taking evasive action is Van Beek, and it's taken by Chris Cook. So survive this, and you would think, although it's not done, but it's the paceman posing more questions at the moment.
Yeah, that was an easy leave, wasn't it? Duck under that one.
Yeah,
it was
he's
telegraphed.
not had the best over right at the desired time, is Ryan Hadley.
To his 14th over of the second innings, so he's not going to be exactly full of running at this stage, is he?
Last
Looks
ball
like he might be tiring a bit.
of the over. Coming in, and Hadley bowls, and again it's left. So we'll
yeah, so
see.
not his best over
No,
really, at a time
no.
when Glamorgan needed him to be right on it.
So it remains to be seen if he'll bowl the final over. 2, 3, 4 for 7. 3 wickets required in just 18 balls. Still possible, of course. In 12 and 4. Yeah.
You might wish it was 18 balls.
I wish.
but I think
Yeah,
it's only 12.
I was adding another over in 12 balls. Beg your pardon. Every ball counts at this point. Mason Crane there.
I thought it was some new Welsh rule or something, you know,
Yeah,
Welsh laws.
If only.
Mason Crane to bowl to George Hill. 5 men round about, plus Chris Cook with the keeping gloves on. Crane in, Hill goes back foot, slaps it pretty firmly, hits Eddie Byram, who is one of those close in fielders, and they get through for 1. George on to 21. He's been out there 54 balls now, invaluable rearguard action from him. Could have been caught on 2. Three slips in again for Van Beek, plus 3 others round about. Crane delivers now, and Van Beek's squirted that one away down to third man. He's going to pick up a boundary here, with everybody up around the bat in that general area. So 4 to him takes his score to 5. 239 for 7 56 the deficit. 10 balls to go. Fairly fine margins, aren't they, in 4 days of cricket when you think back through opportunities, chances missed, shots missed. 50 odd runs is not a lot over the course of 4 days. There's an appeal here as Crane bowls, and Van Beek doesn't really get much of a stride in. Nigel Long not interested. 3 to come in the match from the River End. Mason Crane has the ball in his hand. Over the wicket. Not a dissimilar delivery, but this time Van Beek's able to get bat on ball. 8 of those remaining. It's all right, you lads huffing and puffing, but you don't have the 5-hour drive. Here's Crane in again, and Van Beek playing forward. There's a big appeal again. Felt like it was an optimistic one, and so it proves. Nigel Long unmoved. See it from front on for those who...
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah. Outside the line. The googly. Final ball by Mason Crane in the match then. 3 for 99 against his name. This is the last of his 24 overs. And Van Beek is up to the task of defending. So, 3 wickets needed. It would be a sensational effort if Glamorgan could pull that off now in 6 balls, but they may do so. You never know.
Brilliant effort by Mason Crane. 5 for in the first innings. 3 for 99 in the second. But it just looks as if Glamorgan are going to come up short in pursuit of victory, with George Hill doing a sterling job when he came in. They were in trouble having lost Adam Lyth. He's there unbeaten, 21 of 54 deliveries. So 3 wickets required in 6 balls, and it will be Ryan Hadley to play this one out as he runs in from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls, and again just doesn't hit the mark. Just been slightly wayward in his last couple. And it was easy for George Hill to step out of the way and leave. But we've had everything really, from Glamorgan being under pressure, 28 for 4 on the first day. Ingram and Kellaway coming in, asserting their authority. Ryan Hadley in, and that's left again, and he doesn't have to play at it. Another one where he can gladly see the ball fly by. Back to Chris Cook. As Glamorgan made 300. Good effort by their bowlers, and an early declaration, a surprising declaration today, which has meant that we've had the drama we've had by Kieran Carlson. Just enough dangled by the captain for Yorkshire to push for victory, and at one stage it looked as if they could get to that 295, but then momentum shifted after Lyth's wicket. Hadley coming in, and that is negotiated by George Hill, so we need 3 in 3.
Hat-trick needed. The field setting is akin to a 1980s West Indies.
Yes, yeah, when the fearsome attack of Marshall, well, there were a few versions of the attack. Garner, Roberts, Marshall,
Croft.
Walsh, Croft, and then of course Ambrose. Bishop, Patterson, so on and so on. In comes Hadley then, needs a wicket, and that is that. And both teams will shake hands. It's been a great day's cricket, a great 3 and a bit days. To think there was only 36 overs permitted because of the elements on the first day. We've had everything. Glamorgan in the ascendancy. Then Yorkshire had a dash earlier and they look to be on course for victory. Then a flurry of wickets bringing it back. We've had drama, tension, we've had it all, and it's been thoroughly enjoyable 3 and a bit days.
Yeah, I think it shows that Glamorgan can compete with teams in Division 1. If the first match is anything to go by, and that Yorkshire need to raise the game, really, don't they, if they want to beat teams in Division 1. They've started a little better than they did last year, which was a defeat by Hampshire at Southampton, this time at least picking up draw points, but they've come out the worse on the draw, because Glamorgan will finish with 12 points here and Yorkshire with 10. When you throw in the bonuses, 8 points apiece for the draw. So yeah, handy start by Glamorgan. They'll be probably in one sense, you know, encouraged by the way they've performed here and competed. In another sense, 3 wickets short, might be slightly frustrated they've not been able to put it away. Yorkshire will look back and I'm sure think 28 for 4 in the first innings gave them an opportunity. They then couldn't put Glamorgan away for long enough until they got to 300 plus. And then Yorkshire, who talked so much about starting well and batting well in the first innings, didn't bat well enough, did they? 226 all out, so relinquishing the advantage to Glamorgan. They've got themselves back into a position, as you mentioned today, where there was a possibility. I'm not sure how strong that possibility ever really was, given the way that this pitch had played and the scoring rates on it, but they did nonetheless give themselves an opportunity at 125 for 1 at tea. With 170 more runs needed, to think that if things had gone well, they might still have a chance. But it was just a regular loss of wickets during that final session, and once George Hill walked out there, 46.5 overs in at 5 o'clock, the last 90 minutes really have been Glamorgan trying to win it and Yorkshire trying not to lose it. So as you say, cracking game of cricket. We've enjoyed ourselves. I'm sure we'll speak to the various people on both sides, but I've got to go speak to Anthony McGrath. So from me, good to broadcast with you two and the other guys. Thanks for having me.
Yes, safe journey onward back north. Brilliant to have you in company, Jonathan Doidge. It's been great 3 and a bit days. There will be a Radio Wales update coming shortly, but just a recap. Glamorgan added 107 to their overnight tally of 111. There was a surprising early declaration by Kieran Carlson with Glamorgan 218 for 5. The runs required for Yorkshire was 295. Lyth and Bean got them off to a flyer. There were wickets then. Crane and Hadley. The crucial wicket of Adam Lyth meant that Glamorgan sensed victory, but George Hill came in, hunkered down and provided some stability for Yorkshire, who survived in the end, but it did go down to the final over. So match drawn. I'm sure Glamorgan will be happy. And both sides have just shaken hands for a draw. It's been a great day's cricket, and to think the elements affected the first day. We only had 36 overs. It's ebbed and flowed since then. Glamorgan started the day on 111. They added 107 to their overnight tally before Kieran Carlson made a surprising early declaration. Lyth and Bean pushed for victory. A flurry of wickets from Crane